over here.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Yes, Houston, we've had a problem.
Okay, stand by, 13. We're looking at it.
Fred's asking if he can use the condensate containers, which they were going to use on the moon for some of the drain work, to store urine. He wants to know if it's airtight for 0G.
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at.
He wants to know if he can...
Joe, we need someplace to put the urine.
Okay, it sounds to me as if the suggested receptacle is perfectly satisfactory. Do you think you can use it in its present configuration?
Oh yeah, we got all the interconnect hookups we need, but I wasn't sure if that gadget was devised solely with the 160 environment in mind, and whether it might leak somehow at 0G.
I'll have them verify that, but off the top of my head, I'm sure it's going to be all right.
We're checking, Joe.
We'll check it, Fred.
Okay.
You sure like to be explicit, Doctor.
I'm sorry about that. I just did not get the point. Why didn't you stop me?
I tried to a couple times.
Did you really?
Income, we're standing by for your procedure, right?
Say again?
Recon, we're standing by for your procedure.
Right.
Standing by for your written procedure.
Right.
Capcom play.
Go play.
Joe, the next time you talk to Jack, here's some corrections to the thing which amount to opening some more circuit breakers. I'm sorry. Rendezvous radar and some of the S-band gear. And maybe you can send that up when we send up the S-band, the battery bus stuff. Control play. Good. Al and I get around to talking about this take time selection, and I want to get a couple of CSM things done first in the CO2. When we get around to talking about it, I'd like to know from you, you know, there's several size burns that we're talking about, and whether that has any difference at all with the sheet blowing, or whether it's just going to go at 107 or thereabouts no matter what we do. I mean, I imagine if we do a very short burn, we're probably just adding to the time or making it happen.
Yeah, it'll happen a little bit if we do a short burn, but it's not briefly. It's not going to change the situation at all.
Say again?
It'll happen a little bit, but it's not going to briefly change the situation at all.
Okay. Secondly, have you got the blow down to LV?
Yes, we do. I'll give it to Paolos.
Well, how about giving it to me?
Okay, 834.
Blow down to LV is 834. Thank you. That means we're in real good shape.
Yes,
What does that take it down to? The mission roll numbers on inlet?
120 on inlets. Okay.
Flight Tony.
Good.
Did Capcom read up this to the crew that they could expect that conformal caution light?
Expect what?
The CO2 conformal caution light?
I think so. Capcom flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
You mentioned to the crew that the CO2 was about to go, didn't you? The
Yeah,
light.
I did.
And you got the procedure for hooking up the rest of that, right?
Right, got that with the changes.
Okay, and tell me how close are we to having a 7.6?
Okay, we're at 6.4 now, and it'll probably be at least another hour at the rate we're going.
Okay. Okay, in that hour, I'd like to get the CSM work done, Jack, with the motor switches. I'm willing to listen to this main bus B test, but I want to hear some more why we're doing it with battery B. This procedure's simpler. I'd like to know what the purpose of the test is to do what, and therefore is it logical to use the battery B. Become, I've already went through this with you. I'm just saying it on the loop.
Okay.
I've already gone through it with you. And I'm standing by for your written procedure
Okay, you're talking about...
for the motor switches.
Right, we're getting it for you.
All right. Jack will have that cockpit configured probably. Well, it could be in the dark, so it'll probably take a little longer. Fido flight. Fido flight.
Go Flight.
Have you determined what the she disc going is going to do to your trajectory?
Roger, Flight. The most we will get will be 0.06 to 0.07 pounds thrust out of that
For how long?
for over a 1.5 minute period.
Okay.
And I think we can recover about 118 to support a mid-course at that time.
You can what?
I think we will be able to recover.
Well, wait a minute. We don't know what we're going to do to mid-course at 118.
I know, but the way I'm in
attacking the situation is that if I had to support him mid-course at 118.
Okay, my point is, suppose we did it at 104. Does this level of dumping have any influence on the trajectory? Or is it really trivial and I should put it out of my mind?
We would see it flight, but...
I know you would see it, but does it do anything to the trajectory? I mean, we see a lot of dumps, but they don't do anything.
It's supposed to be non-propulsive flight, and I would say it would not affect this trajectory.
Why do you say it's non-propulsive?
Yeah, it's a non-propulsive event, like, well, there is some...
You mean it's teeth?
Yeah. There is some slight amount of misalignment on that thing, which is done in a noise, like less than 101 foot per second to get out of it, probably.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. It is teeth, so it's...
Yeah, it's teeth.
Okay. And Hal, if we do a 7 or a 40 foot per second burn here anytime soon, that really isn't going to change the story. We're going to blow the sheet here sometime around
it's not going to
10
hit the
hours.
sheet appreciably at all.
Flight pattern.
Yeah.
One other thing, he said that 107 hours is the latest that thing would go without bursting. So we
What's the earliest?
That.
Again, flight?
What's the earliest? If 107 is the latest?
That's the prediction we have right now, 107.
Yeah, but is that a latest or is that an earliest?
Well, we can't say. If the rise rate changes, then it's going to change that number, okay?
I realize that, but
that's the latest.
What's the earliest? Assuming that the rise rate stays about
Stand
where
by,
it
what?
is.
Right, girl.
Good.
Okay, that based on our prediction right now is the latest, but let me give you another variable on that thing, and that is the burst disk value that it goes at. That's the
Oh yeah, I know.
variable too. And we're using something like 1900 right now for that value.
Well, look, what I'm trying to get at, Hal, is it liable to go at 107 or 106, or is it liable to be 107 or 94?
107. It's not going to be like 94.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get an idea when it
It's
possibly
going to be
might go.
in the ballpark of 107 hours.
Plus or minus a half hour or 2
Plus or
hours?
minus an hour, probably.
Okay.
Capcom spacecraft calling. Query is Houston. Go ahead.
Okay, Joe, one thing I've noticed in a couple of circuits there now is the pulse stars, at least the number of them, has markedly decreased from when I first saw the bed. And apparently that added binning we had out of the service module was some overboard release valve maybe letting go. It appears to stop now.
Okay, Fred, copy that. Thank you.
Capcom flight. Hey, Deke, have him punch up there. Joe, you want to turn around here? We're reviewing something that you're interested in.
All right.
flight procedures. We're going to run a checkpoint.
Yeah, okay. Capcom, I guess you ought to call him and see when Jack would be ready to perform that. Well,
Jack's in the command module now.
Yeah. You could tell him, I guess you have it standing by. We told him before we were getting it, right? And whenever he's ready, we can tell him, and we can tell him it accomplishes two things. It gets the motor switches closed in the cool environment, which we want to do, and it also gives him a main B, which we don't have any real reason to be concerned about, but we did lose it during the incident back there.
I'd like to go through it one more time myself.
Sure. Proceed. Yeah, okay, checkpoint's complete. Span flight on flight director.
Flight span.
Okay, what we're going to do here is hook up the batteries to the battery buses, to the main buses, read out battery currents and main bus voltage, and then reverse the procedure such that the motor switches are closed, but the circuit breakers in both sets of lines, that is from the battery to the battery bus and battery bus to the main bus, are open when we close back out on the procedure. You copy, and do you understand?
Yeah, I understand it.
And I assume that that's what people want to do. That accomplishes the motor switch closure, and it gives us a main bus readout actually on both buses, and battery current. Everybody happy?
Let me just see if I can get some heads shaking here.
One question, Ecom. Does that also put battery C somewhere?
Negative. It's open.
Is there any desire to get it on anything?
Negative.
Why not?
We have no reason to suspect it for any reason at all.
Wait a minute. Is it hooked with a motor switch?
The same motor switches that we are actuate that for C as well.
Oh, okay. Then we just control C with circuit breakers.
That's affirmative.
Okay, fine. Okay, we're slowly getting through these subjects.
Let's see, we're reading 6.6 right now, Fred. What are you reading?
I'm reading about 12.5, I guess. It's a gauge problem up there, maybe. We did just get a master alarm and no caution light. We kind of figured that's what it was. The CO2 was approaching its limit. Maybe it just spiked above there.
Okay, let me get a go, and I think it's time for us to go ahead and put these other canisters on the line. Stand by, one.
Okay, we went to 15 on the primary last night before I changed it.
Roger that, Fred.
GT
I don't have a steady, ECS light on at this time, Joe, so it must have just been a momentary.
Okay, we know when you went to 15 last night on the primary. We want to switch out today at 7.6. Let me check and see if we're ready.
Okay.
Captain.
Go ahead.
Fred got a momentary master caution, which he thinks may have been ticked off by the CO2.
Tell me.
Right, that's what we expected.
Okay.
And if it's okay,
Everything we have confirms that.
we'll go ahead with the command module. I gotta go through it.
Say again.
Yeah, that's what it is, Joe. I've got that full master alarm, and I just thought I'd want to bring up the ECS light.
Fred, Houston,
without degrading our voice.
Tell me again what you said.
The surgeons would like some biotherapy, and we'd like to go to either left or right. Either one is acceptable, and we think it might degrade the voice a bit, but we'd like to try it. Give them some data.
It might degrade the voice, but what?
We'd like to try it, just to see. The numbers say it may degrade the voice a bit.
What do I have to do to get it done? Call the pilot? Or can you do it?
Just call the pilot and then force it down there. Left or right.
A surgeon flight? Okay, but if that degrades the voice, I don't see the point.
We should try it first, though. We'd like some data from it.
Say again? I can't hear you because the voice is bad. Go ahead.
Okay, I say again, we'd like to try it. We'll certainly back off if it degrades your voice, but without trying it, I don't think we can say that.
I know
Okay,
that.
I was just saying I'm getting mass alarms every few seconds, and I'm catching a glimmer now at ACS light. So the Sandy and I have the mass alarm break or CB open. And okay, now I got the ACS light on today.
Okay, copy that. You got the master alarm with the ECS light. We are ready to go ahead and get you on the command module canisters. And as a first step, I'd like to know whether you've inserted the commander's red hose into
tell me
the second
Go ahead,
Are you ready to go on the command module canisters now?
Right, we can go ahead and do that. I think the master alarm is because the partial pressure is right at the limit of the caution warning.
Yep, sure enough.
That's what we said, didn't we?
Commander's red hose is
Okay, well, they're going
inserted
now
into
with
the
the
canister
CSM.
bag.
Okay, Fred, the next thing I'd like you to do is to take some more gray tape and tape over half the outlet area of each of the blue nozzles, the commanders and the LMPs. The reason we're doing this is we're going to be running this loop through the secondary LIOH canister hole with the canister removed, and we don't have the flow restriction we need to keep the separator from overspeeding. Over.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So we want to tape over half of both the blue and the red commander hoses. Is that right?
Negative, Fred. That's half of the commander's blue hose and half of the LMP's blue hose, the outlet hoses.
Oh, okay. I'll tape over half of each of the outlets. Stand by.
Okay.
Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Cap. Are you putting them on the scoot loop now with the CSM? Yeah, are you putting them on the scoot loop with the CSM canisters?
I'm putting them on, and we're just starting the procedure.
Okay. When you get a chance in there, the docs want to get a biomed switch left or right, and the concern is that it may affect the voice content, may or may not. So we can try it. If it affects it, we'll take it off. And if it degrades it, the phone will take it off. Say again.
clear flight, no problem.
Good.
Cap down flight. Cap down flight. Tell me, flight.
Go ahead, flight.
How close is he to being in a configuration where we're going to flow through those DSM canisters completely? How close are we to being there?
He's taping over one hose now. He's got the other hose to go, and then he's got to shove them into the rig.
Into the what?
Into the canister.
I thought that was already done. Capcom, are you on there?
Okay, he's done one for sure, and we suspect he's probably done the other one.
How close are we to flowing through them? I want to...
Very interested. 10 to 15 minutes at the most.
KFD, this is Willie in Flightless Group.
Great.
And listen, we were trying to get the recon in, but it turns out that because of crew loss problems, that they're not going to be able to get in this before 1700. This is hurting. I don't need much of it.
Do you have another loop to talk on?
Say again? Yes, I have one.
Like Charlie.
Okay.
Wind kit is probably through taking the Allen piece hoses back to connect.
Okay.
Has not started with command hose yet.
Right. Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Hey, Joe. Do you have your monitor button pressed? Say again?
I do now.
Okay. Listen, how close are they to flowing through the canisters, do you think? I keep waiting to see it.
5 or 10 minutes. Fred is taping over the blue hoses.
Flight Tony.
Good.
Okay, we show his tape in the commander's hose now.
Alright.
He's been working on that for a couple minutes.
Okay, and then, Joe, the next order of business is to get this battery main bus story up and get that into the mill as soon as he's finished with the switches in the cockpit, the CSM cockpit, okay?
Okay.
And then the next order story is you ought to read him up that procedure for the limb power so he has it. For two reasons. One, so that he has it on board, and two, we're seeing the command module and we're theorizing it's getting pretty cool, and we are going to have to start entertaining ways to warm it up. So we want to have that configuration on board, that procedure on board, to call them and say, okay, go to the procedure for limb power and let us know when you're ready. We'll have to start doing some warming up. So for those two reasons, I want them to have that. They don't have to go do it. And I don't want them to do it right now, but I want them to have it on board. Okay. Weather from flight?
Good weather, Mike.
Look, I just heard that there aren't any recon airplanes going out. Would you bring us out your latest story on the weather there? Then, if you're not going to get any more data on it?
Okay, I'll get them to come in here and show you on the map.
Okay. I was looking at a map a little while ago that had various things on it I'd like to look at.
Okay.
Okay, Fred,
I'll be ready.
reasonable com. Are you ready for the next step, over?
Okay, one correction. The red hose that is connected up right now to the lifter cartridge is the LMP.
Okay, Fred, understand that only the LNP's red hose is actually plugged into the canister bag. In that case, we'd like you to follow the procedure for inserting the other red hose into the other canister bag as follows. You cut a diagonal hole in one corner of the bag, put the other bag in all this time. Stick the hose in about 6 inches. Try to get the outlet nozzle down if you can, or else sideways. And then just tape up the hose to the bag to make a nice tight seal, over.
Okay, Jack's back in here. I guess he can do that. Stand by.
Did he say Jack
Okay.
just got back? Capcom?
Flight Tony.
Yeah.
We copied that he said Jack just got back.
Okay, as soon as we get this thing, we have some more work for Jack to do.
Okay, Fred, is that done? Over.
No, that's still in work. Just wanted to comment you might pass on to Steve Krager. We thank him a lot for those rendezvous procedures. They went into making up these little boxes.
Copy.
Okay, we appreciate your appreciating it, and we're just having a ball down here working on all kinds of new procedures. Fred, the CPCB is in session, and we expect to have your entry procedures out here by Saturday or Sunday at the very latest.
Saturday or Sunday?
At the very latest.
Tell me as soon as you think that the configuration is working the way it ought to, let me know, will you please? For Roger.
satisfactory, Fred. Go ahead.
Okay, back to the condensate container. I guess the only question I really need answered is this, will it leak?
We're checking that. FAO, do you have a
will it leak?
answer yet on that can on the bag?
Flight go flight.
Do you have an answer yet on the bag?
Negative flight. Let me check on that again.
I mean, we've checked all the fittings, and I know I can hook everything up to our UCD, so if it doesn't leak, we can transfer.
Okay, Fred, we still don't have a final answer on whether or not it'll leak. If you need it, I'd go ahead and use it. And standing by for your completion of the hose insertion procedure.
Okay, the hose insertion procedure to the second cartridge is complete.
Okay, that's complete. The next step is to switch to the primary CO2 canister and remove the secondary canister and stow it. Over.
Okay, I'm going to have to get off comm here. I'll let Jack get the headset.
Okay.
Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Capcom flight.
Okay, Joe, I'm on the headset now.
Go flight. Are you about to give the Jack all that stuff? That's firm. Okay, go ahead.
I'm getting the canister equipped up, and I'll go right into the bus.
The CO2 just went to 1.2.
Flight zone here.
Go ahead.
He just switched to the primary lead canister.
Did you want him to do that?
That's affirmative. He does that while he's
Pulling the other one out? Oh, okay. Okay, Captain. You want to give Jack that procedure for the back?
That's secondary.
Let me know when he's on the CSM canisters or tell me.
So both cartridges are out.
Back. As soon as we get them all, we'll
Okay,
talk
Joe,
about it.
Fred has the secondary cartridge out. We're back on primary now.
Okay, Jack, the next step is to place the command module canisters with the hoses attached in a suitable location to permit the bottom of the canister to be exposed to free airflow and tape them in place. Ideally, well, it doesn't matter. Just pick out your own spot.
Okay, let me tell you where they are. They're both situated, as you say, with the bottom of the canister exposed to free air, and one is sitting right by the LP, is sitting by the air panel, and the CDR is up in the tunnel.
Jack, Houston, the comm got real noisy there, and I didn't copy that.
Okay, Joe, how do you read him?
Okay, that's real good, Jack. Go ahead.
Okay, the canisters are situated as you would like, with the bottom of the canister exposed to free air.
Okay.
The position of the LP's canister is sitting on the ECS panel now, and the CDR's canister is positioned up in the tunnel.
Okay, real fine, Jack. The next step is to physically separate both blue hoses a good distance away from the canisters so that we don't short circuit the flow, and tape them in place. And the ideal location for them would be up in the tunnel so as to get some flow into the command module. Over. Oh, you can use your judgment on that, Jack. We'd like at least one, and the recommendation that I got was to put them both up in the tunnel.
Okay, we have the LFT blue hose up by the LFT's window, and of course the red hose is separated by some 4 feet. In the command module, and the red hose is about, it's right at the docking ring where the blue latches are. So there's about 4 or 5 feet difference from there, too. Is this satisfactory?
Okay, Jeff, that sounds satisfactory.
Say again, tell me.
The next
positioning
steps
of the hoses for
are suit loop
Okay, I'd like to
configuration.
sketch, by the way, of these positions of
the
both
first one is
output
to-
and inlet hoses. Would you get me a little sketch?
Is to place
Simple
the
mind.
suit diverter valve to the
Right, we get that too.
No
full
hurry, but
egress
I'd
position.
like to record that.
Okay.
Okay, suit diverter valve to full egress.
That's affirmative.
That's done.
Okay, the next step is cabin gas return to egress. Over.
Are we close to the last step here, tell me?
That's my replacement.
What's all?
They need to configure 2 more valves and then switch over back to the secondary canister.
All right. What's in the secondary canister place right now? Anything?
Nothing.
That won't leak, will it?
It shouldn't.
All right. So we're just flowing air through the cavity.
That's perfect.
All right.
Okay, Jack, did you copy cabin gas return to egress? Over.
No, I didn't get that, Joe. Cabin gas return to egress.
That's correct.
Okay, that's done.
Okay, next, suit circuit relief to close. Over.
Suit circuit relief closed.
Roger.
Okay, I got that done.
Okay, and the last step is select secondary CO2 canister. We'll let it flow through the empty hole and let's see how we do.
Okay, here we go on the CO2.
Select secondary CO2 canister.
Roger, Jack. That completes that procedure, and the next thing I've got for you is a procedure for going back into the command module and powering up the main
he's
bus
on the CSM
temporarily
canister.
using the bus tie switches. We want to do this for 2 reasons. First of all, we want to absolutely verify that there are no loads on the main buses, that we've got everything off, and that the buses look good. And the second thing we want to do is to power the main buses with the bus tie motor switches, and then depower them by pulling the circuit breakers, leaving the main bus tie switches in the on position just to assure that they'll be there when we need them, whether the batteries get cold or not. Over.
You probably didn't hear all that, check it out.
Okay, Joe, how do you read?
Better now, Jack. Satisfactory. Did you copy my my rationale for the main bus power up?
Yeah, I did. You want to remove, you want to power up both buses with the bus tie motor switches. First of all, to see that there are no loads on the buses. And second, and then depower the buses by pulling the circuit breakers to ensure that the motor switches don't that the bus ties stay armed so that they're there when we need them.
That's correct, Jack. Are you ready to copy the procedure?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, as the first step, I have one change to the basic configuration that we gave you. And it's 2 more circuit breakers that we want open. On panel 225, are you ready to write that down, over?
Yeah, I'm all ready, Joe. Go ahead. Joe, I'm all ready. Go ahead.
Okay, on panel 225, we want the rendezvous transponder flight bus circuit breaker open and the S-band FM transmitter / DSE flight bus circuit breaker open. Over.
Okay. CB rendezvous transponder flight bus open. CB S-band transmitter DSE flight bus open on panel 225.
Okay, that's correct, Jack. And now we'll go into the main bus power-up procedure. And the first step there is on panel 5. We want the BAT charger, BAT A charge circuit breaker closed, and the BAT charger, BAT B charge circuit breaker closed. Over.
Okay, that's BAT charger, BAT A charge, BAT charger, BAT B charge, both closed on panel 5.
That's affirmative. We need them closed to power the switches. Next on panel 5, we want the EPS sensor signal main A and main B circuit breakers closed. Over.
Okay, on panel 5, CB, EPS, sensor signal main A and main B closed.
Okay, that's affirmative. We need them closed so that you can read out your volts and amps. Next step on panel 250, we want circuit breaker BAT A power entry and post landing and BAT B power entry and post landing closed. Over.
Tell me, Flight, how you liking that CO2?
It looks real good, Flight. It went up to about 0.7 and it remains stable every
Power
rest.
entry,
It went to 0.8 for a little while.
BAT B, power entry, and
Okay,
post
it's at
landing
0.7 now.
closed.
It looks like it's holding.
That's affirmative. And at that point, we'd like you to check the BAT bus voltages on both BAT buses to make sure we don't have any shorts. Over.
Okay, read the BAT bus voltages on BAT bus A and BAT bus B.
That's affirmative. The next step on panel 275, circuit breaker main A, BAT bus A closed, and circuit breaker main B, BAT bus B closed. Over.
Flight Tony.
Okay.
Go.
While he was being bothered with the master alarm due to partial pressure, it looks like he pulled the master alarm circuit breaker.
Okay. We'll get 'em.
That's affirmative.
Is that the whole
step
seaway or
on
just the
panel
body
5,
down, or the visual?
we want the main bus
Just the
tie
master
AC
lock, right?
switch to the bat
That's
AC
different from the
position.
caution light, right?
Okay. Well, but that
And
controls the
verify
tone in the light.
proper voltage
tone
on
in the light,
main
that's
bus A, and read the amps on bat A to make sure we don't have a short. Over. That's better, Jack. Go ahead with your readback.
Go ahead.
Okay, place main bus tie AC on. Read main bus A current and voltage.
Okay, that's affirmative. The next step will be the main bus tie BC switch to the on position and read main B voltage and battery B amperage as above. Over. Okay, that's correct. Then to reconfigure from this configuration, Jack, we want you to leave the main bus tie switches in the on position and pull the circuit breakers out in the reverse order that we had you close them. Over, and do you want me to read them up individually?
No, let me see if I got it here. I'd go down then to panel 275, open CD main A, bad bus A, and CD main B, bad bus B. Then I'd go down to 250 and pull CD bad A, power entry post landing, bad B, power entry post landing. Set up on panel 5, pull EPS sensor signal main A, sensor signal main B. Battery charger, bat B charge, battery charger, bat A charge. Then close, I don't know whether you want me to close the rendezvous radar transponder flight bus and the S-band transmitter DSE flight bus.
Okay, Jack, we don't want you to close those last two. Those are changes to your basic configuration, and we want to leave them open for now. Over.
Okay, I'll do that. Was the rest of the readback okay?
That's correct. Readback was 100%, and we'll wait to hear from you.
Okay, gentlemen, we have read the procedure for the CSM motor switches
Okay, Joe,
and main bus verification.
Just for confirmation, I went through the switch list you gave me. We are in exactly that configuration with one exception, and that is over on panel 382. I have left the H2O accumulators in the off position so that if we need any more water, we can get it.
Okay, Roger, Jack. Copy that. On panel 382, you've left the H2O accumulator valves in the off position, and we concur.
Econ flight, you satisfied?
We copy that fine.
You okay,
and
Roger?
there's one other thing that I don't know whether you're aware of. We have no lithium hydroxide canisters in panel in the canisters now. So when we get ready to power up, you'll have to remind us when you want us to add some.
Okay, Jack, we copied that. That's correct, and I'll add that to our basic checklist so that we won't forget it.
FAO flight.
Okay, we'll find
Did you
Joe,
copy that?
and I'm on my way back into the standby.
Good deal.
Did you copy that?
Negative flight.
Capcom flight. switch for entry. Is that what that amounted to?
Well, what he was telling us was that per our instructions yesterday, he removed the CO2 canisters.
And John, here to Aquarius.
Aquarius Houston, pretty good. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm back on the line now. What Jack really meant was he's headed back to the upstairs bedroom.
Okay, roger that, Fred.
Fred needs to push in his master alarm circuit breaker. He pulled it before, and he doesn't have audio and visual on the master alarm. And the docs want a biomed switch to who's ever there, and we'll see how that affects the voice. I guess so. I can't imagine not going there without getting it. Will we get it? Yes, just a second.
Aquarius Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, Fred, we recommend that you push your master alarm circuit breaker in so you'll have audio and visual on that. And also, we medical types are getting the field left out down here, and we'd like you to give us biomed either position if you're plugged in for it, and we'll see whether it affects the voice or not.
Are you getting biomed right now, Surgeon? Are you getting it now?
Why not yet?
Decom and FAO flight.
Go flight.
The crew wants a reminder about putting the canisters in the right configuration for entry.
Backup base band.
Aquarius Houston, reaching out, satisfactory.
Flight control.
Yeah.
We've had what appears to be a shift in the G rise rate or an increase in it. This is going to change our predicted burst this time, possibly, and we're getting the hack right now.
It's actually a good deal. That little power pack heats
I'll move it up a little
Flight
Roger that.
Thank you, now. Okay, we have given them the bats. We're going to get the main bus readouts. The next thing I want you to start passing. Yeah, we don't want them to do that, but tell them we want them to have it for emergency purposes in case they lose comm in the LAM. And secondly, we had a feeling we're going to have to do some amount of equipment warming up in the CM. We don't know when, but we want to have this procedure, and this is what we may well use to do that. Okay? Somebody's calling me? No. The plus water, I'll review that with everybody, but I don't think I'm going to make a special attempt to use the plus water, and then we still have the discussion for the tick time. And we ought to have a battery report in a little while, and I'll wait on that. For everybody's information that's listening to the loop, we've been on the CSM canisters for 16 minutes, and the CO2 just momentarily went up to 8 tenths and is back down now to 4 tenths, and looks to me, layman that I am, that it is holding. Tell me, you want to make a comment on that?
Roger, it looks real good to us, Flight.
And actually, how long do you predict that these two canisters will work? We get two of them up, and one canister and hose operating in the LAM, and one canister and hose operating in the tunnel, with the hose longer about 4 feet than the canister, right?
That's right.
How long do you expect them to operate? Do you know?
I'll get another for you.
Well, you don't need to do that right now. I want to get an estimate. I heard 24 hours maximum. So nominally 12-hour canisters, but there must be some reduction in efficiency here. But, okay. All right. flight. Capcom flight. Can you hear for your in?
It looks like this rate is not going to be a straight line thing. It looks like it's going to be an increasing in rate. In other words, as we go along, maybe an exponential type thing. We're probably going to now get a hack on it.
Okay. Well, just keep following and keep me advised, Control. Control flight. The point is I want to advise the crew well ahead of time when we're close to popping it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too.
Okay. Thanks, Hal.
Jack, your brakes on back down, and after we put on the pushed in the 250 bat A, bat B breakers, he read bat bus volts as 32.3 on A, 37.0 on B. He then punched in the 275 breakers, which had the battery for the buses, and at that time he read the
Houston, the comm got noisy there, and I want to make sure we get these numbers right, so I'd like to ask you to repeat.
I didn't copy all that, but what I heard in the numbers sounded good to me.
Roger, that sounds pretty good.
Because I copied me and B370, did you not?
I copied 32 and 37 on
That
the
was
buses.
that was on the battery buses, I thought.
Well, I believe they repeated.
Well, it
I
should.
hear all that again. They should repeat.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, probably okay, Fred. Read it nice and slow, so we'll be sure to get it over.
Okay, Jack puts in the 250 bat A, bat B entry breakers. He read battery bus volts as 32.3 on A, 37.0 on B. Then he puts in the 275 breakers, tying the back to the main buses. This configuration, main A, read 32.0 volts, 0 amps. Main B, read 37.0 volts, 0 amps.
Sounds good, Fred.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, Fred, copy those numbers, and thank you very much.
Resume. Okay.
I assume you got them off all right.
Yeah.
Okay, real fine.
All the breakers are full. Okay. We're getting through here, Joe.
flight.
Okay, I'd like to discuss a subject on the loop here so that everybody hears it and knows it. And it's this one. I've been asked whether we ought to try to unload the tail end of the timeline here towards entry against the possibility that we might have to do a feed of water from the puss into the system for limb cooling. Now, that's a good idea, I think, that is to say, to unload the tail end of the thing if we think we've got a problem. However, I understand that we have to turn off the descent water and use all of the ascent water, which takes about 30 hours, is that correct?
That's affirmative.
Takes about 30 hours, and then we can use the procedure to put the plus water into the ascent tanks. And there still is some debate as to whether that thing will really transfer, whether you really got the delta pressure to transfer into the ascent tanks out yet. All right?
That's right. There is reasonable doubt. It looks like it ought to work, but...
Okay. I'm coming to a conclusion then, because, and then in order to do any good and in order to attain the objective, which is to unload the tail end, we kind of got to do it now, which would allow us at about 125 hours to have completed the ascent tanks and try the plus procedure.
That's right.
But based on the current consumable numbers that I see, we're going to make it all the way through here with the pad without even cutting into the 20 pounds of measurement uncertainty that you have in your water control, right?
We are of that same opinion.
Therefore, the conclusion we've reached is that that's not worth doing.
That's affirmative.
Okay. That is our present conclusion. If anybody has any objection to that, they can bring it in through the appropriate channels, but I just don't see going through all that rigmarole now. If we have a procedure for feeding the plus water to the ascent tank, I don't have anything against reading it up to the pilots sometime when it's quiet here, and I think we ought to, so they have it on board. Again, against the loss of common and further problem. Is that a procedure available?
I understand it is available. I haven't seen the last perturbation in it.
Well, maybe you ought to try to run it down, because if we may ought to pass it up, but we ought not exercise it right now.
Okay, I'll gather all the loose ends and have it available here.
Okay.
Flight Patrol.
Go ahead.
One other thing to throw in here, we got a request from Stan a short while ago, and it has to do with the abnormal cooling rate of the descent stage. Since we've thrown the plug out of the dips engine, we've got a kind of a heat chart there to space.
Yes.
And it's cooling down much faster than they think, and there's a possibility of freezing the descent water at about 140 GET.
At what time?
About 140.
I see.
Okay, and what they've asked us to do is to have the crew to, every 4 hours or so, look at the descent fuel amounts, propellant tank temps, if you don't have one, they'll get right PM. And it's a very reasonable thing to do. All you got to do is push in one breaker, take a reading, and open it up.
What do you do with those?
And then they will take those and see if their predictions are coming along with what they say they are, based on the temps in the stage.
Okay, and that satisfies the prediction.
Okay, but what I was trying to
Is
get
there any action we can take to warm up the water at any point?
I don't know, but I wanted to mention it this time that you were talking about getting rid of all your ascent H2O and relying totally on the descent later on.
So, very good point, and that's another reason for not doing the plus check. Okay. information. Can't see it. The CO2 down is down to 3/10 on the CSM canisters. Surgeon, are you getting data on that biomed switch?
Negative, Flight. We don't have any change.
Say again?
We do not have data at this time, Flight.
Well, is it because the data's noisy, or is it because you don't think the switch has been thrown?
We're trying to verify whether we have a carrier wave.
Flight Anchor, we're checking it now with the sites.
Control Flight, go ahead, Flight. When do they want to start taking these readings?
Just as soon as we can, Flight. I'm writing the procedure for you right now.
Okay, thank you. The vehicle has a thermal short with the tips plug out.
That's what they say, Flight.
That's what you say.
Yeah, that's what I say too. Yeah.
Clear, that's what we got. Capcom Flight. Capcom Flight. Okay, Joe, going over our list here. We have the power from the limb, right? Procedure to read. That's not too lengthy, is it?
Got it, yeah.
No, I know that, but I'm just reviewing our activity. You got it. It's not too lengthy, is it?
I don't think so.
If we get a procedure for forcing plus water into empty ascent tanks, we can read it up, I think, anywhere here at our convenience. It doesn't have to be anytime soon. We've concluded that we ought not attempt to try to use up the ascent tanks and put the plus in. You might not have heard all that plus water in. Tom Stafford suggested we think about that to see if it works so as not to get into it at the tail end if we were forced into it, but we'd almost have to commit to it now to really get to it, because it takes 30 hours to deplete the ascent tanks, which we have to do to put the plus in. There is some, I guess, reasonable doubt that the procedure will even work, although, on the other hand, if that's all you had, you'd certainly try. It's a question about the delta pressure to force the water over. Plus, apparently the vehicle itself, the limb vehicle, is getting cooler in the descent stage because of the plug being blown, which causes to be a little cooler, and it's predicted that possibly the dip's water might freeze by 140, which would be another reason for not turning it off and using ascent, certainly at this time. Secondly, the control people are writing a procedure to read out propellant line temps very occasionally from the crew. All they got to do is push in a circuit breaker, read the readouts, shut the line, shut the circuit breaker off. This will give the thermal people an insight into tracking the temperatures in the descent stage and see whether we got a problem.
Okay, you understand that. For interest, nominally, when will we run out of descent?
Nominally? Let me see what my last set of numbers were. It's usually on channel 58. Have you got it up there, Kevin?
Flight, it's up on 58.
I haven't read this one in a while. How do I read this one? Put this in. Got a lot of snow on it.
Okay, the water is the first three columns, the second, third, and fourth column.
Okay.
Left, and it's usable remaining, present rate, and lifetime at present rate.
It's lifetime at present rate. That's right. Not accounting for the 2 MIG courses, which will cost us 5 pounds. So that's 160 hours on the water, plus subtracted from the number that we measure in the spacecraft before we ever use it here is 20 pounds for measurement insert. In other words, we take the measurement insert and just said that is unavailable to us. And by all odds, it would certainly be at least half of that available to us.
Well, I was wondering when we would normally expect to go from descent water to ascent.
We don't know.
Excuse me, because if it increased to 140, we may be off at 140.
That's right. That's exactly the point. But that's why we don't want to go on ascent water first.
I didn't copy that.
When do we go off descent water? When do we run out of descent water?
We're getting a number right now.
Okay.
Okay, Houston, Aquarius, have you reached?
Aquarius Houston, go ahead.
litho configurations appear to be working down there.
I'm sorry, Fred, but we got noisy again there.
Okay, let me know when we're back.
Okay, that sounds better already.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Minor point. Before you said that the two mid-courses cost us 5 pounds of water. That's 14.
How's our litho boxes set up? How does it appear to be working down there?
We are
5 hours, you're
0.2
right.
on our CO2 sensor, and we're off the light. It seems to be working fine.
Boy, that is great.
Fred, Houston, in a little while here, I'm going to have a procedure that I want to read up to you and have you copy down for future use. It's a procedure for powering the command module main bus off the limb. And it's something that we feel is going to come in real handy later on for such things as topping off the command module entry batteries, and also possibly for doing some preheating and preliminary powering up of the command module before we get rid of the limb. We'll have that for you in probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, Joe. Sounds good. Plenty quick.
All right. Here's the procedure associated with the tank readouts that I was telling you about it for the cooling descent stage. Sure. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, Fred, our procedure generating mill has generated another very short one for you here. It's a procedure for getting an onboard readout. Okay.
We ought to run out of descent water somewhere around 125 hours.
This is a procedure for getting a readout of the descent propellant tank temps. It's no big problem, but our LEM people say that the bottom of the descent stage is probably cooling off, and we just want to verify that the descent water tank will be okay. Right now it looks as if it won't freeze until several hours after it's empty, but we want to have you read these temperatures out to us so we can see how good our predictions are. The procedure is, on panel 16, close the propellant display / engine override logic circuit breaker. Over.
Okay, the propellant display override breaker is closed. Southern light is off. Do what it's called.
Right, Fred, the next step is simply to turn the propellant temp press monitor switch to descent 1, read the fuel and ox temps, turn it to descent 2, read the fuel and ox temps, tell us what they are.
Fine. Come up with that, please.
Okay, on descent 1, I'm reading the fuel temp of 66.5 degrees, oxidized 66 degrees.
Okay, Fred, we're in noisy calm here. I got descent 1 fuel 66.5 and stand by.
Okay, how do you read now, Roger?
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, you got 66.5 on descent 1 fuel temp. Oxidizer temp is 66 degrees.
Okay,
Descent
copy.
2 fuel is reading 60. Okay, descent 2 fuel is reading 68 degrees. Oxidizer 65 degrees.
Okay, copy that, Fred. Thank you. We'd like you to pull the circuit breaker, and we'll probably come to you again in 5 or 6 hours for another check.
Okay, the panel 16 engine logic override is open.
Roger.
Control flight. Go ahead, flight. Since you've now become a thermal expert, you have got the readings, do you?
Roger. I'm going to pass them on the stand.
Oh, I thought you did get the thermal stuff yourself. All right.
Flight Capcom.
Go ahead.
I'll expect them guys to come to us again when they want another reading.
Will do. Okay. Capcom flight. Go. For info, descent water will be gone at 125. And that is a concrete absolute argument for not completing the acid tanks first. Right. CO2 is 2/10.
Flight info.
Go.
We've checked all the circuits here that we can, and the only thing we can come up with is to try the opposite position.
The biomed switch.
Yeah.
All right. So what you want me to do? Need the surgeon? Say again?
Say that last again, I didn't miss that.
Inco suggests try the other biomed switch position.
Yes, that'd be a good thing to do.
Capcom flight.
Flight.
They still don't see anything here, so they'd like to try the other biomed switch position. Whatever's in now, they'd like to go to the other one, see what they can get, if anything. Or maybe that the crew didn't do anything from the time we told them. They've been moving around, I don't know what they did.
Well, I think they said they were on, but, that has an off position, so it might be just good to glance at that switch.
Flight coming in.
Yes. Tell me, go ahead.
Okay, since we've been on these CSN canisters, our O2 flow rate has gone up to about 0.6 pounds an hour.
Your O2 flow.
That's right.
Oh, that's strange, isn't it?
Yes, and what we suspect may have happened is we saw at the same time the usage rate went up, a glitch in the demand reg A position. And what we would like to do is ask the crew whether or not they momentarily went to cabin on that reg. And if they did, we would like them to cycle it to close, then back to cabin.
Did they momentarily, or is your question, did they go to cabin on reg A?
Negative. That's not my question.
Okay, what is your question?
My question is, did they change position on that ray?
Did they, well,
So what they are supposed to be in cabin now.
okay, did they change position from cabin on reg A?
That's fine.
If they did, go back to cabin. Is that right?
Say again?
Suppose the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, then we would like them to cycle the rig to close, then back to cabin.
Okay. Okay. Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Joe, the O2 flow has gone up some. When it changed, the men saw a glitch in demand reg A. They want to ask the crew, did they change the position in demand reg A from cabin? And I think no matter what the answer is, you want to cycle the valve closed and then back to cabin, don't you?
That's right. It would have been a momentary change in position on the rig.
And you're trying to just track it down. But no matter what the answer to the question is, you want them to close reg A and then go back to cabin on it, right?
Okay, that sounds good.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's what you want done? All right.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
What's the current rate of O2?
Okay. Hello.
2.5?
Hello.
Geez, I can't read
Can you
this
hear
thing.
me?
I don't know what columns I'm looking at here.
Okay, listen, the income tax papers came in today,
Oh.
and they got to be mailed today, you know.
Yeah.
So anyhow, why don't you try and meet me somewhere, because I can't get on base without my sticker on the car.
1.25, yeah.
Yeah. Well, boy, it's going to be tough.
Well, we have to get them signed and mailed out today, honey.
Well, maybe I better call the guy and try to get an extension.
Yeah, I think we've got an error on Kent's, too.
No, okay.
You've got that
Yeah, I don't
stuff.
want to. I'd like to look at them. I don't just sign them and mail them.
That's right.
In there.
That's right. You would have to look at them. You've got that Southwestern Savings dividend on Kent's, and that's not on his.
Oh. Well, I guess I better call him. He said he could give me a 10-day extension if we had to have it. And I think I'll just
Okay, well,
tell him let's do that.
yeah, honey, let's do that, because, you know, it's going to take at least
Tell me
half
if
an hour probably for you to look it all over.
Yeah, I think we better do that.
Okay.
Tell me if
Well, I knew I couldn't get in touch with you, so here at Maryland, she let me use this hotline. I figured that's the only way I could make it.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Okay, what time do you think you're going to try and come home?
Oh, I don't have any idea right now.
But
Tell me
you
if
don't need to be home dinner time or
Go ahead,
anything
Mike.
like that.
Do you compute flow rate, or do you have it displayed?
You know.
Yeah. Okay, well, if you're coming on home and you want a nice warm dinner, let me know, okay?
Yeah, okay.
O2 flow rate.
What's everybody doing over there?
Oh, well, Maryland
Okay,
was out visiting
we
Mrs. Lovell.
computed
she's
by
at that
hand.
place
We
with
do have it on the
Red
display,
Phone.
but the ready data.
I did
now
read it
right.
because I told
Second
her I could have
question,
been going
SN
by
tank 2
today,
is
and I will from now on.
953. Do you want me to take that
just
down,
so Maryland won't worry about it.
Negative. It stayed there
So
for
she just now
some
came in.
length
I've
of
been over
time.
here
We're happy
waiting
with it the way it is.
half an hour. She's
Thank you.
quite tired, but I guess she's doing all right.
Yeah.
Anything newsy for me to tell her? Everything going okay?
No, tell her everything's under control. We're gaining on it all the time. We get more expendables as we go along, so everything looks great.
Oh, wonderful.
Got Jim to bed here for change. Should be sleeping, so tell her we got everything pretty well figured out. We're working on fine details of the entry here right now and the mid-course correction, and we don't have any concern about either one of them.
And what about the weather?
Well, that's like all weather. Nobody knows.
Too far away to know.
Yeah.
Close.
I don't think we're worried much about it.
Let's move it to close.
Okay,
The
honey,
position
I'll
is
tell her
closed, like, yeah, I just told her everything looks great.
Vice
you know,
lines.
Okay, will do. And then I'm going to go over and see Mary afterwards.
Okay, fine.
Okay, hon.
Okay, see you later.
Bye-bye.
Did you copy all he said, tell me?
Roger, I copied that the suit fan noise gone down.
Okay.
The what? Suit fan noise has gone down?
That's right. It's not as loud.
That indicates more flow?
Thank you very much, Fred. I'll get back to you if we see anything.
Tell me, would you translate that for me?
Okay,
What does that mean?
His impression is that the suit fan is not as loud as it was before we went to the CSM canisters.
Does that have a meaning that says you're passing more flow, or is that a random thing that I don't know what it means?
Okay, say again.
Are you trying? Well, I don't know. Okay, what does that mean? Would you translate it for me? Does that correspond to higher flow, or does it correspond to nothing that you know of? It just happens to be a report.
It would correspond to a more restricted flow. I would.
Restricted flow, the noise going down?
All right, I'll get a story for you.
Okay, you rogered all that as if you understood it meant something to you. I can't figure out what it means. That's the reason for my question.
Okay.
Hey, have you guys got a woman on board?
No way I can answer that.
Tell me, Flight, did you see the demand reg do what you want?
Roger, Flight. We watched them change the flows back together.
Okay, keep me advised now as to O2 rate, please.
Yes, sir.
Where's the O2 flow rate transducer? I don't know where that is.
Flight Zone, you talking to me?
Yeah, where is the flow rate transducer?
Oh, there is none. That's a calculation in the RTCC.
And where is it displayed?
And Joe, do you have
It's in the lower left-hand corner of 1001.
Yeah.
The QR.
That Fred,
54.8.
That's right. What I told you before is that the RADI data invalidates this display.
Okay.
We're basing it on hand calculations.
Yeah, measuring total to total.
now the question was, do you have a distance out from the moon point?
Still didn't understand, Fred. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll wait till we get better sound.
Roger.
Tell me your flight. Tell me your flight. Capcom flight. Have we ever passed up the master alarm story? Did we ever tell them they could put that? Okay. Tell me your flight.
Yeah.
Would you ask tell me when he's not busy there if we've put the master alarm circuit breaker back in? Did the crew do that or can he tell? Can you tell?
Whether or not they pushed in the master alarm?
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
Okay. So I had another question for you. That rate, doing it from hand calculations from total quantity, you could be seeing just makeup in the cabin, couldn't you? How concerned you want me to be about that?
Not real concerned right now. We're watching it very, very closely.
Fred,
Okay, well,
Houston, you
keep
wanna try
talking
it
to me
now?
off and on about that, please.
Yes.
How do you read Houston?
That's pretty good, Fred.
Okay, two things. First of all, we'll notice there appear to be some fresh particles coming up from below.
Now, darn it, just as you started talking, it got noisy again, Fred. Try it again.
Okay.
Try it now, loud and slow.
Okay, Jack had a question on how far out from the moon are we now?
On how far up, what?
From the moon we are now.
Oh, our little plot shows you just touching the 180,000 mile line. So you're about 40K out from the moon.
Okay. Okay, and the other thing is we've noted some fresh new particles floating around outside, so possibly the service module is busting in a little bit again.
Okay, copy that, Fred. On the O2 flow thing, we clearly saw the demand regulator go to off and back to cabin. Tell me he thinks that it's no big thing, that he's seeing a little change in flow due to the different resistance we've got in the circuit.
Right.
Flight income.
Go.
But we can't get that sub carrier. Evidently the signal strength just is too weak. Let's go to off on that biomed switch and get that little bit back on the voice margin.
Capcom flight, have them go off on the biomed switch. Should appear your thumb a little bit, maybe.
Biomed off. Okay. That's where he is, Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, Fred, recommend you go to off on the biomed switch. We never did get any biomed, and it might clear up the comm a little bit.
Okay, how do you read now?
Okay, Fred, that might be a little better.
Okay, let me see if I can get...
It's 5-6 of the way there.
Gentlemen, I'd like to see if I could get the people up who have some input on the subject of when to do the mid-course time. I'd like to get Retro, Fido, and Guidance up, and Control, and Telmu, and FAO, and Surgeon, and the Capcom, and Inco. If I got you all up... Roger. No, I'm Flight Director here. Everybody on Flight Director? Telmu, you with us?
Roger, Flight.
Trench, you with us?
Roger, I'm Flight. Fido here.
And Guidance.
Roger, Flight.
Okay, look. As I understand where we stand, Capcom, you keep your eye in the air to ground and holler if you want to call our attention to anything there. Okay, we have a range of GETs to do it from 104 to 118. These were selected by essentially tracking schedules. Are they still valid numbers, Fido?
Flight, we've been talking about it, and I think we're all agreed down here that what we want to do is go in the 105 range. And the only thing that would change that was the she going prior to 105.
Well, now, wait a minute. You're telling me what your conclusion is. Why do you say that?
Well, what we want to do is we're making the assumption that the she is going in the area of 107 or thereabouts. We're assuming that between the time the she goes and 118, in all probability, we won't have a better vector than we had at 105.
Okay, now, what you're saying then is you prefer to go at 105 because with the she going at 107 plus or minus some number of time, an hour or two,
yeah, fine.
Your vector will be as good at 105.
Let me interject something here. This she may go as early as 105. Like I said a while ago, this rate is changing and we're putting a curve fit on this rate.
Yeah, but let me see what we're thinking is that we would like to maximize the time
after the she and
that's right, the she or the mid-course, whichever comes
she or the mid-course. And if we do the she a little bit before or after the mid-course, that doesn't really hurt you, right?
Yeah, what we're saying actually is that if we were to get the she going at about 100 hours, we would cut off our tracking then and try and into a mid-course at 103 hours.
Okay, but I could just as easily go to 105.
Yeah, we lose 2 hours.
Rather than come to your conclusion, I'm trying to get at what it is that you're concerned about. You keep telling me what the conclusion is. Are you saying
what
that
we're concerned
you're going to
about?
cut off the tracking when the she goes?
We're trying to maximize the post-she or mid-course tracking.
We need a
Yeah.
like that. On Apollo 8, you know, you stand with Houston, no buzz when it turned on the command module heaters and left them on. We activated it with both things. We had no gas. Just had a real slow rate going. We actually went out in the console and started debriefing and left it run and watched it. And somebody said skip out, the hop out, under me certain, but not much. And there was a long hop. But the second re-entry also it did run it both ends. Left out twice. I mean, really 2 inches. It went to 0 G on the way.
Okay, Fido, so what your intent is to maximize the tracking after either the she or the mid-course, right?
That's a firm plan.
Therefore, you would like to do it, you're on the early vote, right?
That's right.
Okay, early vote to get more track after the mid-course. With what you know today, though, Jay, right now, presumably we should be able to, with good execution, be in pretty good shape here in terms of being reasonably well within the corridor, don't you think? I mean, you haven't got a lot of tracking up till now.
I would say the probability is yes, we will be.
Okay. Okay. Retro, what are your considerations here, and do you have a vote? I got one here.
Okay, this is we all agree on this, that we ought to do this mid-course at 105 hours. Is that right?
Say again, I can't hear you. Let me turn your down.
Okay, we all agree that this is the time to do it.
Who's all?
We, the trench.
Okay, well, what are your considerations?
Okay, the only other if in this thing is that 100 hours, we're going to have a plane. The parallel discussion we had earlier with you. Okay? Yes. The weather briefing. At 102 hours, if the weather is a problem, if they will have enough data to make a decision, I guess, from the higher ups, if we have to make a mid-course for weather avoidance. But it all falls in line, that's what I'm saying. You follow what I'm saying?
No.
I'm saying that we're good at 105 hours to do this mid-course for cardio control.
Yes.
And the only other perturbation we have is should we do a weather avoidance maneuver? And which I don't think we would have to do.
Right. It's very, I don't see how it can be any clearer in 6 hours that we ought to do it than it is now, do you? It's pretty clear to me now that we don't do it.
Yes, sir, and we don't want to do one.
And not only do we not have to do it, but we don't want to do one because our procedures are based upon a horizontal correction, not a radial correction.
That's what I'm saying.
Flight control. Another thing on that is if we did that last one, which is a pretty good sized burn, we'd probably want to get a guided maneuver out of it, which means bringing the pins up.
Okay, well, what do you mean guided?
According to Retro, they're planning on the guided type rather than the AGS manual using TTCA.
For what?
Flight trial.
Go ahead.
All we're saying is that if we go with the weather avoidance burn, because of its magnitude and because of the corridor control criteria, we have to go GNA.
Okay. Okay, but that doesn't have to do with later. That has to do with the weather avoidance burn.
That's affirmative. That was just a discussion, right?
Okay. Okay, so with the weather, with the prospects for getting any more information, and with the changes that we would have to make, it doesn't look to me like there's any point in discussing any further a weather avoidance burn.
That's affirmative.
Okay, now we still remain then is that where in the 104 to 118 region to do the burn and the voted in trenches. You got good data to do it at 104, and you'd like to maximize your tracking post that, so you're in favor of doing it in the early region, right?
Roger that. And another good thing too, all of them, that's a good time because about 100 hours is when we'll have all the procedures, etc., to do this AGS burn.
At what time?
About 100 hours, I understand, we'll have all the data ready to move on.
All the data ought to be read up to the crew, the checklist, at least 5 hours before the burn.
That's affirmative, and that's the schedule we're working to.
Well, do you know that they'll be ready? Are you answering to the checklist? What are you telling me?
Yes, I'm answering as a result of the meeting we had this morning. Pete Franklin answered also.
Okay, but I've heard many times that we have all the procedures flight. The only trouble is when you want to read them on the air to ground, they're a little hard to come by, and I will keep leaning on that one. They are to be here to be read up and considered by the crew. As I told you this morning, 5 hours before the burn.
That's fine.
Okay,
Right.
Roger that, Frank.
Guidance? Do you have any?
Negative flight as far as the selection of the seat time. I don't think we really have a vote. We just there with the procedure, as you say, T-5. I understand the details of this as we go to the meeting this morning and work right now, and they're becoming forthcoming.
I didn't hear your last. You trailed off well.
I said that I understand the results of the meeting this morning are in work right now to get the detailed procedure worked out.
Yes, and they're on the simulator now, are they not?
Negative flight, they're not.
When are they going on the simulator?
The checklists are being marked up, and as soon as we get them, we'll run them over the simulator. They've got the vectors, the rest mass, and all. The simulator's all ready to go.
Okay, I got your story. Okay, control, what are your considerations?
Well, we're running the plot on this supercritical helium now, and the trend is that it's going to go earlier than the 106 to 107 region we talked about earlier, somewhere in the neighborhood of possibly 105, or possibly just a little earlier than that. I don't have the data available yet.
Okay.
In regards to this delta V that you get when it does vent, we got some inputs in from Grumman, and it's like in the order of 003 foot per second you'll probably get out of this thing.
Okay. Fido, would you compare that to something for me? What is that comparable to? A water dump?
Yeah, that's probably right, Clyde.
Right.
And that's
Yeah,
about
Fido, one more thing on this kind of subject. Do you know that there is a school of thought that says that there's been hydrogen venting out of the service module for a long time?
Yeah, we've been following that all through the night. The select cannot see anything that resembles a vent. Okay, which sort of says that it's probably residual stuff.
Okay. Control, what else?
And that's about it. In regards to the checklist, I understand that, like they said, they are being marked and they should be available very shortly. So
Okay,
that also.
you know, we need checklists not only for the burn, but for PTC.
Yeah, that's included with it. They did it all in one big swoop.
Have you had people involved in that
Yes, I have.
so that we'll be able to agree that we're on it?
Right, I have.
All right.
That's all I have.
So you don't really care whether we do it, especially earlier or the latter end of that period?
Negative, I have no preference.
Hey, Joe, I'm all set to copy that procedure for powering up the command module from the LAM. Whenever you want to give it to me. When did you, I guess you want to put battery A on a charge, huh?
Negative.
No, we don't want to do anything like that.
We're not certain when the best time is to implement this procedure, and what we want to do at this time is read it up to you so you'll have it and understand it, and we'll be able to do it quickly when the time comes. And I don't have it for you quite yet.
Okay.
Well, do you have
All
it?
right. I'll be standing by to copy it
Well, give it to him.
whenever you
Let's
get
tell
it.
him.
Okay, Jack.
All right. Is it right? Okay, there it is there, Joe. It's the one we've had. There it is there. Joe, and tell him that the battery charge is an example of what we could use this thing for later. We really hadn't got all that worked out what exactly we want to use it for. You might do better to use the link to do something in the CSM rather than charge the battery, because it's maybe, yeah. No. We're trying to find out when it's going to both. Capcom flight. Capcom flight. Also, when you call this time, let them know that we're seeing the she rise and it's going to blow. We're just trying to figure out when, approximately 105 hours, give or take some.
Exactly what time it'll go, somewhere around 105 hours or perhaps later than that. We've got plenty of blowdown capability, and we just thought you ought to be informed. Over.
Okay, stand by, I'll tell him now.
Okay.
Fred, said they're looking at the heat tank pressure rise. They expect it to go around 105 hours. Heat tank pressure. Fred's nodding his head. Fred goes west.
Okay, real fine. Are you ready for the procedure now, Jack?
Yeah, Joe, how long is it? Is it a big long one or a short one or a medium size? I just so I know how many pages.
it's about, I'd say, 15 to 20 steps, Jack. Some of it's LEM stuff, and the rest of it is in CSM.
Okay, I've got a fresh page here, and I'm ready to copy.
Okay, I'll give you the LEM steps first. They have to be done first. And the first step is on panel 11 and 16, circuit breakers, ascent ECA, ASC ECA 2 to close. Over.
Okay, panels 11 and 16, CV, ascent, ECA to close.
Okay, next step, panels 11 and 16, CV, ascent ECA control 2 to close. Over. That's correct. The next step is bat 5 and 6 normal feed to on. Those are switches.
Like that ought to be just on instead of high.
Say again?
That ought to be on instead of high. There is no high, so that's what that is.
Okay, bat 5 and 6 normal feed on.
That's correct. Next step, bat 1 and 3 to off/reset. Over.
Bat 1 and 3 to off/reset.
That's correct. The next step, wait 30 minutes for preconditioning. Over. Correct, and the last LEM step for now is bat 2 and 4 to off/reset. Over.
Okay, bat 2 and 4 to off/reset.
That's correct. Now we'll go to the CSM, and the first step there is connect LEM CSM umbilical. Over.
Econ 5. Is it clear here where the LEM stops and CSM picks up?
He just
Ready, doctor. You do all that LEM stuff first?
not all of it. You conclude with LEM stuff.
Step on panel 5.
All right, let's listen to it. You didn't answer my question, but
LEM power 1 main B and LEM power 2 main B, both closed. Over.
Okay, on panel 5, CV, LEM, power 1 main B and 2 main B, both closed.
That's correct. On panel 5, CV EPS sensor signal main B to close. Over.
EPS sensor signal main B closed on panel 5.
That's correct. Next step, panel 250, CV bat B, power entry post landing, closed. Over.
Okay, on panel 250, CV bat B, power entry post landing closed.
That's Charlie. Verify main bus voltage. Then LEM power switch on panel 2 to CSM. Over.
checkpoint's fine. Okay, we're right in checkpoint. Inco flight. I'm glad to get this Mars report here because people are considering powering up some CSM instrumentation. Are you aware of that, Tom?
Yeah, we'd like to have them wait until that 210 comes up.
Oh yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Then go back to 275.
And Tom, how many amps does that take to do that?
Open.
To bring up the CSM?
Bring up, yeah, what they want brought up, the CSM.
It's about 7 amps for comm.
How much? How much?
Just a minute here, I'll check.
No, I don't want part of it. I want the total number of amps, not your part or anything else. I need a total number.
Okay, I'll get that from you.
Well, don't call E-Tom right now. He's busy listening.
You're okay now. Go ahead.
Okay, after putting the battery B power entry close landing on, then I want to push the on panel 275, main B to bed bus B in.
Did you get that ready, Tom?
That's right. Then you go to verify main bus voltage, LEM power to CSM, and then on panel 275, circuit breaker main B, bat bus B to open. Over.
Okay, after verifying the main bus voltage, connecting the LEM power to CSM, I want to pull main B, bat bus B, or main B to bat bus B open.
That's correct. And then on panel 250, circuit breaker bat B power entry post landing to open and verify main bus B voltage.
Panel 250, bat B, power entry post landing open, and then verify the main bus voltage.
Okay, that's correct. The last steps are to get the LEM back on descent batteries. The first step is bats 1, 2, 3, and 4. High voltage on. Over. Step in the LEM, bats 5 and 6 to off. Over.
Okay, say again your cutout there, Joe.
Okay, Jack, the last step in the LEM, batteries 5 and 6 to off. Over.
Okay, bats 5 and 6 to off.
That's correct. That should configure you. Note that circuit breaker protection on that circuit limits the available current to 15 amps. We think we can do quite a bit with it, though. And the LEM CSM umbilical will be hot, and main bus voltage may be monitored by selecting main B on the gauge. Over.
Okay, real fine.
Good deal, Jack.
Be ready to implement this whenever you call it up.
Roger that.
You'll be ready to proceed whenever we want to, huh? Capcom? So we said? We mentioned it, Joe mentioned it, and he picked it up. It's something we were positively going to do when it was more by way of an example. Okay, could I have all the guys who were involved in this discussion of whether to do...
And how do you read, Joe?
Pretty good, Fred.
Okay, while Jack was on comm, I was looking out the document position this time. Appears to be on the other side. Before, we'd always seen him out of window 1, and where I'm looking at it from here, it looks like it'd be down below window 6 somewhere in the service marshal.
Decom pipe.
Go ahead.
We copy that. Isn't that where the hygiene bin is?
Okay, good deal. We copy that, Fred.
I believe so, Fred. I'll have to verify and check that way.
I think the hygiene bin, which you thought would be Benny, didn't you?
Roger.
Oh, verify that for me. I'd like to tell Fred.
Okay. Prior to going into entry prep to snap a few pictures of the service marshal. Yeah. He's got all that film up there, and he doesn't want to waste it.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd want me to do a plus EVA to go shoot pictures or something.
Okay, okay.
You're right, we got a lot of pictures.
Capcom pipe.
I guess I agree, it sure would be nice to,
Go ahead, Glenn. He's on our drum.
Did they fully get the message that that procedure was for them to hold, wasn't it? And we didn't want them to do it now, that limb cock business.
No, he's just standing by waiting for somebody to tell him to go ahead with it. Okay.
That's better.
okay, the waste transfer into the condensate can worked real well, Joe.
Okay, good deal.
So I guess we can keep Fido happy with no overboard dumps.
Roger that.
One more possibility, Joe.
Say again, Fred?
Brings up another possibility. Now we got all of that stowed in the bags and the condensate can. We could probably flow all of that through the flip fitting. I wonder how the sublimator works on wastewater.
It might work if we had to do it, Fred. Right now, we're looking at a comfortable excess of water for the sublimator. We were talking among ourselves this morning about having you try out the Bliss to ascent tank water transfer situation, and we decided not to do it, not to recommend it, because we figured it'd take us 30 hours to empty one of the ascent tanks. which you have to do in order to get push water into it. And we'd rather use the descent water, and we don't think we've got any sweat.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it from the plumbing standpoint that we can do that if we had to.
Okay, copy that.
One of the previous ships. Tell me, Flight.
Go, Flight.
Look, I got a kind of a simple question here. We have this procedure for powering over to the limb. It involves preconditioning the ascent batteries and, in effect, taking the descent batteries off the line and making something go through the ascent ECAs. My question is a simple one. Are there any single point failures in this whole process we're going to go through that can lose me my descent batteries or my ability to put them on put them on the limb buses?
Negative, Flight. The only thing that we can see is any of the main feeder contactors that when you take a descent battery off, something happens, you can't put that single battery back on.
So, are you telling me that the maximum risk I run relative to single point failures is putting a battery back on?
That's right.
One battery. Right. You're positive, and everybody's looked at those little ECAs, however big they are, and that's what you think.
That's right.
Well, I feel a little better then. Okay.
Flight, Tony.
Go ahead.
There's one point that I have to make that's not necessarily related to this procedure for supplying power to the command module. Whenever we push in the ascent ECA control breaker, that powers a switch such that that switch valve will dead face the descent stage power.
Well, is that not an answer to the question I just asked you? That is to say?
Well, that is, okay, it is a situation that we do get into doing this procedure, but it's not related to supplying power to the CSM. It happens anytime in the lab.
Anytime you put the ascents on, take the descents off, right?
Anytime we push in that circuit breaker.
Well, is it pushed in now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's in now?
It's not in now. It will be in this procedure.
I understand that. Look, I have 4 good, big, healthy, decent batteries doing the job. My question is a simple one. Have I got any single point failure risks when I exercise this procedure?
Okay.
Because it is optional to exercise it. I don't have to do it. At least I don't know right now that I have to do it.
Okay, when we exercise this procedure, yes, we will have that single point failure because we push in that breaker.
And the failure you're discussing is a breaker to the switch, and the switch can cause dead phase. If the switch is short, it's closed.
If the switch fails, it will power the dead phase relay.
Do we have any indication that, can we tell before we put power through the circuit breaker that the switch is failed closed? And that's what you're talking about, isn't the contacts in the switch fail closed?
That's right. There's no way we can tell that.
Even from the power-up sequence that we did? Has the switch been changed as we power it up?
No, okay, we can...
Is this the switch in the cockpit, or are you talking about the switch?
That's right, it's a switch in the cockpit, and as long as we are on descent power, we know that we haven't dead-faced.
Yes.
And I guess the last indication that we have that the switch is not failed is on the pad when we have ascent power and that breaker closed.
Okay. Now we're beginning to get at the meat of my question, I think. And I guess I'm not arguing against firing from the LAM CSN. I am arguing for doing it in all conscious understanding of the risks involved, and I want them discussed loud and clear for what I'm gaining. If I'm going to save 2 amp hours and 3 batteries, that's not worth doing. If I can't enter without doing it, that's another story. Ecom, tell me, that's the problem that we have. And I want those risks addressed versus what we're getting. We're talking about an instrumentation being brought up. Now, there are other things that we would like to do prior to entry. My question is, what are they? How much do we like to do them? And how much am I saving on the entry batteries, etc., etc.? Now, it's pertinent to get on with this, because if we're going to power up the instrumentation and want to do it soon, we have the big dish at 97 hours, which would be from then to 108 the logical time to do it. And we ought to know how we're going to do it. And we ought to do it with all logic. Okay? I didn't leave it. John Wellen is asking me if I have concurred on the early, that is about the 104, 105 tick time, and I haven't finished that discussion. I hadn't gotten all the opinions in, which I wanted to. I wanted to tell you, can you join me for just a minute? I know I just gave you another problem. Can you join me for this discussion we were having of the mid-course time, 104 to 118? Do you have any considerations here which bear on that?
Negative, right?
You're completely...
The tick time,
it's all the same to you. Okay. GNC and Ecom, I assume you don't have any real input here. Is that right? You can have one.
What's the question, Bud?
The question is, do you have any input that bears on doing the TIG anywhere from 104 to 118 for the upcoming mid-course? Do you care?
Negative.
Okay. Now, control flight. The only consideration that we came in and discussed this morning that you didn't mention when I went by you is the fact that we got a PTC working now, and if we're just moving up the time at which we'll have to set up another PTC, and you understand that one.
That's right.
Okay, but the sheet going is liable to bust the PTC we got anyway.
It's possible, yes.
All right. Capcom, do you have anything to say relevant to that discussion? Or that choice we have to make here?
On the mid-course?
Yeah, take time. There's you kind of have a gutty feeling that if you know what you're doing, you'd like to kind of go ahead and do it. On the other hand, the only two considerations I can really come up with, the balance of that versus busting the PTC and having to set it up again, but as likely as not, we'll break it anyway with the sheet disc. That may not be true, but it may also be true. Yeah. And there are a number of tracking reasons that argue for doing the mid-course early.
Flight AFP.
Yeah.
Relevant to the PTC, he reported about a half hour ago that the wobble was picked up.
Yeah. Surgeon, how about you? Do you have any comment relevant to this problem? None? Inco, do you have anything?
Inco doesn't have any comments on that one.
Okay. AFD, do you have any?
I don't know how the true red cycle fits into this, but...
They tell me they go either way. Okay. FAO, do you have any?
Roger, Flight. I understand that Ed Mitchell has run a run on this mid-course 5 with some independent procedures. They've already got a marked up checklist, and they're comparing the procedures that he ran by with them to come up with one list to go with. And they should have that in probably another hour or two.
And then will they run it again?
And they'll run it again.
All right.
And the simulators are all ready to go.
Okay, now how about the AGS PTC? The one that's available also?
That's available also.
It is?
It's available. It will be available at the same time, and they'll run them at the same time. Same situation on that.
Okay. Network, do you have anything? I guess you don't care when we do the mid-course thing?
Negative, Flight.
You're flexible, right, Dave?
Roger that.
Okay, Flight, I guess our only significant concern is busting PTC. If the sheet tank busted,
well, we don't really know that. We don't really know that. I would guess there's a 50-50 chance that it would.
But, our latest hack on this sheet rise rate looks like it puts us in the neighborhood of 106 GET now.
Okay.
It certainly would seem prudent not to plan until after the sheet tank goes.
I don't think it matters too much, or after.
I don't think it does either.
Well, if you're
We're trying to make it go.
PTC again, and the sheet tank goes in, it just could complicate.
Oh, I see what you mean. But if they're pretty sure it's going to go at 106, we might as well go ahead and do the mid-course. Well, it's hard to predict. 105.30. Yeah. It matters to me, Fido, because I don't want them sitting there for 2 hours with the eggs powered up from your burn to the sheet going to start the PTC. I'd like it all to just come together nicely but not interfere. I wish Control could arrange that, but he hasn't been able to do it so far. He's working on my thermal problem.
Reaching pretty good, Fred, go ahead.
Yeah, I think our PTC wobble is growing worse. The Earth now is really out to the top of the window. I had to get way down almost in the floorboards to view it. Conversely, the moon is way down in the very bottom of the window.
Okay.
A lot more wobble. More wobble than I noted on my previous watch.
Okay, copy that, Fred, and our thermal people will be looking at it. One of the things we're talking about relative to the mid-course correction is we'd like not to do it before the sheet tank goes, if it's going to go, just so it won't give us a problem reestablishing PTC. And right now, our people think that the burst disk will pop around 106 hours.
Joe, come up on a look. What all did he say about the wobble?
Okay, he said the wobble was getting worse. He said that the Earth was almost out of the window, and he had to scrunch down hard to see it.
So that means he's almost getting down in the Earth-Moon plane with us. He's 90 degrees down from where he started.
Probably not 90, but
yeah, in that direction, yeah, it's much
in
easier
that
to see.
direction, what would you say?
Did he say something about the water?
Not on this transmission.
No. Is Milt Windler around in any area? If anybody sees Milt Windler, he's to report to the lobby.
Flight Tony.
Good.
When you have a minute, I think there's one more point about powering the CSM from the lens that we ought to discuss.
Not at the moment,
Okay,
no,
I have time. I'm interested in the
he's
subject,
gone to lunch.
as you probably can tell.
Okay,
say again, Flight?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, sure will. Now, it may
Once
be
we
a while. I went
decide
off the
to
center. Should I try to
stop
find him?
powering the command module from the
Well,
LEM.
not all that time critical. I just got
Yes.
some
Okay.
requests here.
One way we can do that is pull the LEM power breakers in the
okay.
command module,
Tonight for our
which will
immediately. And we
take
can
the power off of their main
Okay,
bus
very
B.
good. I'll have him call you.
But we will continue to have a hot umbilical. The other alternative is when we're on descent power, momentarily go to low voltage taps on one of the batteries, which will interrupt the path to the relays that hold in contacts with power the umbilical.
What is going to low voltage taps do again? It interrupts what?
It interrupts the path to the relays, 4K3 and 4K4 points to the numbers, that hold in, the power to the umbilical goes through relays, contacts of that relay.
Okay. Which hold in power through the umbilical.
That's right.
Any one battery,
Any one of the four
one decent.
moves out.
Are you and Econ discussing the merits of this thing?
Econ didn't come to that flight.
I say, are you and Telmu discussing the merits of this powering from the LEM to the CSM and the single point failures involved versus the gains?
We're starting that flight.
Okay, well, I urge you to press on with it because people are going to want to do that pretty soon.
Okay.
Or at least they're going to want to get some instrumentation pretty soon, however we do it.
Where are you, Houston? Over.
Go ahead.
Okay, Fred, since you went ahead and used the Bliss condensate container, we got the procedure in for using it. I'm not going to read it up to you, except that it cautions a little bit about shaking it too much or
Have you
about
got a story in
filling
the
it too
dictation?
full because they
Yes,
feel
sir.
that if you do that, the vent valve
Just
might
got it.
recede and the bag might
Well,
leak.
Joe's talking to him about it. Well, what is he talking about?
Okay. We haven't removed it from its storage spot. We just left it right in place and just decated the connector at the end of the cable and hooked right into that.
Understand that's satisfactory and recommended that you leave it in the storage box. That should help the situation.
Roger.
Colonel. Can you guys help me a little bit? Do we want to schedule the mid-course before or after the SHE, do you think?
Before.
Why do you say that?
The people are uncertain about what the SHE will do. Okay? And the earlier we get the mid-course, the better off we are.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. What does the SHE versus going have to do with how well we're born in the mid-course, I guess is my question.
It doesn't, but if you take the SHE and the mid-course, either one could disturb our tracking. We got to start once again after that.
You're saying it's 0.003 feet per second is enough to dial you up, Jay?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, okay. What do you have to say, Control?
Well, factoring in what Jay's got, I'll lean his way, but I got a recommendation that we do the burn such that we can kind of second guess this thing as to when it's going to go, so we get the burn done first, and the burn is going to tip it along towards rupturing, and hopefully it will rupture prior to establishing our PTC.
Yeah, that's my concern, Fido. I don't want to have to sit at a higher power level.
No,
Let me hear me out. If I do the burn first, I don't want to have to sit at a higher power level waiting to do PTC while I wait for some sheet tank to go, which may not go for another hour or two or three. You see?
yeah, but I don't know how I answer that.
I know I'm not asking you to. I'm just telling you what that point
Yeah,
is.
no, we're conceding that. You agree?
And right now we're predicting 106 on the sheet.
Okay. Now, presumably in the next couple hours, this is going to get, you're going to get a firmer and firmer hand.
That's right, about 100 hours, yes, much better hand time.
And it's liable to go right when we fire. If it's up high enough, right? You are going to get some heat input back in that thing, aren't you?
Just a little bit, but not much at all.
Oh, really? How many PSI?
Don't have an estimate. If we don't open up our regs, we won't get very much at all.
Well, were you planning to do that?
It's a short burn, but probably won't. It's only a 14-second burn.
Well,
We can't open the thing, say 5 seconds after ignition and close the SHE, and it'll build up the pressure in our SHE tank a little bit more so it'll recharge our propellant tanks. But I haven't seen the procedures they recommend using. That's a possibility.
okay. Well, okay. I guess all we could say then is we plan to do the mid-course around 106 because we would like these two events to be fairly close. We don't want the SHE to go early and be sitting there waiting for the maneuver, although I don't quite see anything wrong with it. Just put your tracking on a little bit early. But I don't want to delay the maneuver just staying back at the SHE, although in effect that's what we're going to do.
What's wrong with 105.30?
Say again?
What's wrong with 105.30?
What is 105.30?
What's wrong with 105.30?
Nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't want to sit around too long at a high pressure level, power level. And I think we're just going to have to pick this thing as we go along and know where
Yeah, I would
it's
say
going to go.
we just have to wait until we get a better estimate.
Alright.
So just wait
And
until
we're probably worried about the SHE. I won't do anything with PTC if you're all that worried about it. Alright. With the trouble we've had with PTC, we better consider. Alright. So, we're talking about approximately 105.30 for the mid-course. And the reason for that is to maximize the tracking after the burn and get in the corridor now. It doesn't take any advantage to delaying. We have the SHE going. We think the burn, if we open the regs, may help that flow. That'll probably affect our PTC, and we'd like to get that behind us before we set up the PTC. So the only reason really for doing it now, I guess, is two. One is to get in the corridor now, and two is to maximize tracking post these two events. Okay. Okay, at the present time, that's our conclusion, that we're going to schedule the burn for about 105.30, around the time of the SHE going. We want to be a little bit careful so as we don't sit too long waiting to do the PTC. And perhaps if we put some heat in the SHE, we can get it to pop.
And just a rule of thumb flight that will work on it. For example, if they redo their little thermal deals and come up with 105, we'll go at 104.30, that kind of thing.
Well, if they go at 105, we can 105. You can still go at 105.30.
Okay.
The point is we make them both close together so we're not sitting around waiting to do something too long while for one or the other.
Well, I guess I was thinking, suppose it went at 103. That's what I was
So at 103, we then are dealing with checklist update and how long we've had them and how well prepared we are to do for it. I mean, if that turned out to be 104 and everybody was satisfied, we proceed. So I think instead of picking a fixed time right now, we keep it a little bit open, continue to track the sheet, keep our eye on the checklist, which got to be due here in 3 or 4 hours on the console. And
Flight FAO. The time for that is about 95,
Okay, we've already done that, Deke.
40. They'll have the checklist
Has Don
here.
Gregory gotten a hold of you?
No, I haven't talked to him.
Okay, well, he's got a copy of it, or I can
can't
go
beat
over
that
it with you on the phone if you'd like.
9840.
Okay, well, I'm
That's for the eggs, burn and PTC checklist.
Could I meet you over there somewhere?
sure.
I got a meeting with Client Connect in a little while. Maybe you going to be there later on?
Oh, yeah, I'll be here all day.
Okay, why don't I
The MCC then will
come
be
on over
around
there later on
105
and
to
go over this with
106,
you.
Okay,
and we're going to kind of watch the sheet and schedule around it.
Okay, well, either way you want to do it.
Okay, well, I'll get Don a call here and see what we got.
Although, schedule around in a sense that we might as well get them both happening at about the same time.
Okay, for tech debriefing, on Sunday we got one session from 1300 to 1800, and on Monday another session all day from 0900 to 1700. And the second session is really labeled tech debriefing and Paolos report.
Okay, and that ought to take pretty good care of it, right?
Yeah, I would think those 2 days ought to do it. And then on Tuesday, we got the program and project debriefing, and we scheduled all day for that, thinking you might want to do a lot of talking there.
Yeah, might be.
And the follow-on crew debriefing is on Wednesday, the 22nd. Okay, and we left in a period from 0900 to 1200 on Thursday
Okay,
for
Flight, and
combined
also on
photo and
the
science
O2
debriefing.
usage.
Yes.
There won't be much to talk about, but I felt to be
Looks like the
worthwhile to leave a little bit of
flow
time
rate
in there
is,
anyway.
Settled at about 0.4 pounds an hour.
Yeah.
This is only very
And then
slightly
there's a
higher
medical
than, we saw
debriefing
before
from
going to
1300 to 1400 on the same day.
0.4, yeah, but that's percentage-wise, that's a lot higher than 0.25.
And then the rest is Paolos report
Isn't it?
until
Okay,
Monday
we
the
saw some
27th,
points up as high as
where we'll have 1 day
3.1.
of systems debriefing.
3.1?
0.31.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Where does the systems debrief doesn't come from the 27th?
Yeah. Well, see, the reason for that, Deke, is we have to get
What do you think?
the
That it
tech
noises
debriefing
around and
transcripts
from
out.
0.31 to 0.4 is
So we
noise
need a
level?
little bit of time in there
I mean, you know,
so
the
people can
difference
read that
between
before going into
0.25
systems
and 0.4 is
debriefing.
almost a factor of 2.
That's right. I'm not saying that it noises around. I'm saying
And
that
then we had listed here on
we are heading in the right
Tuesday
direction
the
and it's settling
28th
down.
a
And
press
at this point in
conference.
time, it looks like we have no problem.
Okay, if you got a current simple,
This is actually almost exactly like the Apollo 10
like
debriefing
the
schedule.
small, not the detail one, I can't read that thing on the television, but the smaller one you put up?
Yes, we do. I'll have it put it up.
Most of the systems and nothing else.
Right.
I'm not sure 1 day is going to be enough for that. That's going to be everything we're talking about essentially in this flight will be systems.
Right. That's correct. Yeah.
Maybe we ought to block out a couple days there for insurance.
You want
We're
to?
talking both vehicles too, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
CSM.
You suggest we leave, so why don't we leave a total of, let's leave the 28th and the 29th open for systems briefing and schedule a press conference sometime after
right
that.
now, we're looking at a maneuver that's 7.6 on the Delta V with a
Well, we got the
dips on
27th
time
now.
of 14.8
Add to that the
seconds.
28th and 29th, or at least leave the days open so they're not
Firm, and that's with
taken
the
up with anything
10
else.
second 4 quad hours.
I'd like to add at least one more day in there anyway.
7.6
I want to leave
feet per
just the
second,
28th.
14.8 seconds.
And then the 29th is on a Wednesday.
The 14.8
And,
LT, does
leave
that
that
include
for,
10 seconds
press
hours?
conference.
No, the yellow just tacked onto that.
Okay.
Okay, the 14.8 is dips on to dips off.
You want us
Yeah.
to put this out? We've been wanting to get some confirmation before publishing the thing.
Okay, well, before you put it out, let me talk to Gilbert and Patron and make sure we haven't got some problems here with management schedules on that one. That's the only one I can see
Right.
Okay, real fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right on. Bye, D.
Tell me you and Econ? Fly?
Go fly.
Okay, you still working this thing? Look, I still have the feeling that all we're talking about doing right now is instrumentation. No other work with the limb, to my knowledge, with the CSM. Instrumentation is going to cost me tenths of an amp hour out of a battery.
No, probably more than that.
Well, how long will you leave it on?
You're talking about a downlink, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
12 amps.
Well, we probably couldn't do it in less than 7 or 8 minutes, maybe 10.
Okay, how many?
And that, if we do the whole smear, it'll probably cost about 2 amp hours.
Okay, 2 amp hours. Now, I just wonder if it's wise now to go through this whole limb thing to save 2 amp hours in the entry battery when at X hours prior to entry we can proceed to use limb power into the CSM at our leisure with the susceptibility to anything happening in the way of a single point failure, and maybe it's remote,
well,
completely minimized, you know?
Quite telling you, we're not real enthusiastic about powering the CSM at this time.
Well, okay, why do you say that? Are you just being kind of selfish about your batteries and you want to keep...
Negative, we can afford the power. I discussed with Ecom the reason for doing it, and he said it was for their instrumentation.
Yeah, right.
And I tend to agree with you.
Now that's important. Now, it's not just instrumentation. It's important to find out what the temperatures are doing in the command service.
Roger, I understand that,
Okay.
but the total power requirement is not that...
that's what I think.
Why
now,
don't we charge that battery A while we're at it?
Well, why do it now is my question. Why do
Well,
anything...
You protect yourself against a battery failure in the limb later
Okay,
on.
but if you want to talk about failures, Joe, the problem is that he can have a limb failure that doesn't give me the decent bat to stay off the line. Now that's a failure worth thinking about right now.
Plays, huh?
If that's a mode, and he says it is.
Yes, sir.
You see? I say, I don't see any point in doing anything. Well, go ahead, Econ.
Okay.
Now, what concerns me is there are people working on this thing, and I want to hear what it is they're doing. I want them to come in here with no time to go, you know, and they need it before we go out of PTC and while we still have the 210. We don't have any time to debate it. I want you to go back to those people and be sure they're, I guess I'm saying this to everybody I say, considering this thing. And maybe they're not even talking about powering the limb, but I don't know.
Well, two proposals have been presented, and the obvious two. Use the power command module and power from the limb. It would seem to me that if we could feel like we could recharge our batteries later in the flight, that I would be prone to agree with you that we ought to go ahead and use the 2 amp hours and take it out of the command module batteries and plan on recharging the batteries full up at some later point. I understand that the limb guys have about a pad of about 400 amp hours.
Yeah, we're in good shape there, I think. And also, maybe end up saying to yourself you'd rather not charge for some reason. I don't know what it is. But, you know, by using the lamp for some of the prep stuff in the CSM, you get the amp hours that you otherwise would have to take out the CM. So you can get it back, and a single point failure in his end of the system at that point, it's too bad, but it doesn't hurt us like it could right now.
Of course, that assumes that you can make the transfer of circuitry, which we feel like we can do.
Okay, but if you can't, you can't, and the whole thing is academic, and we're going to do it on the entry batteries.
It would seem to me that this would be the safe approach at this time. We're talking about trivial amount compared to what we need.
We are.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, but you see my point, Clint.
Okay.
About the charging. Yeah, charging is a possibility, but if we haven't really exercised this thing with the lamb and we come down to 24 hours DEI, I personally would have the same reservation.
Okay, let's say you're saying that you would, if we do that sort of thing, you'd like to do it earlier than EI minus 24 hours.
No, later.
Later than, okay.
Or, alternately, run some of the CSM preps off his gear, save your amp hours. I mean, that in effect is your saving. It just makes it in time happen much later.
Right, but the decision we need to make right now is related to 2 amp hours.
Well, that's what I think it's related to, yeah. But again, I haven't seen this thing that people have been working on all day.
Okay.
office, Mrs. Sherms.
Hi, Sue.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Anything going on around here of any consequence?
Oh, not too much. I've got Don Green on the other line wanting to know if you're going to do any interviews. She's got something like 20 requests.
For me to do interviews?
Right.
Boy. Well, tell them I don't want to do any today. Obviously, I might see what the schedule looks like tomorrow and try to do a few.
Okay. Do you think you'll be over here very much at all tomorrow, though?
Don't know. It depends on how things. I think we're going to get most of our issues settled here today, I hope. And if we do, tomorrow ought to be a fairly quiet day.
Okay. I'm just trying to check back with us in the morning. I was going to ask him to see if he couldn't get a list up here if there's that many.
Yeah.
And see if you couldn't just review it in that way.
Why don't they send up a list with some priority on them, and I'll work from it on that basis. Tell them I'll try to do what I can within reason.
Alrighty, very good.
Okay.
And Don may need to talk with you, but he's catching phones, and they're all busy right now. Do you mind holding for a moment and let me see if he needs to talk?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Hello there. How you doing?
Fine. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
You getting any rest?
Oh, yeah. I got about 4 or 5 hours last night.
Terrific. Hey. Huh?
I'm way ahead of it right now.
Oh, good. Hey, Van Baco came over this morning with the tentative schedule.
I just talked to Canal about that, and he told him the work went out and said he already had it. So he read it off to me. I've got it here.
Okay.
I
Capcom
made one
flight.
revision. I thought one day
Joe,
stuff was
we are going to get a procedure here shortly or in some time that says that we can power the one of the buses. I don't know which one it is in the command module. Probably with a command module battery.
Well, I was kind of
and
questioning the photographic and scientific
high bit rate somehow or other. I don't know what gear it takes to go on. So they're working that out, and we only need data for several minutes or something like that, and then we'll come back off, and that'll be coming to you. We're going to wait though to do it until we get the Mars site, the big dish, which is at 9730. We might be able to get high bit rate with less amplifiers, I guess, and we'll have to wait a little while after 9730 to be sure to get all locked down and everything. So we're looking at an hour or more from here. So they should have the procedure, and you'll have time to tell them. The reason, of course, is the cooling off of the command stack that we discussed with them before.
Got it, and I think I've got a story for him on why we're not using LEM power to do that.
Yeah, and we're just...
particular time.
Maybe we'll give them an hour or something.
Okay. I'll run that by.
And call it primarily a photo debrief rather than a science debrief in any case.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be we call it a photo debrief, and if there's anything scientific at all to look at, well, we can have a scientist looking at it, and I don't expect that to come on to a damn. But hopefully we are going to have some good photos of the system that we might be able to sort something out from, and I think that would be important to let people look at that as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, well, I'll swing it by Tony and see if he's got any big objections to knocking that thing out.
Yeah, okay, fine. And I still haven't, I talked to Patron here about the management. That date's all right with him. I haven't talked to Gilbert about it, so if I get his concurrence, why we'll press on with that one.
Okay, they're all going to, we'll have to wait until Friday anyhow to see whether this is even worth looking at this stage.
That's right. But the schedule we've got right now is an 8 o'clock Sunday arrival at Ellington. That gives us quite a bit of pad there.
8?
8, yeah.
Okay, well, I had an update. They gave me Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, and then it turned to be 3 a.m. on Sunday.
Go.
Okay, the consumables status is on channel 58.
Thank you. Just a minute. Let me write a note here. And I want to talk about it.
Okay. It's a 14-hour flight, so that moves us here at 8 o'clock Sunday morning.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the one I'm running with at least right now.
All right.
Obviously, it could change once they land and see how things go and so
Yeah.
forth, but that's the best tentative one we can go with anyway. And I think that gives us some pad in case we do have some latitude throws and miss distances and stuff.
Now, how's the hurricane look?
Well, I guess nobody's calling it a hurricane anymore, or at least that's worth something. It's a tropical storm, and I'm not too excited about it right this minute.
Okay.
So things are looking reasonable. We've got a few things to work here yet, but everything's going the right direction right this minute.
Yep.
We're gaining on it.
Yeah, look that way.
Yeah, we're running down around 11, 12 amps here right now, which is pretty good. I think the biggest problem we got is the thermal problem. Nobody really understands that in terms of the CSM, and also we're beginning to cone out of the PTC here on the LEM, and so we aren't too sure what's going to happen there either. But other than that, things look pretty good.
All right.
So I'll be over here. I was once about trying to get over there for an hour or so this morning, and then we got into some other things, so I don't know if I'll make it or not before the day's over.
Okay, well, there's nothing important going on here.
Okay, well, if anything comes up, I'll be over in the Capcom conference and give you a call.
Yeah, what's your number over there, Digger? Does Sue have that?
It's 510-5618, 5610 either one.
Okay. She just handed me a note that says Stabbert's been trying to get a hold of you. He's in his office, so could you give him a call there?
Okay, I was just I called him a half hour ago, and I'm waiting for him to call back. Okay, I'll call him back right now.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Take care.
You betcha.
See you later. Bye now.
Office, Miss Alfred.
Hi, Tom back there?
Just a moment.
Howdy.
Hi, Tom.
Yeah, Pete and I just over here going over the organization on Skylab, and we're getting it pretty well worked out. We're just spending a few minutes on that and getting all this stuff shuffled around here. I'll be back over there. Gay said you called on interviews.
Yeah, Brian just came in and talked to me, and I guess we finally decided that since things are settled down and stabilized, we ought to consider doing some interviews again, you know, sort of in the same mode that we were before. Let me read off what he's got outstanding right this minute. He's got NBC is asking for Armstrong and Kraft together tonight at 22:30. And he's proposing that as a substitute for that one that Armstrong was going to do during the EBA.
22:30. Okay.
Yeah. He needs a reading on that one pretty fast. Now, he's also anticipating that he's going to get the same kind of request from ABC and CBS for Conrad and Meade. He hasn't got them yet, but he's sure they're going to be coming in as soon as they discover that we're willing to do anything.
Yeah.
So I guess those guys ought to be programmed. And again, he's saying if ABC comes in, we ought to give them Conrad, and if CBS comes in, give them Bean, just because that's the way we were previously set up.
Yeah.
So you might be prepared for that one.
Okay.
Now, we don't know when those might show up. Now, tomorrow, 6 o'clock, the NBC Today Show wants somebody live for about 8 minutes.
Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock.
Yeah. And basically that's
strictly up to you who the hell you want to use for that. So they haven't got anybody spelled out by name here.
Okay, where's that going to be at?
I presume I did that once here a couple of missions ago over in the, over here in the goddamn hotel across the street. I can't think of the name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They got that tower.
Yeah.
So it's up there.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take care of it.
Okay, tap somebody.
Now, who do I get back in touch with on it? Brian?
Yeah, I can keep back to Brian.
What number is he at?
Well, I don't know. Let's see if he's here.
5111 maybe?
Well, either there or his office.
Okay.
He was here a little bit ago. I don't see him right now.
Okay.
Okay, now he had another one just about an hour ago. BBC had some time on the satellite, and they called in wanted somebody real quick to support him. He said, sorry, we just can't cut you on it.
Sort of a notice.
But he's expecting they're going to come back again tomorrow. And he'd like to have somebody in kind of a standby status if possible to cover them if they call in.
Okay. We can do that.
Okay, now I told him for guidance that at this time we've got essentially you and myself and the Capcom and the 13 backup, all the 14 crew, and part of the 15 tied up working on procedures, etc. So we couldn't plan much on using those kinds of people. On the other hand, we probably got some others floating, so we aren't getting pressed.
For anyone specific?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but he said if we could have 4 or 5 guys that we knew would be available tomorrow, and we could call in on a pretty short notice, he'd appreciate that. Kind of guys that we know aren't going to be busy. At least have it in your hip pocket, so if we get a quick call, we can say, okay, Rusty's available, can do that one, within an hour or something like that.
Okay.
So you might want to...
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll get some names.
Yeah, it's just kind of, I think what we're really talking about here is having an availability list of half a dozen guys or so that we know we can call on if we have to.
Okay.
Okay, that's about all on that subject. Secondly, we're working on the debriefing plan here. Helmet had one already worked up when I called him. I've revised it a little bit. They're doing here 8 o'clock Sunday morning, which I guess you knew the last time we went around this.
Oh, we said Saturday night, but now it's now Sunday morning, 8 o'clock.
Sunday morning at 8.
Okay, on the 0800 Sunday morning.
Right. And so we're going to start tech debriefing 1300 on Sunday for about 4 hours, 5. And then spend all day Monday on that, and that ought to take care of that. I told Helmut to go through the debriefing guide and edit the hell out of it and just slash everything that wasn't
Tech all day Monday then.
Yeah.
All right.
That gives us a day and a half, and
okay.
I think that's probably enough.
Yeah.
And we'll schedule the program debrief on Tuesday, follow on crew on Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah. Now, I haven't cleared that with Gilruth yet, and he may have some scheduling problems. Rock was okay, but now I can find out from Gilruth whether that matches in. And we might end up swapping a follow-on crew and that one around if we've got a problem there.
Okay.
So probably not going to got the message on that one yet.
Yeah.
And then let's see, Thursday, Helmet had a 9 to 12 science debrief in there, and I guess I don't see where we got any science to debrief, so
no.
let's call it a photo debrief. And
that's about the only thing they're going to have.
That's right, and we might need some photography there that might be appropriate for somebody to
That's on Thursday.
That's on Thursday.
Okay.
In the morning, and then we block an hour in the afternoon for the standard medical.
Yep.
And the rest of that week's pilot report, pickup systems debrief Monday and Tuesday, and a press conference on Wednesday. Now, you only had 1 day systems, and I said, let's make it 2.
Tuesday.
Tell me you fight.
Float a little on that until we get into the tech debrief. We may want to even make that 3.
Tell me you fight. Go ahead, Flight. What's going on with the current? Why is it so high? I realize you got a star right now.
The
so that's
current 11.8.
Okay.
Other than that,
it looked to me like it just was up around
okay,
22.
I'll be over there in about.
Oh, that's the on the tube. That's the ratty data we're getting. It jumps all over.
Have they powered up the bus on the command module?
Nope, they haven't. I'm not sure we're going to want it for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Dumping the descent batteries going on to ascent and not being able to get them back again.
Dumping the descent batteries.
You got to do it off the ascent batteries.
Go ahead.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Whenever you look at the consumable status and have your question about the O2 usage rate, I'll have it answered.
What kind of single point failures you can have. I guess you can't rule out that there may be a couple.
Well, they can parallelly ask
I'm not sure what you're telling me or asking me to do.
Okay, I told you a little bit earlier that
well, we had a
present rate is around 0.4
all the things today, and we got people supplied
pounds
over
an
there,
hour.
and things are going okay on that.
But for purposes of this table,
I see that's 0.25.
that's right, we did not take into account the
John
usage rate
Brickman said,
based
you
on
have to bring up the AEA
blurb
when he
of
did over
oxygen
there.
that we had
But
because
you
it would
probably
be
will,
unreasonably
but
high.
no problem.
So what we did do was take into account the blurb on the total usable remaining and the time remaining. But we're still basing it on the 2.5 rate that we've seen.
0.25. Well,
0.25.
Okay, but you're expecting oxygen to go back down closer to that kind of average rate, are you not? Is that
Yes,
what you're
sir.
saying?
Yes, sir.
It's not
Well,
because
if they're drifting out, shit, let's go do it at 104 hours and get back. The press is raising
right
hell.
now, what is it? Is it still around 4 or is it going down?
The last hack we had was 4, but the trend is down.
And if they can't make this burn, they'll miss the earth and skip off into space. And of course, every fucking news flack is raising hell about it. So I just assume go do it.
Well, screw them.
Yeah, fuck them, yeah. Yeah.
Give a goddamn what they think.
Yeah.
We're going to do what makes sense here.
Right. Well, I think if you're just out of PTC or shit, go ahead and do it.
Well, the only other thing is that they expect the sheet tank disc to burst here somewhere around 107 hours. That's just going to bang you out of PTC anyway, probably.
Well, yeah, that the sheet tank burst disc goes, you don't have any decent propulsion either.
Well, that's not quite right. We're talking about awful short burns here, and apparently that you can still get a reasonable burn.
God, I'd want to do it before that sheet tank burst disc goes.
Well, they're looking at that one. Anyway, we got a whole lot of trade-offs to make here.
Okay.
And nobody can obviously predict when that damn thing's going to go anyway.
Yeah.
You can tell within a spec, and I'm sure you're going to play it on the low side.
Yeah.
I think the main parameter here is PTC.
Yeah.
If we're going to dump that anyway, then we might as well take it at 104.
Yeah.
If we can hold it, well, then we ought to stretch it as long as possible.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Yeah.
So we'll see where we come out here. We've got lots of time.
Yeah.
Another 10 hours before that's a problem.
How's the water doing?
Oh, we're hanging in there pretty good. Let's see. We're going to run 12 amps here consistently. I haven't got the exact second. Let me see it.
Was the water down to less than 3 now, 2.5, 2.7?
It was running around 2.4 to 5 last time.
Oh, hell, we're in Fat City then.
Well, probably.
Yeah.
Looks like we could probably get some water in there by just using the goddamn water bags, like a toothpaste tube also.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's Paul White's apparently looking that one over.
Yeah.
So I think everything's in work here, and it's all going to settle down out by dark.
Okay.
No new problems anyway.
Okay, great. Alrighty, I'll take care of this, and I'll get a hold of Neil and tell him about that. I'll get a hold of Pete and Dino, and we'll take care of that.
Okay, now if Neil's got a problem, I'll make sure that those guys know that one. Because they haven't laid it on yet, so it's either you or me.
Okay.
Why don't you close it directly with him?
All right.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Dee.
Right on.
I think that's been a perfect
Flight control. Go ahead. Hey, kicking around some of this procedure as far as turning the ags up to do the burn and all that.
Yeah.
And got a question I'd like to have answered to give us a present switch position on board of the ag status switch.
The ags what?
Ag status switch on panel 6, the present position of that switch.
Sorry, me. Panel 6?
Yes.
Ag status switch on panel 6.
Yes. Present position.
Present position thereof.
Roger. Eggs panel switch on egg status switch on panel 6. Present position direct. Where is Houston over?
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, we are taking our final look at the mid-course procedures, and we have a question as to the present position of one of the switches. The switch is the ag status switch on panel 6, and we'd just like to know where it's at.
Joe, the ag status switch is off.
Okay, off. Thank you.
Copy, thank you.
Well, anybody that works thermal problems for me, I'd be glad to oblige them now. Thank you, bud.
This Ross.
Is Al Freeman in, please?
Yes, one moment, please.
Hello?
Al?
Yes.
Hey, Dick Slayton here.
Hi.
Say, do you think it's possible for me to get an extension?
Sure.
Okay, I think I better get one because I've been home about 4 hours in the last 2 days here, and I still
Yeah, I
haven't got that.
understand. There's still a lot of problems going on there anyway. I know you're tied up right now. Well, how about Kent? Is he going to go ahead and file his? I'll mail both of them to you.
Okay, well, I don't know if I got either one of them or not.
Yeah, I know you're bound to have them because I sent them both special delivery Saturday, and as bad as the mails are, they should have gotten there by now. But I'll get both of you extensions if you want me to.
If you can, I'd sure appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I can take care of that, so don't worry about it. You've got, incidentally, on your personal return, you've got a refund for last year, and the difference, I checked it out, the difference is your withholding shot up about $1,400 this year.
Oh, I see.
And so that more than covered the difference in tax. And I have prepared an estimate applying part of the overpayment to the withholding. But don't worry about the estimate because you'll have enough overpayment to cover the first quarter on this year's declaration anyway. So we won't worry about filing a declaration for you.
Okay, great.
And I'll deliver an extension over the IRS this evening.
Okay,
and then
that's
if
great.
you have any questions, we'll give you a call later.
Real fine.
Anything new on the boys? Are they still coming back all right?
Yeah, things are looking reasonably good here. We don't have any major problems. Got a whole lot of things we don't know much about. We're trying to sort out here, but
I guess number one is what the heck happened up there 2 days ago. Huh?
Yeah, well, that's one we got to get an answer to here sometime. But we're not worrying that one much right now. The main thing we're concerned about is getting them back.
That's right. First things first.
That's right.
Okay, well, I got you covered. I'll get those extensions over this afternoon.
Real fine. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
wide FAO. Might take one.
Tell me you fly.
Go ahead, Flight.
That reminds me, you were going to give me a sketch as to where these CO2 canisters and hoses are.
Well, it's in work.
Thank you.
Flight Unit 3.
Go.
You put in your log that within the next day or so at at Jack's convenience, the CMP's convenience, to look through the optics, the CSM optics sometime.
Okay.
There's some concern that they may be getting contaminated from.
Okay, that'd be
firing limits.
that'd be worth anticipating. You put it in your log too, eh?
Right.
Does he have to turn a lamp on to do that?
Negative.
Just physically look. No power required.
Right.
Okay. Capcom flight. Vance, the next time you talk to him, ask Jack when he's going by the optics sometime to take a look out the sextant to be sure it's clear. Okay? Dust or particles. We've had a lot of stuff coming around, probably hydrogen and oxygen the first time. And that ought to be. Oh yeah, and the MRCS, of course, is working on it, which we usually don't have.
Flight, Tony.
Go ahead.
Our latest O2 usage rate is 0.22.
Okay, good. Okay, it's come down just like you thought then, huh?
That's right.
Thank you. I was concerned before that 0.4 was sustained, but not so. 0.22 pounds per hour.
That's affirmative.
Thank you.
play, huh?
Go ahead.
Project Flight Decom. My ECS guy informed me that it should be about now that we should first begin to experience hydrogen venting based on calculations.
Right.
Secondly, the potable water tank is probably about empty, assuming nominal crew usage.
Okay, how much you got in the waste?
Well, we can't drink that, but we have 17 pounds in the waste.
The only thing I was thinking of was entry coolant.
And we will need that.
Yeah. Calculations show I thought it should have started venting a while ago.
Well, like I say, this is calculation and this is ballpark in this general time frame.
Potable tank is gone. Capcom flight. Capcom flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Econ flight. You said the potable water's gone, so does that mean they ought to start planning on drinking out their lamp?
Well, all I'm saying is if they drink normal quantities of water, they'll be about out by now, but I suspect with the cold it's been, they may not have done that.
Capcom, I guess it's just kind of advisory. Did you get that one about looking through the optics, or did I discuss that with Joe? Or did I discuss with you?
I've got it, but I'm waiting to send it.
Oh, yes, when you talk to them. Secondly, our calculations for what their nominal water usage would indicate that if there were calculations based on a nominal assumption about what they would drink would say that we'd be about dry in a potable tank now, and they may be running into that. Just an advisory again.
In the CSM?
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is where they've been doing the drinking. And I had one more. Oh, thirdly, calculations also say that the hydrogen tanks would be venting at about this stage of the mission, and Fred has reported some stuff on that side of the vehicle, and perhaps that's what he's seeing. That's, again, by way of info rather than anything else.
Okay, that's venting from the CSM
hydrogen tanks.
Calculations show that heat leaks, etc., to be bending about now, so maybe that's what he's saying.
Okay.
AFP flight. Where's the white team and the entry checklist people gathered? 210. Room 210. guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Correct me. This alignment technique for the egg has to do with aligning it. Is it on the LPD or the COAS?
I understand it's supposed to be the COAS thing.
It's the COAS, and you line up the Earth with the terminator.
Affirmative. Where the point of the crescent is on the horizontal line of the COAS.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like that. On the horizontal line. Yeah.
Right.
Calling you there, Vance.
Aquarius, Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Vance, I just heard a little pump sounded like down in the descent stage, and saw a new shower of snowflakes come up that looked like they were headed down that way. They've already subsided, so I wondered what the supercritical pressure looked like now.
Okay, understand you saw a thump in the descent stage and
Control flight.
Copy
we'll
that flight.
take a look
You
at
seen
it.
anything in the descent stage? Tell me your flight. You seen anything there?
We see nothing here, flight.
Tell me anything?
Negative. We got no funny flight.
You got what?
Everything looks normal. The only thing that we can't see is our dip start tank pressure, flight. We don't have that on low bit rate.
Okay, she's okay.
That's fine.
Capcom, the only thing we don't have is the start tank. Everything else looks okay. We just don't have the start tank data on low bit rate. Ambient tank. The ambient tank, not the she. The she is okay.
Affirmative.
Aquarius, Houston.
Fido flight, we've seen a little shower of snowflakes from the dip stage this time. You may see it in your tracking. Let me know. Fido, did you copy me?
Go ahead, flight.
Aquarius, Houston.
We're seeing the crew saw a shower of snowflakes from the dip area.
Brett, we don't see anything wrong. For example, your sheet tank appears to be okay as far as we can see. The thing we don't have data on is the start tank down there.
Okay, it's, I doubt if it would have been that anyway.
while we have you on the horn.
Still good.
Roger, still good.
Go ahead.
Okay, while you're on the horn, advise our calculations show you might be running out of potable water in the CSM pretty soon. Also, that you might start to have hydrogen tank venting in the CSM. And a question, next time Jack looks through the sextant and telescope, we'd like him to see how it looks. Do you have anything on the optics, any specs or anything?
Tell me, Bud.
Go ahead, Bud.
Have you factored any drinking water? I don't suppose you have out of the lamp.
Say again, pardon me.
We think we're about out of potable water in the CSM, at least on calculations. Why don't you get together with the surgeons and make a couple estimates on what they might drink out of the lamp? You understand,
Okay.
you understand what I'm saying?
Right, I understand.
Or is there any other place they can drink out of? How about the Bliss water?
That's the first thing that comes to mind, Clyde.
Why don't you see what you can do? Talk to the surgeon, see what you can do to work up some water. The Bliss water, it looks like that would be difficult to transfer into the ECS. If you can get it out to drink, we're a little bit ahead.
Right, we've seen data that says it is drinkable, but it's going to taste awful funny.
Plastic-like taste might, from our knowledge of the system.
Flight control. Flight control.
Ed, go ahead.
Did they report what particular area of the descent stage that came
Not
from?
really, no. Now that question leaves me hanging a little bit. Control, why did you ask
Well,
that?
just to give us an idea, a little more confirmation on that start bottle, if that has to be something to consider.
Well,
Our indications are now it did not, looking at our data.
okay.
Aquarius, we read you 4x4. Go ahead.
Okay, it looks like this PTC is deteriorated enough that this is going to have downtime in the docking window of the lamp on the pad. And there's going to be one period where we're just going to completely lose power.
Aquarius, Houston, we got part of your transmission. Understand the PTC has deteriorated quite a bit, and you'd like to know what to do about it. Is that affirmed?
Negative. How do you read now, man?
Okay, a little better.
Okay, the only comment was that it's deteriorated to where the moon is now coming through the overhead docking window now, and of course in the beach pad. And about that time, I just lose comm on either antenna. So this will be a short period of time in each revolution where
That's okay. We'll take that.
Okay, Fred. We understand that. And one more item for clarification on the water. We don't really know what your usage of the potable is. That was purely an estimate, assuming fairly healthy usage.
Okay.
Econ flight. Go flight. What rate did you assume? 8 pounds per man day?
You mean on the water?
Yeah.
6 pounds per man day.
Did you get his comments on deterioration of the PCC?
Yes. That's okay. We just have what we have here.
Okay.
Econ flight.
Aquarius.
Go fine. Stand by, let's hear Aquarius, and then I have a question for you.
Okay, Jack just took a look through the optics through one rev, and he said they look good, loud and clear. He doesn't have any apparent condensate on either the Sexton or telescope.
Okay, Fred, thanks for the info.
Econ flight.
Go flight.
Why did we get a 37 and a 32 reading on those batteries earlier? I meant to get back to you on that. Do you have an explanation for that?
Right.
What is it?
Okay, the one reading 32 was bat A, which is down about 50%.
Okay. You chalk it up to that.
Right. And the other one's 37, which is
Flight procedures, checkpoint here.
Okay, you coordinated. Go ahead.
That's from flight. Go.
Go ahead.
Could we possibly get a little additional report on that training they saw?
Well, can you be specific? What is it that you would like to know?
What particular general area from the evening phase that they thought that it did come from?
Well, it's probably pretty hard to tell with the vehicle rotating like it is, don't you think?
Okay, you're probably right.
If you have something in mind now, I'd be glad to do it. Or else, I think we could spend a lot of time talking about it and not know any more than we do now. Do you want me to ask you something?
No, let's disregard, Jim. Go ahead.
All right. But if you see anything there you want me to find out about, you don't see anything.
I see nothing right now.
Okay. down flight?
Go flight.
How much water do we have stored in those recovery survival kits?
About 15 pounds. Let me give you a more precise reading than that, but it's about 15.
Okay. Tell me flight. Tell me flight.
Go flight.
How much water do we have in the both pluses?
Roughly 7.5 pounds.
Per plus or total?
No, that's per plus. 15 total.
7.5, 15 pounds total. Okay.
Flight's on you.
Okay.
We also have about 3/4 of a pound of water in the LCG.
Boop. Well, look, once we run out of potable water, it seems to me we ought to give them some advice. If the plus water tastes bad, good Lord. If the plus water tastes bad, doctor, and it has any possibility of making a mill, I think we got to consider and maybe use the survival water.
Right, Flight, as my understanding, the press water has a plastic-like taste. It won't harm you, but it's certainly not very palatable.
But there's nothing about it that can affect them other than taste.
No, sir.
Say again?
No, sir.
You're satisfied with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about drinking it? What do we have to go through to drink it? Ed, tell me, is somebody working on that?
That's part of life.
The surgeon's working on this, right?
All right. Control flight.
Go ahead.
I would like to get some feedback now on these propellant line temps, or tank temps, whichever they were, that we did a while back relative to this thermal short, but the dips plug out.
Yeah, I stand by.
And I would like to hear what the story is now on the descent water. Can someone...
Okay, I think with just those one set of points, I don't know how much good we're going to get, but I shall...
Well, but with one set of points, presumably they can compare that to what they predicted.
Yeah,
they got the 140 number.
I was thinking they may say we need another one 5 hours.
Oh, I know
get it right.
I know they're going to say that.
Yeah. Okay, I should shut down.
Okay. retro flight.
Go ahead.
In the Earth Moon Sun system, when you do this mid-course, it's going to be horizontal. Are you pointing at the sun with the engine, or is the dips engine pointing, oh, you know, are you going to thrust towards the sun or away from it?
I'll have to look at that flight. It'll be a retrograde burn, and I'll have to look at the geometry.
Yeah, okay. Would you please?
Right. Okay, I'm reading you weekly, Fred. Go ahead.
With all those other procedures you've been working on there, I thought I was going to have a new one for you. How to get 4 gingerbread cubes apart. I think they were stuck together with epoxy.
This is in the food bank?
Yeah.
That's to stand loads of launch and boost.
Right, Tool B did the trick.
Fred, John says you could use the dikes on it to get them apart.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have crumbled them as badly. I generally don't use the subtle approach. You can tell we're feeling pretty good, Vance, when we start complaining about the food.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Everybody's feeling better down here, too.
Flight retro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, on the pointing of the dips gimbal.
Yeah, we got that here.
Away from the sun is the way I see it.
The engine is away from the sun.
That's the way I see it.
You'll thrust towards the sun.
Affirmative.
Gotcha.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
We're handing the downlink voice over to the 210-foot dish this time. We think it'll be a little better.
Just in time for Griffin's team to come on. We've been listening to that all day.
That's training.
Not quite fair there, Jan. Okay.
Flight info.
Go ahead.
We can, now that we got the 210, we can try that biomed again.
Okay. How about high bit rate? Are we going to get some of that?
Don't play so, Flight.
Oh. Okay. Tomorrow we'll get it here. Capcom Flight? Capcom Flight?
Go ahead.
Vance, you can tell them we now on the 210 dish at Goldstone, and they can try to biomed switch again. Our comms cleared up quite a bit.
Okay.
I hope. Well, on how theirs is.
Okay, what was this on the biomed switch? Just turn it
to one or the other.
To one of the other crewmen now, and it's presently off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Fred, we have you on the Goldstone big dish now, and our comm is much better. If you'd like, would you turn the biomed switch on to either crewman now?
Okay, stand by. I'll just plug in first.
Okay.
Okay, Vance, how do you read on base there?
We read you. Just stand by.
Flight info, we don't have the site squared away yet on the biomed.
Okay, Fred, we're receiving your metadata. It was a little slow.
Flight surgeon, we have good data.
Okay.
Okay.
Gee, comm is nice, isn't it?
FAO, mid-gas smoker down.
flight, does that disturb your comm?
What?
The biomed on.
Can't even hear it compared to what I've been hearing all day.
Okay. Then do you have any restriction against leaving the biomed on?
I don't have any.
Good. Okay, we'll leave it.
Econ Flight.
Go Flight.
You've estimated the potable water depletion for me. What would you estimate is in the surge tank now?
About what it was when we last saw it, about 17 pounds.
What?
About 17 pounds.
Are we talking about the same thing? I mean the surge tank, the oxygen tank.
Oh, right. It should be about 3.5 pounds in it.
Okay, 3.5 pounds. You mean there was 17 pounds when you saw the tank last, the potable tank?
The waste tank.
Oh, waste tank at 17 pounds.
Right.
Okay, I assume they'll report to us when they deplete the potable and the CSM, and then we've got the plus water. Do we have a procedure being worked to drink? And we have the survival water.
Flight Tommy.
Go.
Okay, on drinking the plus water, we're working on a procedure to get the water out of the plus.
Yes?
And what we're working on is not finalized yet.
I understand it, but I'm just saying that you are working on it.
That's right.
Okay.
Play.
Go.
On the survival water, I don't believe I came back to you, but there are 3 5-pound cans.
Thank you.
Big dish, we still have that problem.
That's the beauty with TCP and grid loosening the FP block will cause.
Well, no, I mean, do you understand? I mean, we can't hear. I said we can't. When we're on air to ground for transmit, we can't hear flight director.
All right, sir. I'll turn that into our voice section and have someone look into that, sir.
Okay.
Right, sir. I didn't understand. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
recovery network, Milo, please.
Econ, tell me your flight.
Go flight.
How many amp hours have you chalked up for measurement uncertainty?
I think it's right at 140. Decent.
Okay. 40 amp hours, the decent.
Flight telling me that's not included in the chart that you got on 58.
What do you mean by that exactly?
That
You mean you haven't subtracted it out?
That's right. Has not been subtracted
But
out.
you did subtract it out in the water.
That's right.
All right.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
If we're concerned about what's in the potable tank, when we get this bit of data, if we ask the crew to pressurize the tank, we ought to be able to get a hack on it.
Well, let's not have them pressurize it unless they want to drink out of it.
Okay.
And we're not going to do anything here different by knowing it, right? Okay. I agree with you. We could do that, but and it might be nice, but I don't think we should be doing nice things. Okay.
How about that?
Clint, I haven't checked you in a while. Where do you stand in your batteries? Would you quickly review those for me? You have
That's affirmative, Flight.
98. How many amp hours do you have? 100?
We have a total of 120 normally, and we're depleted down to about a total of 98.
Okay, 98 out of 120. This is with a 40 amp hour rating, right?
That's right. And as we discussed a minute ago, when we bring up a battery for this data, we're planning on using bat B to take some out of bat B rather than taking it all out of bat A.
And I agree with that.
Okay. So that means we'll be bringing up bat bus B and main bus B.
Very well. Now, how about, okay, give me your waters. Okay?
Roger.
Inco flight.
Flight Inco.
Are we going to have the 210 over in Australia tonight?
Stand by one. Flight Inco.
Go ahead.
That's affirmed. We're going to have the Parks 210. I'll get you time.
Okay. Weather from flight. Weather from flight.
This is Flight. You calling weather?
Yeah, hey Roger, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Hey, listen, we saw a map out here a while ago with the past history of this, whatever you call it, storm out there, and a prog for it. Is it possible to get a copy of that? Colored so that it's clear what's happened and what is the prediction. Can you do that easily?
Does it say down the left-hand column, forecast position, issued 15/1530 Zulu?
Beats me. I'm not talking about one of these long green ones. I'm talking about, there was another smaller one out here that just had the area of the Pacific blown up.
Right.
I don't know what it said on the bottom.
Should have had a time. Let me see if I can find out which one it is, and what do you want on it now?
I just want a copy of it.
Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't one of these long ones, Raj. It was one of the blown up ones of the Pacific area, the landing area.
Okay, fine. I'll get you one.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. And have you found out anything about that problem yet?
Yes, sir. I haven't found anything out about it, but one of the people are coming up to take a look at the keys up there.
Okay. Very good.
Help.
Okay.
Retro flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Is there a retro down there that's going off duty? I know Chuck went to that other meeting.
John was going off to some meeting too. I guess it's the step intermediate.
Yeah, okay, never mind then. Thank you.
We can get someone, Glenn, if you want someone.
No, it's okay.
Flight network.
Good.
We'll be handing the uplink over to Coldstone also here at 98 hours even.
Okay.
Hold on. Flight FAL.
Go ahead.
They've ran the burn procedures in the simulator. The procedures check out, and they'll go. They're going to make copies of it. We'll have the procedures over here shortly.
That's what I like to hear. Good show. 98. That includes the AGS PTC. Procedures check out in the LMS. They will all be over here shortly. Burn and PTC. And can we have the, I assume we have the pilots who did it coming over in case you guys have any questions about it. Okay. Control flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
How are we fixing on RCS?
As far as quantity remaining?
Yeah.
Very good.
Tell me,
We're that's about 49% used, 50% usable.
okay, thank you. FAO flight. FAO flight.
Go fly.
Do you have the time at which Jim went down below to go to sleep, Commander? And how long he's scheduled to sleep? And when these other guys got up and how long they slept?
Yes, sir.
Can you get that for me,
That's
please?
about 90 hours he went to sleep flying.
Okay. Well, not really, because I heard him for a while and I was here.
Okay, it's approximately around that time.
Okay.
That we estimate that he went to sleep.
Okay, how many hours did the other two guys get? Fred, I mean. 6 each?
I think the CMP got about an 8 estimate, and the LMP about 6.
When did they both get up? At 90 hours?
About 90 hours, right, flying.
Okay, thank you. Up at 90, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Lovell was still up around 9 to 9:30 local, so he's probably around 7 hours or less.
Yeah, what GT is that? The offhand, you know? 9:30 local.
I guess that'd have been around 91 hours. I'd have to back that.
Yeah, oh, that's good enough, I think. For my purposes here.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about, Glenn, rather than trying to block out a thing by individuals and all that, just give them time when they can have 2 up versus 1 and let them play if they know better than we do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to summarize for myself what they've done. I agree with that, Dig.
Right, appreciate that.
Flight control.
Go ahead.
Were you interested in knowing the body structure temperature is concerned to water?
Yes, there was a prediction a while back that the descent water would freeze at 140 hours when we would be out of it anyway. And we turned on the gauge and read some, dips propulsion temps for them.
Okay.
And they were going to correlate those.
Right.
And the results are?
Turns out that the beers were not cooling down as fast as they thought.
Okay, good. Cooling down as fast. From the last readouts, okay. And Dick, you may not have it in your log there. It was agreed that you would come to us when you wanted another readout.
Every 5 hours, right?
Yeah, every 5 hours, and I don't know when that'll be.
99:30.
Okay, well, it's up to you to bring that into the room, okay?
Roger.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, Jerry Griffin's coming on. I assume the other teams are briefed and stand by to report in. And the black team guys, stand by and listen to the debriefing. Be sure everything is handed over and exchanged, okay?
Hello,
Flight?
Hello, Gay?
Yes, uh-huh.
Can you read Tom?
Sure can. No.
No, you can't?
No, I can read you, but not him.
Okay, he's got a bad mic here then.
Okay.
Tell me you flight. Tell me you flight. Tell me you from flight. Go flight. Merlin, would you have somebody bring me out the oxygen plot? Okay, well, please. I need it for a little while.
Okay, 10-10. And the bubble.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Control Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
How's the She looking?
Still has a rise rate of approximately 35 psi per hour.
Okay, and where should we be at the time that we do this mid-course? What pressure?
It's going to be slightly below the burst pressure at about 1880. Channel 64 shows you the predicted rise.
Okay, and then does it also have the predicted burst?
1881 is the predicted flight. That's the low limit. I'll put it that way. And we're just right there at 106 hours, or 105 hours, 105 and a half. Right on that limit.
Okay, so we shouldn't get there prior to this mid-course.
Probably right after. With the procedure flights that we'll probably use, we'll probably help it when we burn. Help it to rise a little bit faster.
Weather from flight. Weather from flight. Or recovery flight. Excuse me, I was calling weather before. Weather flight.
Flight this recovery, you want weather too?
I was looking for weather. He was getting me a map of the projection of that, whatever they call it, storm.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can read it.
Okay, Flight. We're bringing that short to you in Nova Scotia.
Okay, thank you, Roger.
Okay, all flight controllers, give me an amber light. Ecom, you with me? Fido?
Go.
Retro? Retro, you with me?
Roger, Fly.
Okay, I'd like to go over now what we've got in front of us to do during this shift, and I'll start down on the front row. Retro, I think I've got most of your status. You're standing by primarily for the mid-course, and you're expecting somewhere around a 7 to 8 foot per second burn at 105 to 105.30, somewhere in there.
We're looking at the 105.30 case right now, Flight, and understand that we will play TIG time loose. But we understand that we are going to do the mid-course at about this time.
Okay.
Flight Pilot.
Go.
I guess one point we want to make is that we're going to play this as close as we can at the She, and if the She goes early, we'll be looking to do it as quickly after that as is operationally possible.
Okay, okay, I'm not, you're still planning on 105.30 is what you're planning right now, though, right?
But that was dictated by the She.
That's right.
Because the She prediction is 106, and we want to keep as close as possible to that so that we don't have this PTC problem.
Okay, but the She shouldn't go too much early. It may go a little later than that.
Okay.
This is the low end of the range.
I understand we're going to play it as close to a half hour prior to the She as we can.
Okay. Anything else from you, Retro or Fido?
Just a question, Flight. Do we plan to wait until after the She to go to PTC? That's what I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we've done the mid-course and we have to wait for the She, then we are going to wait to go to PTC.
Yeah, hopefully that wouldn't be very long. We haven't waited at all.
Roger, I understand.
Flight, one more thing. We'll be checking it down here, but it looks like to get from the burn attitude to the PTC attitude, it'll be just a simple pilot roll maneuver of 90 degrees, and we'll get those exact numbers down here, but it'll be a very straightforward maneuver.
Okay. Okay, guidance, how are you doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. We're trying to compute our matrix right now for the mid-course.
Okay, now as I understand it, this procedure's been worked out, it's in the process of getting typed up and brought over here. You might run through that with me. It's an AGS burn, right?
Right. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the procedures right.
I understand it is an AGS maneuver, and we got an alignment procedure worked out to using the Earth.
Is it the body axis align and put zeros in X, Y, and Z and call 470?
I don't know. I haven't seen the procedure either.
Okay, we'll review it as soon as we get it.
Okay. They've run it in the simulator, and they said it worked real well.
Right.
Okay, control flight. Guidance, go back to green. Control.
Go ahead.
Okay, what do you got? We got this She thing that we're watching.
Dana.
As I understand your latest prediction, looks like we could get into the range around that 105.30 time, somewhere around there.
That's right, and we have the reg closed now, and when we start to burn, we'll open the reg, and that'll repressurize the dips, and at the same time, we'll increase the heat flow into the She, and that'll make this rate even higher. So we should probably, and we'll probably reach this burst disk limit a little bit sooner.
Okay,
but it's in the noise there at the end of the curve, so it'd be kind of hard to show that.
Okay, if we do this maneuver at 105.30, we shouldn't have to wait more than half an hour or so, right?
Well,
of course, it
that
depends
goes at the lower limit flight, and all the
predictions are right.
Yeah. Okay. In the event that we lost the She early, we just go ahead and do the burn blowdown, right?
That's affirmative.
One thing I forgot to ask, about how long is this burn?
Okay, flight, we'll be looking right now at about a 15-second burn, all at 10%, and we'll try to make it as close to an even second as we can. We'll make it an even second if we possibly can. But one question I do have for control, I think we ought to get settled as quickly as we can, is that we're assuming the crew will do this burn on time and will not trim, because we don't have a lot of faith in the Ag's PIPs after they've been as cold as they evidently have been, and I just want to make sure that's right.
No, I'm not sure of that.
Okay, I'm not either, but
Control,
I'm asking.
You're asking for the PIPs or about the GDAs now? What's your question exactly?
Okay, I understand the Ag's ability to measure acceleration will be diminished.
That's affirmative.
Therefore, we will do the burn on time and we will not trim.
Okay, Roger. Right.
You're not going to use velocity as the cutoff criteria.
Just time. We believe we have a real good model of this depth, and this Ag's problem doesn't sound like it's going to be an acceptable velocity sensor.
I think that's a good assumption, Flight.
Okay, hold on a minute.
And Flight, we run a couple numbers on that. In 1 second, either way, if the crew can cut it down within a second, we ought to be in pretty good shape. Very, very slight mid-course possibly. But 1 second either way is probably more than we should expect for a crew error.
What type of a number are you thinking about now? Do you have one?
15 seconds.
Well, that's based on probably 10%.
Right.
Okay, we got a little bit higher than that. We're at 12.6%. Thrust level of about 1329, which would be about equivalent to a 12.96 seconds.
Okay, we'll tag with control on that flight, make sure we get in the best number we can.
Okay.
Flight retro.
Go retro.
To say a little bit more about how the burns model to make sure everyone agrees in the room here, it's a 4-jet 10-second ullage and then min throttle.
4-jet 10-second ullage and
then min throttle, which is this 10%, 12% thing we're talking about.
Okay.
That's the way we have it modeled right now.
Okay. Control, I assume you'll be working with Fido then, make sure we come up with the right time.
That's affirmative.
Okay. Tell me how you doing. Control, you got anything else?
Nothing else, Mike.
You've had some temperature
We had some
things you've
temperature
looked at.
readouts, so we'll do it again at 9930. And we had a procedure here on gas numbers, I already have it.
What temps are you reading up?
We're reading the dips, fuel and ox, propellant temperatures.
Okay. Okay, tell me how you doing.
Flight tell me we're doing pretty good. Our consumables update at 9800s on channel 58 here. Here to see it. All the other systems seem to be performing normally. This CO2 procedure seems to be working pretty good. We're only up to 0.1 millimeters mercury at the present time. And it's been there for a pretty good while.
Okay, critical parameter is still H2O, right?
That's firm.
And that number on channel 58 does not include any mid-courses, right?
That's permanent.
So when we power up any mid-courses, we don't see that
drop
a little bit.
That's right.
I understand that a pretty good rule of thumb is about 5 pounds of water for...
Stand by, I think I have it here. 14 pounds of water.
For a mid-course?
That's right. For 2 mid-courses.
For 2 mid-courses.
So that's about 7 each of us.
Okay.
Okay, GNC flight.
Go ahead.
Stand by one.
Houston Aquarius, you calling? Negative, no call from here. Okay.
Calling flights again. Okay, GNC flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, I guess your prime interest here is when they power up, you're going to look at some telemetry.
That's firm.
What's the status of that procedure?
I think ECOM and I have in hand here the span input to the procedure as to what they want to see. Preliminarily, I don't know what the final procedure status is.
ECOM, or span 2 jump into this. When can we expect to have that procedure?
Right, this span, we've been bugging them, and they say any minute now. We should have ours done within an hour.
An hour from now?
Well, sooner than that. I guess we're about ready, actually.
Okay, it's kind of like to get this done.
Okay, how about 15 minutes? I think we're about through with ready flight. I don't know exactly how much it's going to take to completely wipe it out, but we're almost
It's a relatively simple procedure. Short.
It's not too bad. It takes several breakers and stuff.
Have you also got the procedure to back out of it once you get through with it?
Well, you just reverse yourself. I guess we should read it up probably, but it's really kind of a reverse of the procedure we're going to read up for doing it. Just back out that way.
Okay. Just read it up once and then tell him to go back through it and reverse the...
Right.
Tell him to go through it.
What we're going to do, I guess, is we're going to configure the spacecraft and then put the power to it. And then he can remove the power so it doesn't cost anything extra, and then he can go back at his leisure and pull the breakers. Right, main BAC1.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we can. No problem.
Okay, and I understand we're going to bring this up for about 5 minutes, right?
Oh, yes, that's about it. That's what we're asking for. Or shorter.
And,
yeah, you get ready.
Vance, this is Fred. Go ahead, Fred. Okay, Jim's coming back on the line, and I'll be unhooking on the biomed, and you want me to go back to the SPA down voice backup?
Inco flight.
Flight Inco.
He's going to be disconnecting biomed here, and yes, if you want him to go back to down voice backup.
Jim doesn't have his biomed rig.
Hold on.
Flight Inco, he's
Hold on.
Let's get these levers. I'll go to down voice backup SPA. Okay, Fred, you were too weak on that last. I understand you're disconnecting your biomed will be off. Say again about your...
Okay, how do you read now?
Okay.
Okay, all I said was Jim doesn't have his biomed rigged right now, so I'll go back to down voice backup SPA, and Jim's coming to the line.
Copy that, Econ, or Inco.
Flight Inco, he's in down voice backup.
Okay, we copy. You're in down voice backup.
Okay, so GNC and Ecom, you're both going to be looking for this power up and going to take a look at all the data. And that's about it.
That's about it. The only other thing we got open is earlier we'd requested a repress pack pressure readout. I don't believe we've got that yet, but that's something I can do pretty easily. It's just a gauge.
Okay, Surgeon Flight?
Sir, go ahead.
Any problems with you?
Well, we have a few question marks.
I'm thinking about the last 10 hours we lost our two compressors. Because we don't want to use the power.
Looks like Jim London's up.
Yeah, he's up. What are your questions?
We really don't have a good handle on the crew status. We haven't really caught up since the emergency got in effect as far as sleep goes and as far as whether they've been able to drink enough water. And we've had no dosimeter readouts, no PRD readouts since 44 hours. 46, I should say. We'd like to try and get that in at your convenience. And we'd like to see some biomed data when it's not interfering with power.
Roger, Jim. Good morning.
Morning, Vance. How are things going down there?
Oh, quiet and smooth.
Oh, it's afternoon down there, huh?
Right, we thought maybe it was morning for you.
I sort of lost track. Yeah, but I had a good sleep.
Glad to hear it. The doctor just said he wondered how many hours.
Let's see. Well, whenever I left, when Jack and Fed came on, we ate for about an hour, and then I went to bed. So whatever that time was, it must be about 5 hours or something like that, 4 or 5 hours.
Good. Glad to see you catching up.
It's probably near 6 hours. I think he was probably from about 92 to 98. Capcom flight.
Go ahead.
While they're switching around here, it might be a good time. Ecom would like a readout of the repress pack in the command module the first time somebody goes by, take a look at it. Why don't you just ask them to get that first time one of them gets by.
Okay. How about surge tank? I guess he doesn't need that, huh?
No, I don't think so. We'll get that when we get our data here after a while anyway.
Okay. Corey, Houston.
Flight coming. Can we go back, Green?
Jim, next time that it's convenient, could you get the readout of the repress package in the command module for us? Over.
Control, you can go back green. And Surgeon, you can go green.
When you go back there, Fred, they want the repress package readout.
We don't want you to wake anyone up to get it.
So no one's asleep now.
Inco flight.
Flight Inco.
Do you have any thing you need to talk about?
No, I'm getting ready here for the CSM-TM power-up procedure. We're on Mars 210 now until 110 GET, and then we pick up Parks 210 a little bit prior to that. We go to 112, so we're in pretty good shape.
You gotta have some pretty good voice. Good. Okay,
we may want to try some normal voice here a little bit later on. Fido would like to have some ranging from the LEM, and we'd have to go to normal voice in the LEM to do it.
Okay.
Part of the burn.
Okay, AFD, you got anything?
Well, I understand that there's a procedure in work to use close water for drinking.
Yes. I don't suspect you'll have to do that, but it's there.
Okay, and is anybody trying to chase down this report of venting from the descent stage area?
Negative.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We haven't seen anything on our data. So if there is a vent, we're not seeing anything along the line of sight of the mist.
It has a pretty good view of the venting.
And we should, because we're in SPT7.
Flight Capcom, even though we can't see anything on instrumentation, if I could give him any possibilities or any information that might help.
Looks like service module venting has ceased, at least momentarily.
Roger, understand service module venting has ceased momentarily. How about the descent stage? Does Fred reported venting down there? Do you still see that?
Stand by. What did you report on the descent stage venting? Was it venting? Anything else going on? Any more venting? No, Fred hasn't seen anything else in the descent stage. And I understand that we can expect the sheet tank pressure to build up to relieve your about 105 hours.
Probably be a little later than that. Probably around 100.
Roger, a little later than that, like 106 or 107.
Okay.
Vance, why don't you go ahead and fact and tell him that we're trying to keep that pretty close to the time we're powered up for the mid-course so that you'll have control. In fact, we'll make sure he's got control when that thing's about to vent. We'll power up and try to do the burn, and then hopefully right after that, so that we don't have to stay powered up very long, the shield vent.
Did you get some interior photos?
AFD, did you hear anything else?
That's all.
FAO?
I'd like to show them the arrangement of
Flight, we don't have anything to report this time. We're trying to find out about the copies of the procedures. About 15 minutes.
Okay, the procedures that you're talking about are the procedures for power up, alignment, the burn, and the PTC.
That's the first slide.
All of that wrapped up into one package.
Roger.
Hopefully.
It's supposed to be here in 15 minutes.
Are you guys in the loop on this CSM power up for the instrumentation?
Negative, Flight. Haven't been.
Okay, I don't know who. Charlie, who's heading that effort up on this?
Pardon?
Who's heading up the effort on the CSM checklist to get powered up for telemetry?
Well, I guess I am right now. We're getting inputs from various crews. We'll have to coordinate it. So.
Jack, any more procedures on command module power up? Did you check any more procedures on command module power up? might be empty. Okay. The next thing we got to think about, and when we have to get to them, is the procedures for left jettison, transfer of the left to CSM power, left jettison. Yeah.
Inco, give me a green light, please. Network flight,
Flight network.
any problems with you?
Negative flight, we're in good shape, and you have the times for the 210 support.
Right. Got 2 CPs, 2 computers,
Yes, sir.
and pull up. Okay. You can go back green. Recovery flight,
Go ahead, flight.
how you steaming now for, how's our weather out there in the, mid-pack?
Okay, the latest we have is good. We just went through all this morning, and figured that it's acceptable. About 1,500 broken, 15 knot winds, and 4-foot seas. Of course, we'll be getting additional reconnaissance flights and so forth in there.
Okay, that's the forecast for 142.
Right.
Hey, very good. And you can go back green.
Thank you.
Okay.
All we have to do is turn the biomet switch on and we'll be in that. Houston Aquarius.
Roger, go ahead, Aquarius.
We'd like permission to turn the biomet on to get off the hot mic mode. I don't think that we have to be on and out if you have the big dish on, do you?
Inco? What about that?
Yeah, you can go off once, Mike.
No, he was asking, he wanted to turn biomet off. What, on?
Here, y'all, our roll's coming in for us.
I thought you said fine. I'm sorry.
No, he wants to turn biomet on.
That's fine.
Okay.
Raj, Jim, we concur. Go ahead and turn it on.
Okay, fine, thank you.
One other point, philosophy of timing this mid-course is based a little bit on doing it just before the sheet tank is supposed to vent. That way we hope that we would be powered up and you'd have control when the venting occurs, in case you were tossed around a little bit. Over.
Okay, I understand. Philosophy of the mid-course is to do it prior to venting of the sheet tank, which means we'll be doing this around 105 hours, I suppose, or 105:30.
Right.
And so we'll have control of the spacecraft if it should give us some perturbation.
And then right after that, we'll establish PTC. And right after the sheet vents, we'll establish PTC.
Then after that, we would establish PTC again.
Roger.
Hello, Dave.
Hi, Charlie. Hey, listen. Jim and I were just sitting here talking about the burn and all. Did you guys, I guess you threw out using pings because of power, is that right?
Yeah.
Because I was just thinking that we use an awful lot of gas doing that. And I hope they don't burn up too much RCS doing all that stuff.
Well, I think it's a more of a power consideration than an RCS consideration.
Flight, tell me. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I you got a man on the advise you something about a procedure on this limb to power transfer. That's a step we wanted to change.
Okay, stand by one.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how much you save
trade-off wise, because I hate to see them hose away all that RCS, which I think they'll probably do, you know, from what we did, when maybe they could, percentage-wise, use less in power by pulling the pings together quickly there, especially if you can align with the command module.
Yeah, well.
Did you guys look at that?
No, it wasn't even considered. They discussed it all last night.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Okay, tell me, stand by one, I'll get right back.
Dave?
Yeah.
One other consideration in the thing is that not only does it take more power, but to get the pings aligned, it requires considerable attitude maneuvering with the RCS, and we think that trade-off will probably balance out any trade-off that the AGS uses.
What do you have to maneuver for?
Well, I'm not sure that Jack could recognize any stars. I don't know. I'd just be willing to bet you they got a maneuver.
Well, if you're in PTC and the guy's looking out through the telescope and can see some stars he recognizes, and you stop right there, you've got it made, because you can drive the optics and do the marking. And like you said last night, all you need is shaft and trunnion. With your dock alignment you've already done, and I'm just thinking if you could do that and whip the old pings together in 15 minutes there, you might be saving more overall consumables by doing a known burn to a known attitude with the pings and a nice neat little maneuver, and if you flail around there.
Battery. If it is decided at some later time that we want to indeed power the CSM from limb power, propose we do ND step. And so advise the crew.
Was this,
I just wondered if they looked at the pings to see what the difference.
It was brief.
It was right up to the signal.
They talked about it, but I don't think anybody has a good handle on how long they think it'll take them to bring that platform.
Would like for you to get this in your procedure and also the Capcom.
Platform up again tomorrow if we got
what circuit breakers are they?
Okay, it's the Ascent ECA control circuit breakers.
Yeah.
On panels 11 and 16.
Say that again.
I sure think, that's probably a good idea, because you can sure do a lot cleaner burn with the pings than you can manually.
I don't have one.
And as you well know, that everybody who does something manually up there uses more gas, about twice as much gas as they did in the simulator.
Okay, at the end of
look, for instance, at all the dockings that take place, everybody's just about doubled the gas they use.
Okay, just be EPS.
Well, that's true.
Or CB EPS 11 and 16 and ECA control open.
Last night in their discussion on not bringing a ping.
And the reason for this is to avoid against a single point failure that if a failed dead phase switch would lose all decent EPS power.
Probably the only thing we are losing is a little bit more.
What it does if the dead phase switch is failed closed, well, it turns all our decent batteries
no
off.
question about that. It'd be interesting to see how much RCS they do use.
I'm going to get a hack, have control, get a hack on that.
Oh, very good. Let's compare with what the simulator did. Okay,
one
just
more
wanted to
time,
see.
read the names
Yeah,
of
Charlie,
things
thank
the way
you.
you said it when you read the procedure. EPS what? Starting with EPS. Stand by, let's see what the Jim wants.
Ecom, you get that?
Roger.
It's about where you expect it, right?
That's affirmative, fine.
Tell me, Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Say the name of those circuit breakers again, the way you said it a while ago.
Okay, it's CB, EPS, This is just the caption. And then panels 11, 16. And then it's Ascent ECA control.
Just one?
No, there's two. One on each panel.
Oh, 11 and 16. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Open. Flight final.
Go.
Hey, I missed some of the discussion they must have had on the black team shift, but I would be interested in knowing if anybody really believes that DIP's burst disk is going to really blow us out of PTC. That's the whole philosophy. We're designing this mid-course time around. Okay? They didn't want to go into PCT and then have the blow them back out of PTC and then have to go back in it.
Well, I don't think anybody can tell you exactly what it'll do. It'll probably put some disturbing torques on the stack, yeah.
Okay,
to what extent?
The velocity they're saying is 0.003 feet per second or something like that.
I would suspect that it would be pretty small.
But it's the suspicion is not worth going into PTC and chancing it. We'd rather not do that.
No, I don't think so. I think it'll occur shortly enough. If it looked like it was going to drag out, yeah, we might go ahead and start PTC and then go.
It seems to be a very straightforward maneuver to get into PTC from where we're going to be.
Well, we'll probably just stay there then until we go into PTC.
Roger. Go ahead, Capcom.
Flight info.
Go ahead.
I think
yes,
if
we got the
tweaked
bomb
up
at subcarrier, but no
flight directors
modulation
loop at
on
all
it. We
with
suspect
the
that
air grounded on,
the switch is in the
it's not enough,
position
so we
which is
might try
disconnected
tweaking it up
on
some
the
more
biomet.
yet.
So let's go to the opposite position on the biomet.
Okay. We'll see what we can do.
Okay. Capcom flight. Tell him we got the biomed subcarrier, but we don't have any data, and ask him if he's got the right position selected. He's probably got the position selected. Fred Hayes had it on his side, and he's probably plugged into the other side and didn't change the switch.
Okay.
Okay. That's okay.
Capcom, contact my left. Capcom.
Go ahead.
Right, sir. Goldstone Comtech just reported that evidently you start talking before you get your key down. You know, you're push to talk.
Go ahead, fine. Have you got this procedure now?
And,
I'm looking at it right now.
Just pause just an instant after you key, then start talking. It'll be all right.
Okay, I'll try to remember to hesitate a little bit.
All right, so now one other thing.
Okay.
You have your monitor volume control all the way up now, sir?
Yeah, all the way.
And it's still 2 weeks?
Well, let me listen in again. Just a second.
All right, sir.
I'll call you back.
All right, sir.
control flight.
Go ahead, Blaine.
Have you changed your story now on Ag's Pippas?
Negative. We've got another input just came in now that says if we come up a little earlier, we may be able to get it more accurate. Right now, the previous procedure was 2/10 for 20 seconds.
How much?
2/10 air for 20 seconds. 2/10 of a foot per second for 20 seconds. That includes the burn time and the ullage.
What is the change that has evidently come out in the last? What's changed since our first discussion?
Control flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Does that accelerometer have any bias in it? I mean, should it get on it pretty quick when he starts to trim it?
Yeah, it's the 1 second cycle, Flight.
Control flight. If we got ready to do this burn and we're somewhere below 115 degrees, say at 100 degrees, you wouldn't want to do this, would you?
We can only guarantee you 0.2 of a foot per second accuracy.
Well, what if it's 90 degrees? That
That's even worse.
That makes it worse. So there's some question on where the temperature level is and what you can really expect out of accelerometer. Is there any reason you would expect it to be somewhere other than 115 degrees?
Not at this time.
Okay. Control flight.
Got an update for you here. That's a 2 second cycle, this particular address he's monitoring. That would be a 2 second cycle.
Okay.
Rather than the one I told you.
Okay, why don't you make sure, have you got this procedure now? See, I got it set. Okay, why don't you see how Charlie is marking his up? Make sure you understand what he's doing. So I understand that what he's going to do is burn 1 second shorter than he really thinks he needs, and then bump it up with RCS. Bump up the delta V with the RCS, using as this address 470.
Okay.
Okay?
Roger.
Econ flight.
Flight econ.
Stand by.
Flight retro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in the roundtable discussion up there a moment ago, we were talking about how much we could delay TIG or how much we could use an early TIG, how much we could vary TIG in effect for mid-course 5. And we see that a 30-minute difference, doing it 30 minutes early or 30 minutes late, is still acceptable in terms of impact on intragamma.
Okay.
Slayton's office, Mr. Sims.
Hi, Susan.
He had gone down to a meeting down on the third floor, but I can get him for you if you need to talk with him.
Well, I just wanted to update him on this debriefing plan and tell him to go ahead and fire it out.
Did you all discuss it a while ago?
Pardon?
Did you discuss it with him a while ago?
Yeah, but we didn't, I don't know what I've changed since I talked to him last. Well, it's not all that time critical. We won't get out till tomorrow anyhow, so I can talk to him later on.
Okay, well I can leave a note on his desk if he's not back before 5 to call you.
Okay, fine.
If you're going to be over there.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Alrighty, very good.
Okay, fine.
Thanks a lot.
Anything else going on there?
No, it's fairly quiet, I guess. It's surprising, as a matter of fact. But he had an not an EAA Exchange Council meeting, I guess, at 3, and he said it probably lasts a couple of hours.
Right.
But, is everything going all right with the flight now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Seemingly, are you getting any rest?
Oh, yeah, I got home last night for 4 hours.
All of 4 hours, boy! You're setting a record for yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow then, I guess. I just talked to Mr. Green to see what had happened to the list of interviews, and he said that Mr. Duff was going to discuss with you doing something sort of similar to a press conference, and I guess he's done this, has he not?
Yeah, I talked to Brian about it, and I told him if we had that many, why don't we just try to get them all in one gaggle? So he said, yeah, that's probably a good solution. So they were going to try to set up something where they got them all in one room and then call it a briefing session or something at the same time, rather than trying to get them in series.
Well, that sounds real good. It'll certainly be less time consuming that way.
Yeah, right.
Okay, well, I don't know of anything that we have that's very pressing, so I'll leave a note for Don to call you whenever he gets out.
Okay, real fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, fly.
Have you guys had a chance to look over this procedure?
Right. Looks all right to me.
Say again?
Looks all right to me.
Okay.
flight procedures.
Go ahead.
We're going to write a checkpoint.
Okay.
Flight Capcom.
Go ahead.
Are we going to be sending up this procedure for power up and instrumentation turn on very shortly?
Yes. In fact, as soon as we get everybody that's interested in it, to make sure they're been over to concur. Tell me, you got something?
Yeah, Flight, you talking about this powering the CSM from the limb?
No, talking about powering the thing up to do the burn.
Okay, disregard.
Well, this Capcom, I meant powering up the CSM.
That procedure's not even ready yet. I haven't seen it. I'm having a discussion about that right now. I think we're going to have to convene a little board here to resolve the problem.
Yeah, Flight, tell me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've had some, I guess, some new inputs from SPAN on the CSM power from limb, and
yes.
I guess we're going to have to possibly change to that. We're having SPAN review a new procedure right now. Just this modification, the one we've already read up.
Oh, the one we've already read out to you are proposing a change?
Yes, we have an input. We're proposing a change.
What does the change do?
It powers the CSM from an ascent battery, and the descent batteries. It guards against a single point failure in the limb.
What, the dead face?
Yeah.
Tell me, does this involve one ascent battery?
That's affirmative, one ascent battery.
Okay, fine. See, you called about a debriefing schedule.
Yeah, let me give you the I think we talked over the whole thing anyway, and I didn't talk to Gilruth, but Crash said 22nd or 21st, it looked all right to him for the program debrief, so we ought to go ahead and run with that one, I guess.
Okay.
And I guess the only other thing I'm kind of vacillating on is that systems debrief, whether we ought to make that 2 or 3 days. I think maybe it's for planning purpose and insurance, maybe we ought to make that a 3-day plan. And
okay, move the press conference up to R+13?
Yeah, move it up to the 30th. It's always easier to back it up a day than it is to squeeze another day out of them.
All right.
I guess we just don't have a real good feel for what the hell we're going to get into there.
Okay.
So I'd rather play that game with them and give them a day rather than have to take one away from them at a later date.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, fine. So I think we just go ahead and run with that one then.
Yeah, Callio's not in, so I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet about the scientific part of it, but...
Okay, well, I think we just call that photo debrief, and if sure he understands that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's probably a smart thing to do.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, good.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. Any consequence happening right this minute? We're going to power up to CSM here shortly and turn on instrumentation and see what the hell we got left there.
Okay. When are you going to do that?
Oh, as soon as they give us a damn checklist to do it with.
Oh. When's the burn this evening?
Well, don't know that yet either. Let's see.
It's supposed to be
around 105 hours.
105? Yeah, that's right.
It'll be around 10 o'clock tonight.
Right. Okay.
I can vacillate either way depending on when that sheet tank vents. We're playing that one. Trying to do it right around there.
All right.
So if they get a better hack on that, we may shift it some. But it looks like around 10 right this minute.
Okay.
Okay, good enough. We'll see you after a while then.
Okay, Deke.
Okay, take care.
Righto. Bye. Bye.
Control flight.
Good, flight.
Have you been over all of this activation and burn procedure now?
That's affirmative.
You like it?
Yes, sir. We made one input to Charlie, too. And that is we'd like to spin the gyros up to 5 minutes before they do a body align.
Okay.
Make sure they're up to speed.
Did he change that?
Yes, sir. One other thing, too, Flight, you recall we're supposed to get a temperature measurement readout from the crew on the propellant fuel and ox temps.
Yes.
And we're about that time.
Flight, we see you, Master Lawrence.
Go ahead, Jim.
Bat now.
Okay, we just did a battery warning signal.
Roger, Flight.
Stand by, Jim. The com's no good here right now.
We can't tell which battery on it. We got low bit rate.
Capcom, can we get the input, power in, can we get the high bit rate?
Roger, Flight.
Houston Aquarius, how do you read now?
Go ahead, loud and clear.
Okay, we just had a battery warning national alarm, and it looks like it's battery 2.
Copy, battery 2.
Okay, what do I get some high bit rate? Tell me.
Roger.
Yeah, go.
Capcom, let's ask him to turn, what do we need, Inco? Power, amp,
Yeah, let's
breaker
go. Right, power amp, circuit breaker in, close it.
And Roger, Houston, this Houston, could you close the power amp circuit breaker and we'll get some high bit rate?
Roger.
Turn CB closed, John, and then tell him to go high bit rate once he does that.
It's closed.
Okay, and we need high bit rate.
Yeah.
Currents look okay, fine.
Currents look okay. It may be a CNW problem. Take a look.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we got a battery 2 mount.
Okay, what's the battery itself look like?
It could be a possibly over temp. Let's look at it.
Flight Inca.
Go.
This will be a nice time to get that range function switch on.
Stand by a minute, though. Let's look at that.
Okay, flight, tell me.
Go.
Okay, we want to open the bow load cross tie on panel 16.
Download.
Are you picking it up, Houston?
Roger, want to open the bow load cross tie on panel 16, over.
Say again?
Open the bow load cross tie breaker on panel 16, over.
Open balance load cross tie breaker on 16, Roger.
That's a firm.
It's open.
Okay, tell me, how's she looking now?
Okay, just a minute, change that.
You got temperature monitor on that battery?
Second flight.
Have you got temperature on that battery?
Negative. It looks like it might be an over temp. Let's look at it here a minute. See that, or it could be a possible instrumentation failure. The current seems pretty nominal. It's a little higher voltage right now.
If you're getting high bit data, we could do an off reset and back on battery 2 if we're standing by for that.
Okay, tell me when we'll look at it just a second.
Okay, let's turn it off for a minute.
You want to turn it off and leave it off?
No, just a minute. Let's turn it off and look at it.
Okay, turn it off and leave it off for a second.
Okay, could you turn off battery 2 and leave it off and let's look at it?
Say again, you want us to turn off battery 2 and leave it off and you'll look at it?
That's affirmative.
Okay, battery 2 coming off the line.
Okay, battery 2 is off. Okay, let's watch the open circuit voltage here a minute. Bye.
Okay.
Okay, flight, it looks like it's not a reverse current and it's not definitely not an overcurrent, so it must be over temp.
Want to just lay it off and let it cool a little bit?
Yeah, let's watch it a while here. Let it cool down.
Let's just stay in this configuration a while, John, and then we'll tell me what to do.
Okay, Aquarius, so you want to stay in this configuration for a while. Let's look at the battery.
You can tell him it's...
Roger, we'll stay in this configuration.
Okay, flight, tell me.
Go.
Let's close the bell load circuit breaker back.
Want to close the bow load circuit breaker back now. Houston, we want to close the bow load circuit breaker on panel 16 now again.
We haven't closed. The cross-tie balance load circuit breaker is closed.
Okay, we see it fine.
Roger.
Okay, I think right now we just want to watch it and let it cool down here a while.
Okay. Okay, what is that, the range function?
Range function switch to range.
Capcom range function switch to range. We'll get some ranging while we're setting high bit rate here.
Corey, Houston, request range function switch to range, please.
Go, Fido.
We don't need too much here. About 3 minutes would be great.
It didn't cost us anything as long as we got the power.
Great. We'll take all we
Range
can get.
function switch going to range.
Right up.
Okay, fine. Timmy, we just want to watch it a while here. Looks like it's probably over temp.
Okay, what gives you that indication?
There's a
What gives
battery.
you that idea?
There's a closer switch. It's a discrete type thing in the battery itself that closes. It's a little thermal wafer. In flight, Timmy.
So?
Yeah, and what leads me to believe it's over temp instead of a instrumentation point is that when you turn it off, the mouse should have remained on. If it was instrumentation.
If it was sensor failure.
Yeah.
Okay.
This battery has been noted to be the older of the batteries. So we'll just watch it a while here. See if the open circuit voltage comes back up here.
Yeah, we can tell him it's not overcurrent or reverse current, that we suspect it might be a temp problem. That's what we're just going to watch it here for a while.
Corey, Houston. Corey, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, on the battery problem, we have determined that it is not overcurrent or reverse current. We suspect it's over temp, but don't know for sure, so we're going to watch it for a while.
Okay.
Tell me, Flight.
Go Flight.
Is the you say the thing went off? The bat mouth went off
Yes.
when he turned it off?
Yes.
If it was an over temp, is that what you would expect it to do? In other words, when you turn it off, is the bat mal sensor powered through the switch or something?
Yes. Yes. It should.
So if it was a sensor failure, it'd still be shut though.
Yeah, unless it's some.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like. It doesn't sound
Okay,
like.
stand by.
It sounds like either way it would have to go off if you turned it off.
Okay, stand by.
Charlie, anytime you're ready on that procedure, you can go with it. That's what they're working on now, Deke.
Okay, fine, Timmy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I don't guess we can tell if it's a real over temp or a false one. When you turn it off, it removes that. Fine, Timmy.
Go ahead.
I guess the point is, then it's still valid that it's not an instrumentation failure other than the thermal wafer itself. It's not like a signal conditioning failure or something.
Corey, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, Charlie has some procedures to read up for you here. I think you'll need your activation checklist. It's handy.
Aquarius, that's the contingency checklist.
Okay, okay, stand by, Charlie. Okay, Charlie, I've got the contingency checklist and standing by.
Okay, Jim, we'd like you to turn to page 24, which is the 30-minute activation, and this is going to be a procedure for the mid-course burn that we got coming up at 105 with the ags up, over.
Roger, the mid-course at 105, and I'm on page 24.
Fido, we're shooting 105.
Okay, 30-minute activation. Omit steps 1, 2, and 3. Perform step 4. RCS system AB/2. Over.
Roger, omit steps 1, 2, and 3. Perform step 4.
Raj. And on the EPS activation, same page. Perform step 1, and in step 2, perform line number 6, EPS display close. Over.
Okay, on EPS activation, perform step 1 and perform step 2, line 6 only. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, Jim. The rest of the stuff is already closed at this time, so that's all we'll have to do is close the EPS display breaker.
Okay.
All right, turn to page 25. On page 25, omit step 3. Perform step 4. On step 4, last line, scratch CB16 EPS inverter 2 closed. Over.
Roger, omit step 3, perform step 4, except for the last line, circuit breaker 16 EPS inverter 2 closed.
Raj, that's correct. On step 5, perform step 5 under primary glycol loop activation. Step 1, line 1, CB16 ECS display close. That's a crew option. You can have it if you want to. Omit the rest of step 1 and step 2. Perform step 3. Over.
Okay, on primary glycol loop activation, crew option on step 1, first line. The rest of it will omit. Step 2 will omit, and we'll do step 3.
That's affirmative, Jim, with the following deltas on step 3, and if you'll turn to page 26, I'll give you the deltas on the activation circuit breaker list. Over.
Okay, I'm there.
Raj, on line 1, row 1, under AC bus A, tape recorder should be open. Deca gimbal, open. All the other ones as shown on the page. Over.
Okay, on row 1, AC bus A, tape recorder and Deca gimbal will be open. All the rest as shown.
Raj, and we don't know the status of your windows. If you, during this burn, we're going to have to look out the forward window to get the alignment with the coax, so you might need the commander window heater, and you can, of course, use that breaker if needed, since we do have the AC power. On row 2, go ahead, over.
I don't think we'll need it, Charlie.
Okay, fine, Jim. Okay, on row 2, under RCS System A, ascent feeds 2 and ascent feed 1 should be open. Under flight displays, mission timer should be open. GASA, open. Ordeal, open. Under AC Bus A, GASA, open. The rest are as shown on the page, over.
Okay, on row 2, we're going to open up ascent feed 2 and ascent feed 1 under RCS System A. We're going to open up the mission timer and flight displays the GASA and the Ordeal, and the AC Bus A, the GASA.
That's permanent. Okay, row 3, under propellant, decent helium, reg vent should be open. Under heaters, rendezvous radar standby, open. Landing radar, open. Under staff control, ATCA pings, open. Under ED and lighting, all 4 open, over.
Okay, row 3, under propulsion, the decent helium reg vent will be open. The standby rendezvous heater will be open, and the landing radar heater circuit breaker will be open. I just changed antennas. Keep it on down the line. Active pings will be open. And the last 4 circuit breakers, 200 ED and 200 lighting, will be open.
That's affirmative. Okay, under row 4, under ECS, glycol pump auto transfer, close. Under COM, up data link, open. VHF-B and VHF-A should be open. Under pings, LGC DISCI open, IMU operate open, over.
Okay, under row 4, the auto transfer will be closed. Up data link open, VHF A and B open, DISCI open, and IMU operate open.
That's firm. On the last row, the only delta is under the cross tie bus, and it should be open, over.
Say that again, Charlie.
Okay, under the last row, under EPS is the only delta, and that is under the cross tie bus. It should go open, over.
Roger, the cross tie bus should go open.
That's firm. Going on to page 27, activation, panel 16. Under RCS system Bravo, ascent feed 1, ascent feed 2 should be open. Under propulsion, pugs should be open. Ascent helium reg, open. Over.
Okay, line 1 on panel 16, ascent feeds 1 and 2 will be open. And the BQTS will be open, and the ascent helium reg will be open.
That's affirmative. On the next 3 rows, we only got the 9 deltas, so I'll go through the next 3 rows completely, and then you can read those back. Under lighting.
Okay.
Under lighting, flood, open. Track, open. Under ED, logic. Under ED, logic, open. Under staff control, descent engine override, open. Under ECS, suit flow control, open. Under row 3, COM, display, open. VHF-A, transmitter, open. VHF-B, receiver, open. Under ECS, display, that's crew option. Last row, under EPS, inverter 2, open, over.
Okay, on the last 3 rows, we have flood and track circuit breakers, row 2 open, logic power B open, descent engine override open, suit flow control open. On the 3rd row, display open, VHF-A and VHF-A transmitter open, VHF-B receiver open. And under ECS we have display open, that's crew option. And the last one, inverter 2, under EPS will be open.
Roger, that's a good readback. Under that ECS display, it shows it closed. If with it closed, you can have some readout of onboard readout of your ECS system. Draws a lot less than a half amp, so it's up to you whether you want it or not. Okay, on page 28.
Right.
On page 28, perform step 4 with the following changes in the warning light status. Under the warning lights, you will have ascent pressure and an LGC light. Scratch RCS-A and RCS-B reg. Under caution lights, you'll have a preamps light. Over.
Roger. Under warning, we'll have ascent pressure and LGC, and under caution, we'll have a preamp.
Affirmative. Under VHF/S-band activation and checkout, scratch step 1. Under step 2, change down voice backup to voice. Scratch step 3. Under pings turn on, scratch the entire procedure. Under DAP set gimbal drive, scratch entire procedure. Over.
Okay, under VHF S-band activation and checkout, scratch step 1. Do step 2 with the following change. Down voice backup to voice. Scratch step 3. Scratch the entire remaining of that page. Over.
That's affirmative, Jim. Going on to page 29. We've got, at this point, there's a write-in required. It's about a 6 or 7 liner, and I'll try to go fairly slowly and let you write it down if you're ready to copy. Over.
Ready to copy.
Okay, at this point, we'd like you to verify RCS heaters in auto for 15 minutes.
Is that the first step, Charlie?
That's affirmative. what we're trying to do here is we're getting you set up in an attitude so you can damp your rates and come out of PTC. And this is the configuration. I'm reading you now in the next 6 lines the procedure for getting you into configuration to damp the rates and stop PTC. Over.
Okay, so the first thing will be to go to auto on the RCS system A and B?
It's to verify that the heaters have been in auto for 15 minutes. Back on the first page of this procedure, you put the heaters in auto and you push the breakers in, and we'd like for them to warm up the water for 15 minutes before we start to stop in PTC.
You want me to talk in your ear here about what preliminary indications on this battery, and you may wait till this readback through?
For 15 minutes.
No. Okay. Step 2. Balance couple off. Dead band.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, fine. Right now, I'm beginning to believe that
attitude
it's not a valid temperature
control,
not an over temp. It's from indications that we've seen no response in the glycol loop. The inlet
to direct
is about 36 degrees temperature-wise.
Mode control,
and it takes 145 degrees for that thing to close, that wafer, that thermal wafer.
At hole.
And so what I'm supposed to do here is leave it off at probably another 45 minutes, total about an hour. Leave it off, let it cool way down. So it should cool, and then we'll put it back on.
Damp.
And if we get the overtemp condition again, or the battery mount, then it's, most probably we would conclude that it's an invalid
with
indication.
With the ACA,
okay,
with the earth in the front window. Over.
Oh, in flight? Coming.
Go ahead.
The flight might like to know that we can even make the re-entry without that battery.
Roger.
Okay, let's see if I got it. Step 2 is balance couples off, dead band in, attitude control, picture the arm pulse, yaw direct. Mode control will be an AGS at hold. Guidance control will be an AGS. We'll damp the rates, pitch and roll with the GTCA and the yaw with the ACA, and we'll probably have to have some reference points that we'll have to try and stop on the earth. Over.
Roger, Jim, we were hoping that in your PTC that you occasionally see the earth coming through the window, and if that's true, then we'd like you to have to just damp the rates with the earth in the forward window, and then we'll give you the burn attitude via the forward window on the earth momentarily. Over.
Roger.
Okay, that was the entire procedure for damping the rates. Though I only said it was step 2. That was the entire procedure. Now, continuing on to what's printed on page 29.
Control switches, would you please?
Correction. You had one error in a readback.
Control switches.
The
You got to
control.
have one out of both.
It was pitch and roll to pull.
He's doing it right now. Listen.
Yaw to direct. Continuing on.
He just repeated
on page 29 with the printed procedure. The first 4 lines, scratch. Step 3, scratch. Under AGS, activation. 1 change, add a step. First step will be verify ASA CB 16 in for 10 minutes. The rest of the AGS activation is as printed. Over.
Okay, verify ASA circuit breaker 16 in for 10 minutes, and I take it 10 minutes back in our procedures, we'll have a note saying to put that in.
It's the circuit breaker goes in on the circuit breaker activation page, Jim. So by the time we get here and have the rates all damped, we feel that the PIPAs will be up to temperature by this time, and we can go ahead and turn the ags on at this time. Over, but we just want you to verify that.
Okay, one other question, Charlie. I'd like to know if the notes you gave me about damping the rates is before the other information on page 29.
That's affirmative. Add that into the top of the page. What we're really doing, let's put it in to right before the AGS activation. The other procedure on the top of the page belongs with the DAP set gimbal trim, and we're just omitting all of that procedure. So the addition that on the damping the rate should really go in right before the AGS activation. Over.
Understand.
What we're really trying to do is get you in a posture so that when you see the earth come through the window, you can damp her out and hold the earth in the window. Proceeding on to the rest of page 29 under RCS press, scratch the entire 3 steps as printed. On page 30, scratch step 4 under the RCS press. Over.
Roger. So under AGS activation, I included that step on the ASA circuit breaker, and we'll do steps 1 and 2 under AGS activation, but then we'll scratch steps 1, 2, and 3 under RCS press, and on page 30 we'll scratch step 4.
Affirm. Under DIPS press, step 1, line 1, scratch. Line 4, decent helium reg 1, talkback barber pole. Under step 2, scratch. Step 3, scratch. Landing gear deploy, scratch. Over.
Okay, under dip press, we'll scratch the first line, and we'll have the descent helium rig talk back to barber pole. We'll scratch steps 2 and 3, and we'll scratch the landing gear deploy.
Raj, now we got on the back of page 30, Jim, you got a blank page in your checklist, or should have, and we'd like to add a procedure to get you to burn attitude. Over.
Okay, a procedure to get to burn attitude.
Okay. First statement is a statement, verify AGS and operate for 5 minutes. Then we go to AGS address 400 plus 5. Then 400 plus 0. Attitude control, pitch and roll, the pulse, yaw, mode control. Maneuver using TTCA, pitch and roll. The computer is controlling yaw, but you can override with ACA. You with me? Over.
Okay, Charlie, I'm with you so far.
Okay, Jim. When in attitude, ACA out of detent to 0 air needle.
then set event timer, and we'll give you a countdown on that when you get to that step. Over.
Okay, when in attitude, ETA out of D10 to null needles and set VET.
Raj. Now, the burn attitude will be coming up on a pad, but basically we're looking for a local horizontal retrograde burn, which means using a coas. If you put the horizontal line on the coas on the horns of the Earth, and then roll to place the x-axis in the direction of the sun, that will put us in both burn attitude, and you can check that via the sun, which will be in the AOT detent 2. Should lie right along the cursor at the top. We'll have some more words on that for you momentarily. Now I'd like to go on to page 31 if you're ready. Over.
Okay, I think I have a handle on the attitude, the way the Earth should look in the coas, and you're going to give me some words of what the sun would look like in the AOT, is that right?
That's affirmative, Jim. We haven't got a picture of it yet. It's going to be in the top part of the top part of the AOT, at the top of the top of detent 2, in the top part of the AOT, and it should, in attitude, if you're right on, the sun should split the cursor. Though that roll angle is not too critical. If we're in about 10 degrees, we'll be okay. But I think we think you should be able to get it better than that. On page 31, under the dips burn technique, you can scratch the bottom part below the little diagram there, since the gimbal is locked. Over.
Understand, scratch the bottom part underneath the diagram because the gimbal is locked.
That's affirmative, and since the gimbal was trimmed out at the big burn yesterday, we should be still through the CG, and we'd like to make sure that Jack sits in the same place for this burn that he did yesterday, and that way you should have no trouble controlling attitude. Now I'm ready to go over to page 32. Over.
Okay, let me see if I have that right. Now, you want Jack to sit in the same attitude so that the gimbal's in the same place so we don't have trouble controlling attitude. I have it.
Okay. Now on page 32, top of the page, first line, scratch, verb 76. Third line, mode control, AGS, at hole. At minus 6 minutes, scratch lines 1, 2, and at burn attitude, scratch verb 40 noun 20, scratch lines 2, 3, and 4. Now at burn attitude, we want you to do a 400 plus 5, and then a 400 plus 0. And we have a caution note at this point. Over.
Go ahead.
Okay, the caution is after 400 plus 0, do not go out of detent on ACA again. Over.
Fido flight.
Okay, after the last 400 plus
Go
zeros,
flight.
do not
Getting a
call
lot of
out
that good tracking.
D10
You
with
bet,
ATA.
flight.
Is
We
that
got
correct?
some ranging, and
That's
right,
right,
know what
Jim.
you'll get.
What happens is, of course, we
That's
reset,
real good.
when you go out of detent, you reset the AGS air needles and you lose your attitude reference. You establish a new attitude reference, and it might not be the burn attitude, since at this point we're controlling attitude with the TTCA. Now, picking up with the verb 37 enter, scratch everything down to the 404 plus 0. And we want you to perform those AG steps with 404 down through 470, over.
Okay, we'll scratch everything down to 404 plus 0, and we'll perform those 4 steps.
Raj, turn it over to page 33, minus 4 minutes. Okay, moving down the page to about line 7 to engine gimbal. Engine gimbal off. Down to mode control. Make that read mode control AGS at hole. And then scratch propellant quantity monitor descent 1. Over.
Okay, at 4 minutes, engine gimbal will be off. Mode control will be to AGS at hole. Propellant quantity monitor descent 1 scratch.
Raj, picking up at minus 1 minute. Scratch master arm on. Minus 35 seconds. Scratch first 2 lines. At minus 10 seconds, change that to minus 9 seconds. So at minus 9 seconds, it will be manual ullage. At 2 seconds, scratch CMC mode free and scratch ACA out of detent. After ignition at plus 1 second, terminate ullage.
It's getting awful noisy down there in the trench. Can you quieten it down a little bit?
We'll keep it down, flight.
Okay, at 1 minute, master arm, we scratch. At 35 seconds, scratch the first 2 lines. Manual ullage will start at 9 seconds. We're scratching the box at 0.2 seconds and the line beneath that. At plus 1 second, we terminate ullage.
That's firm. Picking up at plus 5 seconds. Scratch the rest of the page. TTCA, attitude control, and master arm off. Over.
Scratch the remainder of the page.
Okay, now I'd like to verify that under the 35 seconds, minus 35 seconds, the only thing you have remaining is engine arm to descent. Over.
That's affirmed. That's the only thing I have.
Okay, turn into the next page and the last page, Jim. 34. Top of the page, monitor Delta VX via 470. Scratch next 2 lines when propellant quantity equals 37 and the decent helium reg. Scratch TTCA commander, reduced to 10%. Now we want you to add a line, it's a shutdown criteria, shutdown on burn time minus 1 second.
Flight from control.
Over.
Go ahead.
Might maybe remind them that we're going to do this burn with descent reg 1, both regs closed.
It's in the procedure, isn't it? We just changed it to say that.
Yeah, but I want to make sure that they understand that.
Okay, the shutdown is on burn time minus 1 second. Let me give you an example. If we have a 30-second burn, we're going to shut down at 29 seconds. Is that correct?
That's affirmative. We'll give you the pad. Be coming up here from Fido in a couple hours, I guess, when we stabilize out on our tracking. The reason for, if you're ready to copy, I have a couple of more steps here, and then I'll explain the reason we want to shut down on this burn time minus 1 second. Picking up on when delta Vx equal to the final delta Vx, scratch that line. Scratch attitude control yaw to pulse. Add scratch damp excessive rates via LEM YZ translation, and add at that point null arrow needles. Trim address 470 to 1/10 foot per second. Over.
Okay, going through, after the shutdown on burn time minus 1 second, we scratch the next line, and we scratch attitude control yaw to pulse. We scratch damp excessive rate via LEM Y and Z translation. We add the line null arrow needles, trim, null the arrow needles, and trim address 470 to, what was the value there, Charlie?
0.1 foot per second. The reason we're shutting down on burn time is since the ASA breaker has been out for so long, we're not real confident that our AX PIPAs are going to be super sharp. So we want to make sure that we just get a burn time, no overburn, so we're shutting down on burn time minus 1 second, and then that will allow us a plus X translation to trim 470 if it looks okay. If we had an overburn, we'd be impinging on our command module to try to trim it out. So that's our reasoning there. Over.
Okay, understand.
Okay, picking up in the middle of the page, that's a block CSM resume attitude control scratch. Scratch the next line pro verb 96. Scratch the third line propellant quantity monitor off. Over.
Okay, we'll scratch the block, and we'll scratch pro verb 96, then we'll scratch propellant quantity monitor off.
Right. Now at the bottom of that page, I have a procedure for you to reestablish PTC. Over.
To reestablish PTC, go ahead.
Okay, first line. Attitude control 3 to pulse. Line 2. Roll with the TTCA until attitude is roll plus or minus 90, pitch 0, yaw 0. Over.
Okay, step 1, attitude control, free the pulse. 2, roll with the TTCA. Pitch is 0 and yaw is 0, and I take it we still have the AGS ball.
That's affirmative. You broke up there for a minute, Jim. That we'll do that on the AGS ball from the burn attitude. We just want you to roll either way 90 degrees. Keep pitch 0 and yaw 0. Now, step 3. When at attitude, ACA out of detent. Step 4. Attitude control, yaw to mode control. When rates are less than 0.05, attitude control, yaw to pulse.
Okay, Charlie, can you hold up here a second? I lost you.
Right.
Start with step 3 again. When at attitude, AC out of detent.
That's right. Next step, step 4, attitude control to yaw, attitude control, yaw to mode control. Over.
Okay, step 4 is attitude control, yaw to mode control.
Roger. Step 5. When rates are less than 0.05 degrees per second, attitude control, yaw to pulse.
Okay, when rates are less than 0.05 degrees per second, attitude control, yaw to pulse.
Right. Step 6. Spin up to 0.3 degrees per second in yaw, and that takes about 21 pulses. Step 7. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, step 7. Mode control, AGS off.
Okay, step 6 was spin up to 0.3 degrees per second in yaw. That's about 21 pulses. Step 7 was mode control, AGS off.
That's firm. Step 8. Power down per power down per contingency checklist, page power 5. Over.
Okay, and stay failure is power down per contingency checklist, power 5, and I take it that's been revamped concerning our situation. Okay.
That's affirmative, Jim. That's the one we gave you last night after the big burn, and we'll use that one as modified by us. We tried this PTC under AGS in the simulator, and of course no slosh or anything, but it seemed to work pretty good by nulling the rates using the TTCA in pitch and roll and letting the AGS do it in yaw. You null the rates by looking at the arrow needles and just watching those, and when they don't when they stop moving, then you got it within the limits of what we want. Over.
Okay, and I guess, Charlie, you have no, you haven't had whole mode and pitch and roll at all in this configuration we're in, or do we have to use the TTCAs?
We feel like we have to use the TTCA. The AGS gains are not too good in pitch and roll in this configuration. It'll hold it in yaw, but it won't in pitch and roll, over.
Okay.
And you'll have to, during the burn, of course, you'll be controlling pitch and roll via the air needles with the TTCA also, and it's the little scheme that we've practiced in some of the sims, over.
Right, understand. And Houston, want to make sure that we allow enough time to get to the proper attitude for the burn so that we can be sure we establish the proper attitude, don't have to rush the burn.
Right, Jim. We're looking right now tentatively at starting this about 45 minutes before the burn, and our sensitivity is not too bad on this burn. We can go 30 minutes either way and not affect our delta V, over.
Okay, fine. And do you have a handle on just how long the burn will be in time?
It's looking like it's about 7.8 seconds and about 7.8 feet per second and about 15 seconds, over.
Calling flight, say again.
That was good enough on the burn time flight.
Negative 15, 1-5er.
1-5er, okay.
And one other point is that we'd like to remind you that this is going to be in blowdown, and both rigs be closed, but we got plenty at the 10%.
I understand.
Okay.
And Jim, in the simulator with our configuration that we had here, the thing is real stable at 10%, so we don't think you'll have to tweak very much at all using the TTCAs, over.
Okay, understand.
Tell me, flight.
And I'll give you back...
Go ahead, flight.
You got about another 15 minutes?
Yeah, we'll put it in on about 101, I guess.
Okay.
And thank you.
Capcom, flight.
Go.
From what we've seen to date on this battery, we're beginning to think that it's probably a sensor failure. We don't know that for sure yet. But at about 101 hours, that's about another 12 minutes, we're going to have him put the battery back on the line and see if the mal is still there. If it is, the only thing we can think of is probably an over-temp sensor failure. But,
okay, excuse me, how did we determine this or check it out?
Okay, the loop temps showed no effects of any high temperatures or anything. It's got to get to what, 145?
145, we've been watching the glycol temp, we see no change. It's around 36 degrees probably going into that battery.
So,
and coming out.
So it appears that the temperature of the battery is stable, so it looks like it's probably a temp sensor. But we're going to wait till 101 hours to make sure that if it was over temp that it's nice and cool now, and we'll put it back in.
I guess one other point here, if that is sensor failure there, we won't get another master alarm for any other failure.
Okay, we'll get a master alarm, we'll clear it, but then for any other failure in that battery, right?
In any of the batteries.
In any of the batteries?
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, well, we'll clear him up on that after we get the battery back on the line. I was just telling him that right, we'll be putting the battery back on the line about 101 hours and taking a look.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, regarding your number 2 battery, we think that it's probably a sensor failure, a temperature sensor failure that's caused this alarm rather than an actual over-temp of the battery. The reason being that we haven't seen any higher temperatures in the glycol loop. We expect to put the battery back on about 101 hours. That'll be about 10 minutes. And then we'll look at it some more there. Over.
Okay, concerning number 2 battery, you think it might be a sensor failure because you haven't seen any changes, and we're going to put the battery back on the line in about 10 minutes.
That's firm.
Okay.
Flight, tell me.
Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, Flight, when we put this battery back on, we'd like to open the bow load cross tie again on panel 16. We can follow the response a little better if we do that.
Okay.
Prior to putting the battery on.
When it's ready to do that, we'll just remind him, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk to Capcom about where we ought to do this. What configuration are we in now for sleep? Is it Okay, and we got the power. Okay, everybody, well, we got the power amp still up. We got good comm. We've got the procedure now to power up the CSM telemetry. Capcom, I think Charlie Dim is standing right behind you, has got the procedure. And let him explain to you what the red notations mean on there.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Jim.
For information, Vance, about half hour ago, I guess, Jack and I could see constellations at certain spacecraft attitudes, stars. And we could see the Scorpio and Sagittarius, and we could see Apia or Equus and Alpha Centauri Beta stars of that magnitude. And are bending to stop, which allows us now to differentiate between the particles and the stars.
Roger, copy, understand. You could see the stars pretty well. Were you at that time in an attitude facing away from the sun? I presume this is very attitude critical.
Yeah, it is somewhat, Vance. If we have the sun shutting off the quads, and it sort of ruins our vision, and also if the Earth or the Moon are in the general field of view, we can't see anything.
Okay, thank you.
Tell me, Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
You ready to put that battery back on now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Vance, let's go ahead and get Aquarius to get Bat 2 back on the line. Take a look at it.
Okay, and Flight, reminder that we want to...
And we want to open the cross-tie bow load circuit breaker before we put it on.
Yeah.
Panel 16.
Okay. Open which circuit breaker? Cross-tie panel 16, right?
Cross-tie to bow load.
Bow load.
Bow load.
cross-tie bow load circuit breaker panel 16.
Corey, Houston.
Go ahead, Van.
Jim, we're ready to put that battery back on the line. Request you open the cross-tie bow load circuit breaker, panel 16, and then put bat 2 back on the line.
Okay, first of all, we'll open the balance cross-tie breaker on panel 16.
That's affirmed.
Okay, the cross-tie balance load circuit breaker is in now, Van. Now you want us to put battery 2 back on. Is that affirmed?
Did you say it was in or open?
Did you say it was in or did you pull it out?
No, it's good. You want it out?
Firm. That's affirmed. We'd like it out and then bat 2 on the line.
Okay, it's coming out. Bat 2's on the line. We have a master alarm and a battery light.
Okay, fine. Looks like it's probably that sensor problem.
Copy.
But just watch it here a minute.
And we think that's probably an indication of the sensor problem, but stand by.
Okay, just let us watch it here a minute.
Looks like we got a good battery flight.
Okay, you want cross-tie bow loads closed?
Stand by one. Just watch it. Okay, flight attendant.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think what we'll do is just leave it. Looks like a sensor problem, and they're just stuck with that light on.
Okay, now does that mean that they will not get any future bat mal?
On board, that's true.
But we can see them on the ground?
Yeah. If we're in high bit rate.
Yeah, when we have high bit rate, right. But we should be able to see any kind of overcurrent or
yeah, we're watching the currents. We got the currents all the time.
Okay. Okay, now what about the cross-tie bow loads?
Okay, we'll go ahead and close them.
Okay, let's say it this way, Capcom. Let's close the cross-tie bow loads. We think the battery's okay. We've got a failure in the, probably in the over-temp sensor.
Yeah, the over-temp thermal wafer sensor.
In the thermal wafer. It means that he'll not be able to get any additional bat mal on board. However, we should be able to detect them on the ground, and we'll keep an eye closer on it. Battery's good.
Corey, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, it looks to us like your battery is good, that this is in fact a sensor problem. Therefore, request you close the cross-tie bow loads on circuit breaker on panel 16. Advise that you will not have any malfunction indication on any of your batteries now, but we can watch it from the ground. Over.
Okay, we'll close the cross-tie balance load circuit breaker at this time.
Roger, copy.
That's closed, and we don't have any warning on any of the batteries, but you can monitor it from the ground.
That's affirmed.
Okay, fine. We copy, and we see the bow load is closed.
Okay.
And Jim, we have a lengthy procedure here for powering up the GSM and turning on instrumentation so we can check the TM. And this will take a large piece of scratch paper whenever you're ready to copy.
This is the power up the CSM?
That's affirmed.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll have Jack get configured. He can copy that down, and I'll have to look at the stuff. Just stand by.
Okay.
Fido Flight.
Go, Flight.
Give me an estimate for when we'll be ready to read a pad up to him.
Okay, Flight. All we're really planning to put on a pad, I think, will be Delta V, total Delta V, TIG, and burn time. So, and we would like to take in as much data as we can. So I'd say if we could delay it till about an hour prior to the maneuver, we'd feel better about it.
Okay, so that'd be about 3.5 hours from now.
Right, that'd be about 104.30.
That's assuming a 105.30 maneuver.
Right.
Tell me a flight, or
Go flight.
Disregard. Control flight.
Red flight.
What's your sheet pressure looking like now, your rise rate? What channel?
64 flight. Still about the same.
Okay, Vance, how do you read the Aquarius?
Hey, read you loud and clear,
Temperature
Aquarius.
indication flight is maybe a little later than we
Is it cool in there now?
Okay.
but it's oscillating back and forth on that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is the third officer on this LEM crew here. Ready to copy.
Okay. Jack, this is a lengthy procedure. Take probably 2 or 3 pages. It assumes that you are in your nominal configuration, which was sent up, or in your baseline configuration, which was sent up to you earlier today.
Okay, I can verify that we are in that configuration with the exception of panel 382, the water accumulators, which I've left off in case we wanted to get some more drinking water out of the command module, and I'll put those in the proper configuration before we do anything.
Okay, ready to copy?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, panel 4, Telcom Group 1 to AC1. Panel 5, close the following circuit breakers. ECS, press Group 1, Main B. ECS, press Group 2, Main B. ECS temp, Main B. ECS secondary loop, transducer, Main B. ECS rad control heaters, Main B. BAT relay bus, BAT B. BAT charger, BAT B charge, or to be charged. Inverter control 2. Inverter control 1. EPS sensor signal AC1. EPS sensor signal main B. EPS sensor unit AC bus 1. Waste and potable water. Main B. Instruments, ESS main B. That's essential main B. Are you with me?
Okay, Vance, are you with me?
Raj, why don't you read that group back and then we'll proceed on.
Okay, sounds good, because I don't know how far I lost you here. Okay, panel 4. Telecom, group 1 to AC1. On panel 5, close the following circuit breakers. ECS, pressure group 1, main B. ECS, pressure group 2, main B. ECS, temp, main B. ECS, secondary loop transducer, main B. ECS, rad control heaters, main B. VAT relay bus, VAT B. VAT charger, VAT B. Inverter control 2, inverter control 1, EPS sensor signal AC1, EPS sensor signal main B, EPS sensor unit AC1, waste and potable H2O main B, instrumentation essential main B.
Okay, that's all correct. Is that reading rate okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and leave a little space, if you can, to the right of these, because when we talk about the backup procedure, why then we can just use the same listing, and I'll tell you open instead of close these circuit breakers, or at least most of them. Over.
Okay.
Okay, next panel 3. Transponder, primary. Power amp to primary, that's a verify. Power amp high. Mode voice to off. Power SCE to normal. PMP to normal. S-band antenna, Omni D, that's Delta. Okay, why don't you read that one back?
Okay, on panel 3, transponder to primary, power amplifier to primary, power amp high, mode voice to off, power SCE to normal, GMP to normal, S-band antenna, Omni D. D as in doggy.
Hey, very good. Okay, panel 225. Circuit breaker, flight bus main B to close. Circuit breaker CTE main B to close. Panel 250. CB, BAT C, BAT charger slash EDS2 to close.
Hey, Ben, just a minute. Slow down, would you?
Okay.
Okay, I got distracted here. On panel 225, CB, flight bus main B closed, and then I lost you after that.
Okay. After that, CB, CTE, main B to close. Next, panel 250. CB, BAT C, BAT charge,
console a minute. Okay.
slash EDS2 to close. CB, BAT C, power entry, post landing to close. Next, panel 275. CB, main B, bat bus B to close. CB, inverter power 2, main B to close.
Flight, tell me.
Yeah.
I'll be off about a minute here. Bob Helsomeyer's here.
Okay. Incidentally, anything that I've given you up till now is not sequence critical, but from now on, it should be. You should be sure to do it in the sequence we give you. Why don't you read that back, Jack?
Okay, let me give you all of panel 225 again. CB flight bus main B closed. CB CTE main B closed. On panel 250, CB bat B bat charge. That should be bat C Charlie, isn't it? Bat charge EDS 2 closed.
That's right.
CB bat B power entry.
Okay, that should be bat Charlie.
Let me finish. Okay, that's what I thought. Bat Charlie, bat charge, EDS 2 closed. Bat Baker, power entry and post landing closed.
Bat Charlie.
Panel 275. CB, main B.
We'll catch it.
Bat bus B closed. CB inverter power 2, main B closed.
Okay, that's correct, except for the second circuit breaker on panel 250, which is CB bat Charlie, power entry / post landing close.
Okay, bat Charlie, power entry post landing.
Okay, now back to panel 250. CB bat Bravo, power entry post landing close. Next, MDC3, AC inverter 2 to main B. AC inverter 2, AC bus 1, on up. Next, panel 5. AC inverter, AC bus 1 to reset and then center. Panel 3. Up TLM to command reset, then off. Then select best Omni. Read back, please.
Okay, Vince. The following steps are sequence critical. Panel 250, CB, bat B, power entry, and post landing closed. That's bat Baker. MDC3, AC inverter 2 to main B. AC inverter 2, AC1 on. And then there was
How do you read now, Jack?
Okay, Vince. How far did you copy any of my steps there?
Okay, I heard you through AC inverter 2, AC bus 1 to on, and then you were cut out by noise. Go ahead.
Okay. Now comes the one I didn't understand. You said go over to MDC 5 and say AC inverter, AC bus 1, reset, then center. Then back to MDC 3, up telemetry, command reset, then off, and then select best omni.
Roger, the readback's correct, but let me recheck this. Standby. Jack, we were incorrect on panel 5. That should have been panel 3.
Okay, that's good. I got it.
Okay, now, when you are in this configuration, the following onboard readouts are required. Panel 3, BAT C voltage, Pyro BAT A voltage, Pyro BAT B voltage, SBS helium pressure, and the following readouts on panel 101. CM, RCS injector temperatures, those are positions 5 Charlie, 5 Delta, 6 Alpha, 6 Bravo, 6 Charlie, 6 Delta. And the battery manifold pressure, which is 4 alpha. And standing by for readback.
Okay, you want me to read out on MDC3, BAT B voltage, Pyro A voltage, Pyro B voltage, SPS helium pressure on panel 101, command module RCS injector temperatures, 5 Charlie, 5 Dog, 6 Alpha, 6 Baker, 6 Charlie, 6 Dog. The battery manifold pressure, 4 Alpha.
Okay, and that was correct, but I want to recheck the very first one. That was BAT Charlie voltage. Is that what you read back?
Okay. Okay, BAT Charlie voltage. Seems like we're having a difference. I can't understand BAT Charlie from BAT Dog.
Okay, now, that's the complete procedure for getting into it. As far as getting into it's concerned, what I'll give you now is how to back out of it after you're through with your readings.
Actually,
are you ready to copy?
You might tell him, Vance, we're going to get about 5 minutes of TM, and then we'll give him a go to back out.
Okay, now you'll back out fairly quickly after you go into this procedure. All we'll need is about 5 minutes of TM. And so if you're ready to copy, here it comes.
Go ahead.
Panel 3, power amp to off. Incidentally, copy this down on a piece of scratch paper as I read it, and then later I'll refer back to your first list where you can write things in the right-hand margin.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. You want repeat the one on panel 3 again, man?
Okay, power amp off.
Okay, go ahead.
Transponder off. AC inverter 2 to off. Okay, next panel 250. CB, BAT Bravo, power entry, post landing to open. Stand by one. Okay, Jack, what I just gave you now on the back out is the only thing that's order critical. From here on, you can go to the steps for initiating the procedure and backtrack. In other words, you should go to each of the panels that I read up and put the circuit breakers back to the baseline configuration, or the switches. Over.
Okay, okay, now here's the exit, here's the sequence critical steps. Power amp off, transponder off, AC inverter 2 off, and the last one on panel 250, CB BAT Baker, power entry and post landing open, and then hit the steps in reverse order that you gave to me and back out. Like then I would start on MDC3 at telemetry
Fighting on an
off, and then AC inverter AC1 bus 1 to off, and then AC inverter 2 to off, AC inverter 2 main B to off. Is that the type of order you want to back out of?
Roger, fine.
That's affirmed, but just for kicks, let's go through these panels again and I'll give you the position, just to make sure there can be no doubt.
That's good. What you just started.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and once again, in the area where I said order was not critical, it's still not critical when you back out. But now I'll go ahead. Okay, panel 4. Telcom group 1, AC will not be AC1, it'll go to off. Panel 5. All circuit breakers on that panel which were positioned will now come to open. Over.
Okay, panel 4, telecom group 1 will go off. Panel 5, all the circuit breakers that we closed will go back to open.
Okay, panel 3. The first 3 lines have been taken care of already in my beginning in the back out procedure. So starting with mode voice, That should go back to voice. Power SCE off. TMP off. S-band antenna, Omni Bravo. Panel 225. CB flight bus main B open. CB CTE main B open. Read back.
Okay, Vance, I'm going to have to switch on these. I'm starting to get some static here.
Okay.
Okay, how you reading on aft on me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, on panel 3, the first 3 steps we took care of. Mode voice to voice, power CE off, power TMP to off, and S-band Omni would go back to Bravo. Panel 225, flight bus main B will go open, and CB CTE main B will go open.
That's affirmed. The 2 circuit breakers on panel 250 will go open. The 2 circuit breakers panel 275 will go open. Okay, the circuit breaker on panel 250 we took care of already. Panel 3, AC inverter 2 we took care of. AC inverter 2, AC bus 1 should now go off. And the remaining 2 switches on panel 3 we took care of. And select best Omni remains the same. Okay, read back.
Okay, the 2 switches, 2 circuit breakers on panel 250 will go back to open. 2 circuit breakers on panel 275 back to open. The power entry and post-landing circuit breaker we already took care of earlier. The AC inverter 2 we took care of earlier. AC inverter 2 to AC bus 1 will go to off. The AC inverter AC bus 1 we took care of. No, that'll go to off. And up telemetry command reset will go off.
Okay, it sounds like he's got it right, doesn't it?
That's correct, Jack. Okay, that's it. And I think we're about ready to go with this procedure whenever you are.
Okay, first we got to go through that procedure to power the CSM from the LEM. Is that Charlie?
Negative. This is all.
No, this is independent of power from the LEM. This is purely a CSM.
Oh, okay.
This is purely a CSM power up, so we can take a look at your telemetry and see how cold the vehicle is.
Flighty,
sort of
huh?
thing.
Go ahead.
We might explain to him that we're going to use battery B to power main B and AC1.
Okay. I think he knows that now.
Okay, now I won't have any voice with you, so is that right? You don't want me to get connected up? You want me to just take these readings and come back and tell you what I have, huh?
That's right, isn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, no voice flight.
That's affirmed. There'll be no voice. And
okay. Okay, it works.
We presume, though, that there will be somebody in the LEM that we can call if we have to get word to you.
And also to tell us when he's...
Oh, yeah. There'll be somebody standing by. They'll run up into the bedroom and tell me to stop what I'm doing.
Okay, and let us know when you start.
Okay, tell me, control. You ready to go back
I'm going to start right now, man.
You ready to go back to low bit rate, power amp off?
Affirmative.
Stand by 1. Okay, let's go back.
Okay, I'm handing... This is for Aquarius now. Okay,
Aquarius, Houston.
Inco, I gave him your procedure for going back to low bit rate.
Okay.
Also, I assume that somebody's going to have sites standing by now for the CSM.
It's done right now.
Okay.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Okay, Houston, Aquarius, switching watches, and Jack's put up in the command module.
Okay, Jim. We have 4 steps here to give you to request that you get back on down voice backup if you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
Okay, bit rate to low bit rate. Voice function switch to down voice backup.
Okay,
Power amp CB open. Range function switch in ranging, that's verified.
Okay, bit rate low, voice function down voice backup, power amp S-band open, and range function to range, and that's a verify. And I still have the biomet on the right here, so we don't have hot mic.
Okay, thank you.
And you want that in work now?
That's firm.
Okay. Okay, Houston Aquarius, how do you read?
Loud and clear, Jim.
Okay, I have a question for you, Houston, if you have time.
Sure, go ahead.
And copying down the reestablishing TTC maneuver that Charlie gave me. Step 5 was when rates are less than 0.05 degrees per second, attitude control yaw the pulse. And just how am I to get my rates down to 0.05 degrees per second? My rate indicator at the best is 1/10 of a degree.
Stand by. I guess we'll tell him, huh?
Okay, Charlie?
A flight, what we got is it works in a simulator anyway. If you watch his air needles are 1.7 degrees.
Scale.
Yeah, plus or minus. Okay. And as he watches his rate needles, if you just null on the rate needles, and he'll null, let it watch on the rate needle, air needles.
Null on the air needles.
Null on the air needles, and just.
He can't detect any
So
movement?
he can't detect any movement in a couple of minutes. If he sees the movement, flip just a little bit with the TTCA until he detects no movement on the air needles, and then he's within our limit. At least in a simulator, when you do that, you're down to into the
thousandths of a degree instead of hundredths.
Okay, can you explain that, Ben?
Yeah. Chorus, Houston.
Go ahead.
Jim, this has been tried in the simulator by Charlie and others, and what they recommend is that you null your rates on the error needles till you see no movement whatsoever, and then wait another couple of minutes. And that should do it. That's the only way we can tell. Over.
Okay, I'll give it the old common try.
Okay, and if you can't attain that, well, of course, just the best you can do. We'll have to give it a try. Maybe it won't be quite like the simulator.
Right.
Control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Dick, have we got enough trap pressure now to expel all the rest of the dust propellant?
Not quite, flight.
We're pretty close, aren't we?
But we can get about 800 foot per second out of it, roughly.
Okay.
That's versus the 1200 we would normally get.
Okay, somebody let me know or sing out if you see any CSM downlink.
Okay, Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Okay, Vance, I've gone all the way through your procedure, all the way down to select best omni, but I'm not getting any main bus B voltage, and this I don't understand.
Roger.
I can read that bus. I can read that bus B voltage at 36.5. I can put that through reading at 37.0.
Elizabeth. Vance, when you get him back, just have him turn the power amp on so we can hear him better. Power amp circuit breaker closed. That's all we need.
Okay, Jack, you read now?
Hi, loud and clear, Vance.
Okay, you faded out due to noise in your orientation. If you close the power amp circuit breaker, we can hear you better. Over. That's panel 16.
Okay.
Okay, you faded out the very beginning, so please go through that again. We understand you don't get anything on main B.
Here you come.
Ask him to verify that these two breaker and a switch, main bus tie,
Okay, Vance, how are you reading now?
Okay, we're hearing you better. Stand by one.
Okay, you want to verify two switches, right? What are they again? Main bus tie?
Yes, main bus tie, bat BC, on.
We closed this morning.
That was supposed to be closed this morning. Now, the main B, the bat bus B closed, circuit breaker.
Okay, say it all over again, Charlie, now that we got...
Okay, both of them?
Yeah, say everything again.
Main bus tie, bat B/C. That is a switch and it should be...
What panel?
On. It's on panel 5. And on panel 275...
Okay.
That's it. The rest of the stuff's on the list.
Okay, that's per the baseline checklist verifications, right?
Okay, yes, that's right. It was supposed to have been done in the baseline this morning. If he's got all the other switches configured, main bus, tie, bat, B/C on, then he should have it, right?
Right?
Okay,
That's correct, fine.
Okay, nothing on 275 though, huh? You started to say...
Well, the rest of the stuff on 275 is in the procedure we just passed up.
Okay.
Okay, that's all, huh?
Okay, let's have him verify main bus tie, bat, B/C on, and recheck his switch list that we gave him, and that ought to do it.
Okay, Jack, please repeat back now your conversation. You were cut out for a while ago.
I don't have any idea where we cut out, Vince. I just said that we had performed the procedure exactly as you say. We're down into the step critical portion to where I said select best omni. However, we're not getting any main bus B voltage reading. I can read bat bus B Baker at 36.5, bat Charlie at 37.0, but I have negative main bus B reading.
Okay, stand by.
Okay. Have him check that switch. Main bus tie, bat, B/C.
Okay, Jack, there are two there's a switch and a circuit breaker that were positioned this morning that we'd like to have you check.
Just a switch.
Correction, just the switch. Panel 5, check your bus tie. Main bus tie bat BC on.
That is verified on. I checked that.
Okay.
Stand by.
Okay, what happened to the CB verification? You don't want that, huh?
Stand by just a second. Has he got a valid display on board for bat B? Network, are you getting some CSM?
That's affirmative, Flight. Goldstone says he sees some CSM data.
Okay, can you lock up on it?
Not yet, Flight.
Well, probably a minute and a half.
Okay, is it possible that he's got a bad display on board?
If he missed a breaker that we called out, an EPS sensor signal main B, he would have his display shut off.
Okay, Capcom, why don't you tell him we're getting some reports from Goldstone that he's seeing CSM data. We haven't verified that for sure yet, but that one circuit breaker could keep him from reading out that B voltage on board, and that might be his problem.
Well, didn't he say main bus B?
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Okay, I thought you said bat bus.
Okay, I may have.
Why we got data hardware?
Okay, tell him we've got CSM data, so he's got the power.
Look, Flight Econ.
Yeah, he's got a valid main.
Okay, Jack, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, we're getting data from you, Jack, so that much looks good. On panel 5, request verification that EPS sensor signal circuit breaker is main B.
Okay,
Or
stand by.
main B is closed.
And you can tell him that his main bus voltage looks good on B, 28.5 volts.
Okay. What is it?
Okay, it's 28.5. He's probably unplugged now and gone back into the command module.
Okay, Jack, and we see your main bus B voltage at 28.5.
Okay, you can see it. Good. Okay. Okay, man, that circuit breaker is in.
Copy.
Flight Echo, we're going to need an army, it looks like.
Okay.
If he switches with the, if we switch with the LEM, it's aft, on the aft one, on the B,
Let me go back
forward.
up there.
Okay, Jack, please repeat your cutting in.
Okay, man. Okay, we just changed Omnis here. I think if you're getting data from us, that's the important thing. Let me go back up into the bedroom there and get the readings you wanted so we can get this stuff powered down. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, by all means, and select best Omni.
Okay, Vance, we'll go back up. We've got voltage now, and we'll go back up and take the readings that you want.
Just tell us what Omni you want.
Okay, and select best Omni.
Okay, aft, Bravo. Forward.
Okay, I'm going back up into the bedroom, Vance. How do you read?
Loud and clear.
Okay, tell whoever's listening now.
Okay, I'm going back up to the bedroom. We'll select best Omni and continue on with the procedure.
Roger.
It's okay. If we start losing the CSM, the secret is if the LEM is on aft Omni, we want the CSM on Bravo. If the LEM is on forward Omni, we want the CSM on Delta.
Go ahead.
Okay, Vance. Jim's up. How do you read?
Reading you loud and clear, Jim.
You're not receiving data now?
No. I had about 2 frames of it.
He's going back and he said he's going to go back and give you the best Omni.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the site reports he's getting intermittent lock on the data. He's not able to ship us very much. Here comes some now.
I noticed
We're
the
good now,
AOT
looks like.
into the overhead document window that we are vetting again.
Okay, Jim, understand the service module is venting.
That's firm.
Procedure flight.
Go ahead.
Could you get me a time when the site first detected some CSM data?
Roger that.
As close as you can.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
Okay, the propulsion systems, pressures, and temps all look real good. No problems anywhere.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
Look like the ambient in the command module is about 52.
Okay. No wonder they've been saying it's a little chilly.
Oh, cool.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
010815 Zulu.
Say that again. 010815 Zulu was the first bit of CSM data.
Flight Econ.
Okay, go.
We get the onboard readouts and shut it down.
Okay. Why don't you tell us
Go ahead,
about
Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, would you holler into the bedroom and tell Jack that when he has his onboard readouts that we wish he'd use the back out procedure and shut down again for the procedure we gave him.
Roger. As soon as he gets his onboard readouts to use the power down procedure and shut down. Is that right?
That's firm.
Okay, Jack just told me that he's through and he's going to go through the back procedures again the first one he got to shut down.
Okay.
Econ flight.
Flight Econ.
Okay, I got a GET for you when they first detected data. It was 101.55.14. And we'll verify that a little later. We'll get a mark when you lose data, and then I think you can use that for your battery on time.
Right.
GNC flight?
Pure flight.
What were the quad temps?
Lowest package temperature flight was about 44 degrees. The bottles were in the high 60s.
flight network.
Go ahead.
011552 Zulu was the LOS.
011502?
52.
52. Okay. Econ flight.
Flight econ.
Looks like we had data on there for what, about 7 minutes? A little over? 7.5 minutes?
737 flight.
Yeah, just about 7 or 8 minutes flight.
And flights, you want the power amp circuit breaker out again?
I was going to wait and see if Jack got back to give you those readouts pretty fast. If he's not back in another 2, 3, 4 minutes, we'll go ahead and turn it down.
Boy, they're getting after me here now.
Joe Roach, you got a hung up mic. Sounds like somebody's getting after you.
Houston, Aquarius.
Yes.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Jack's ready to give you the readings, and you're ready to copy them.
Stand by.
Okay, everybody, he's going to read us out, honey.
Okay, go ahead. Flight checkpoint.
Okay, Ben, the readings that you wanted. Are you ready?
Ready to copy, Jack.
Okay, Bat Charlie, 37.0. Pyro A, 37.0. Pyro B, 37.0. SPS helium pressure, 3450. And just for kicks, nitrogen A, 2300. Nitrogen B, 2400. CM RCS injector temperatures, 5 Charlie, 4.5. 5 Dog, 3.5. 6 Alpha, 4.0. 6 Baker, 4.6. 6 Charlie, 4.0. 6 Dog, 3.8. Battery manifold pressure for Alpha, 1.4.
Okay, Jack, we got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, how does telemetry look on our on the old Odyssey?
It doesn't look too cold. Looks pretty good.
Okay.
Tell him
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Tell him all the propulsion system pressures look good too. Quads and.
How does it feel, Jack?
I tell you, Deke, it's cold up in there. I don't know whether we'll be able to sleep up there tonight. It must be about 35 or 40 degrees.
Right, that's what I was worried about.
Right now, we're getting 2 sets of CWGs on. It's not uncomfortable at all in Aquarius, but it definitely is cold in Odyssey.
Roger.
Looks like, yeah, you can tell me, it looks like that it's all stabilized, all the temps are stabilized around 52, is that right? Ecom? Ecom? Ecom flight?
Flight Ecom.
Looks to you like everything's stabilized in the low 50s, doesn't it?
Okay, man.
Yes, everything in the command monitor reads 52.
Go ahead, Jim.
We just have changed some lights, that's all.
Okay.
Flight Ecom.
Go.
I'd like to confirm that he didn't leave his onboard selectable meter in the Pyrobat A or B or C position.
Where do you want him to leave it? Back
In the main position.
Back in either main, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably not a bad reminder, Sam, so put that in there.
Flight from control.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're down 17 PSI from that predicted number at this time. Looks like we'll be about 35 down from the predicted at 106.
35 PSI below 1881
No, let me, yes.
at 106.
Roger. Probably be about 17, about 1850 around there.
What kind of helium profile do you expect to see at burn time?
Shouldn't change hardly at all. Flight work, doing the whole thing in blowdown.
So you just won't get much soak back, huh?
They'll get a little bit, but not very much. It'll be late in seeing that anyway.
Could somebody, either you guys or span people, get us a drawing of what that helium vent looks like and where it's located?
All right.
Okay, Capcom, one other thing we need to do is we can get the power amp circuit breaker open in Aquarius. In fact, we ought to go ahead and do that now. There's no use sitting here pulling power.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, 2 items. In the command module, we wish to verify that the pyro battery selector was left in the main position. And we're ready to have the power amp circuit breaker on panel 16 pulled whenever you're ready.
Okay, Vance, Fred just tells me that he put it there, and we're checking that again about the pyro battery selector in the main position.
Okay, I understand you're checking it.
And I'll pull the power amp circuit breaker.
Roger.
Capcom flight?
Go.
Another good thing I think to find out is to ask Jack if he has any idea what the problem was with the main bus readout.
Okay, let me cover that one the next time we have something to talk
I
about.
wouldn't bring it up now, just next time where it's convenient.
Houston, Aquarius. Go ahead, Jim.
How does number 2 battery look to you now?
Capcom, we don't have that on low bit rate, but
Stand by.
total current, I think, is still. Let's check with Tell me, Flight.
Right, Flight. We running about 11 amps.
Okay, we can't see that 2 by itself on low bit rate, but
Stand by. You talking about current, Flight? I
Yeah.
didn't copy the question. We can't see the currents, but not the voltages. Current on bat 2 is shearing equally. It's 2.6 amps right now.
yeah, so it looks good. Looks good. We can't see individual voltages, but currents look good and no sweat.
Okay, glycol temp and all that sort of thing. Does that look good?
Roger. It's nominal.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Jim, it looks like it was probably a sensor problem. The battery number 2 is load sharing well, and we see no indications of higher temperatures in the glycol loop or anything that would make us think that it's heating up.
Okay, thank you.
Roger.
flight final.
Go ahead.
Hey, we got some words that you probably want to hear, and since Mr. Tindall's up there, I guess we could talk about them, and it's how we control this burn in terms of overburn, underburn monitoring thing. And I don't think our 1 second that we pass it through is going to be good enough. Okay.
Why?
And the reason is that the control support people have looked at this engine and are predicting a much faster startup or rise from 0 to 10% than we have in the RTCC. Last night they saw it in about a half a second. In the RTCC we're predicting 3.6 seconds. And I guess basically what that means is that if we told the crew that the burn time was 15.5, a worst case startup of that dipped engine could give us a burn time of about 13.9. Okay, and even if they shut it down at 14.5, we'd get an overburn with 0 reaction time of about 0.6 of a second, which would require a little bit of trimming.
How much?
1.2 seconds, about.
This is retro. Was that startup consistent for the first impulse?
It doesn't count.
You can't use the first one.
Right.
Okay. We only have one data point that said it was a fast startup at a half second.
Can't we take one second? Why don't we take can't we take the startup that we saw last night and calculate if we get that, what kind of burn time we should have?
13.9.
Why don't we base it on that then?
Well, we...
Or 12.9, I'm sorry, Blaine.
No, it's 13.9, you're right.
13.9.
I mean, but you don't want to bias that by 1 second, do you, Fine?
Why?
Now you're talking about cutting them off at 12.9?
All I'm saying is, why don't we determine what the burn time would be with the best data that we have and subtract 1 second from that, no matter whether it's on a slide rule or whether it's in the RTCC.
And then trim out the rest.
Yeah.
You're saying 1 second off the fast startup time.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be
And then if we
12.9
don't,
or 13 seconds.
then if we don't quite get that, it just means that we'll have to trim a little more.
And you're trimming in the right direction.
Well, but you've got a 30-second constraint in one direction, a 15 in the other, and you're not talking those kind of trim numbers.
40 seconds. Plus seconds.
Yeah, wait a minute. We got 30. It'll be 30 seconds after you've volaged 10 seconds. Sure. And it'll be 15 in the minus direction.
Yeah, we get another 3.5 seconds there.
Okay.
Yeah, but you could take 20 minutes to trim that thing. We could go blip, blip, and then wait a little bit and blip, blip, trim some more.
No, but you're only going to be talking about trimming 2 foot per second at most. Okay, probably much less than that, no matter what burn monitoring technique we use.
But Bill, my only question is, why shouldn't we use our best estimate of what the burn time will be?
Last night, the pressures are a lot different last night than they are tonight. Okay? We're in a blowdown or something now.
No, that's not. That's going to be peanuts for this length of burn.
Okay. Tell us what you want to do then. I don't know how super close we ought to play it. I think it's academic. If you want to pass 14, 13, I think it's academic.
Okay, control, what is the best data that we have? Well, let me ask it this way. What would the burn time be with the best data that we've got?
13.
Assuming that we've burned the engine once, we got all the lines full, all that good stuff. We've got slightly lower pressure, I guess, than we started with last night, but almost negligible difference.
13.9.
Is the total burn time to get the delta V we're shooting for. That's 14 seconds, so why don't we tell him to shut down at 13?
Okay. Now, are we going to pass the predicted burn time on the pad? Yeah. Okay. And
well, I think we ought to make it clear to him on the pad where we want him to shut down.
That's right. So we don't even have to pass predicted burn time. We'll just say shut it down at 13, and he'll be smart and say that's 14 seconds because Charlie's already told him 1.
I told him that we'd give him a P30 pad with burn time on it, and we'll shut down on burn time minus 1 second.
So we will
lie.
The best
burn time we got is
whatever.
14 seconds.
14
I
seconds.
think we ought to put that on the pad and then over in the notes say shut burn down.
I will make an attempt
1 second
to
free of fire at
RTCC
13
and
seconds.
put down 14, so machine spits out 14.
Now what the RTCC is putting out about 15.5.
And we'll try to fix that. I don't know if we can, but I will see what we can do. It's a system parameter.
I think it'd be best to be a little short, on the short side, because we can always go up a little bit, and it looks like our RCS is okay. So.
Well, what were the startup time differences again now? 0.5 as opposed to 3.6 that we modeled? And we had no data off the first impulse to tell us about startup time?
That first one's doesn't count.
Okay.
Flight file. The other question I got is are we still laboring under the impression that this ag is going to be as good as we know it? I mean, two tenths is
You mean the accelerometer?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going
anyway.
to trim to 0.
All right, let's qualify that. We got to make sure that we're at the temperatures that we think we are. Okay.
Okay. But we won't burn until they're there.
I think that's a good policy.
Okay.
You guys see that on the low bit rate?
Yep. And any problem trimming to 0?
Okay, I've already told them procedurally we trimmed at 10.
Fine.
Okay.
tell me, Flight,
Go Flight.
what's the total amp hours in the Ascent batteries?
Total, you mean available?
Yes.
600 amp hour.
Okay.
300 each. Yes, spec.
Control Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Would you have your man push that sheet plot back up on 64 or whatever it is? Is that the right channel, 64?
Houston, Aquarius.
Roger, go ahead.
I just want to talk over a little philosophy here. Fred told me that at one time you came up and told him that we were a little steep on the entry angle. And now our burn is going to make us give us a steeper angle. I just want to make sure that we're all talking the same thing. That in essence, at this particular situation, we are shallow and not steep, and we are going to steepen the angle.
Wait. Yes, we are retrograde and we are shallow, so we're making it steeper.
Jim, the situation is that the moment we're a little bit shallow, and retrograde mid-course is going to put us more in the center of the corridor. Over.
Okay, fine. I just want to make sure. Fred had written down some time ago that our angle now was about 7-1, and we were going to do a big course of 17 per second. But we feared that we were going to shallow it out. I think we're up on the same line this time.
Raj. And I guess it follows, but your parachute is a little bit high right now, too. So that'll be bringing it back down, that is.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
One other question, Jim. Our readings down here say your LEM cabin's about as cold as the command module cabin. Is that right?
Well, we really don't know. There's usually two people in the left cabin, and seems to be a lot more compact, and so we don't notice the coldness down here as we do in the command module.
Okay.
Houston Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Some time ago, I copied down a long Tom mid-course 7-quarter control burn at a GET of 134, 59, 42, 98. Is that first pad still valid?
Stand by. Fido flight.
No flight.
That pad is still valid. That's for the loss of comm case.
That's a firm flight.
Yes, it is still valid.
Jim, that's a firm. That pad is still valid.
And that is assuming no mid-course 7 here at 105 hours.
That's right.
That's a firm.
Fido flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Where are you? You got your flight, your mid-course 5 now planned at 105.30.
Raj. And that's what we're assuming we're going to do it.
Yeah, I think we ought to go ahead and do it there.
Concur.
Hey,
yeah,
Charlie,
tell them we're setting that burn up for 105.
Good. Very quick question. Do you know if anybody called up the mailbox? Vance put some letters in the food box for the guys, and Marilyn was asking me last night if anybody called up the two of them yet. Do you know if they have?
No, I don't know. Where is it?
Vance stuck them in the food box.
Of the limb?
Yeah.
No,
okay.
I kind of doubt they've been using that chow. They've probably been using it out of the command box.
Yeah, probably so.
Hey, there are 2 food boxes. Which one?
Shit, I don't know. Vance is there with you, isn't he?
Yeah, I'll talk to Van.
Yeah, he's the one that really put them in. He made the real-time decision there.
Okay, fine. We'll have him mention it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Real good. See you.
Roger, which circuit breaker was that?
It was the battery charged circuit breaker that allows you to read volts, but we don't know the exact name for it yet.
Okay, understand.
The name is battery charger bat B charge, Jack tells me.
Okay, battery charger bat B charge.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Yes, Houston, we've had a problem.
Okay, stand by, 13. We're looking at it.